Chapter 1192. Jun Changshao had a plan. All that was left was to see how the two of them would work together to trick the fortress master. Jun Patriarch, Guanzhou said with a frown. We're so badly injured. Even if we go back, we won't be able to report back. It's not a big problem. Jun Changshao waved his hand and said, Follow me. He sent Guanzhou and the old man into the space-time secret realm. Under the acceleration of time, they recovered as quickly as possible. Even after they came out, the two of them were still in shock. They had been cultivating for thousands of years. What had they not seen? He had never seen or heard of such a thing that could maximize the time spent in one's body. That's amazing. This is simply unbelievable. Guanzhou and the old man left the falling star continent in shock. Although the two of them did not understand what the remnant scroll meant, Jun Changshao had already given the order. They had no choice but to trick the fortress master. The two of them were quite pitiful. It was supposed to be a pretty good job, but in the end their sole origin was trapped in someone else's hands. They even had to betray their master. If they were not careful, they might die at any time. Sigh. Guanzhou and the old man sighed on the warship. The two of them suddenly had an aura of, who doesn't get hurt when they're in the martial world? My two brothers. In the main hall of the Sect of all times, Jun Changshao ordered, Keep an eye out for the outside world during this period. If anyone suspicious approaches the continent, inform me immediately. It was hard to say if Guanzhou and the old man would succeed. He had to plan ahead and prevent any accidents from happening. Yes. The black-white double karma cupped their hand. Although they had not been in the sect for long, they had already integrated themselves into the role of guardians. It was because of the two sworn brothers that Jun Changshao had the confidence to capture the powerhouses sent by the fortress. However, their strength was limited. If the other party sent more powerhouses, they could only suffer the feeling of being bullied. The Sect of all times entered a peaceful state again. The disciples continued to indulge in their cultivation and could not pull themselves out. The Starry Sky Fortress and the failed purchase of the remnant scroll had stimulated Jun Changshao. It was rare for him to focus on cultivation, and he began to seriously consider his future plans. In the falling star continent, he was already the strongest existence below the nine-god monarch. However, after coming into contact with higher levels, he felt more and more insecure. What's the problem? Jun Changshao wondered. The system said, The problem lies in the defense system. What do you mean? Back then, when the host had just transmigrated, although your realm was not high, no matter how you courted death, you would always turn danger into safety. Do you know why? There's a blade that can't be retracted. That's not true. Then why do you think it is? That's because the host has a sect-protecting formation. As long as you don't provoke an overwhelming power, you can always protect yourself and the sect's disciples. That makes sense. Jun Changshao agreed. In the early stages, he was so unrestrained that the unstoppable blade was of limited use. Most of the time, he relied on the sect-protecting formation to protect the sect. Even if he got into big trouble, he could remain calm and collected. At most, he would just hide in his shell like a turtle and not come out. The system continued, with the host's strength. Even if you can't defeat the Starry Sky Fortress, you can still protect yourself. But what about the sect? What about the falling star continent? Hearing the system's words, Jun Changshao suddenly understood. The gradually rising sense of insecurity was not because of himself, but because of the sect and the falling star continent. The system said, The host is only a small step away from reaching the highest realm in the mortal plane. The enemies you encounter in the future will also be destructive. Therefore, the slightest negligence will cause the destruction of the sect and the plane. Jun Changshao was silent. In the past, he could fight with any sect, but ultimately it was just small skirmishes. Even when he went to the plain battlefield, he relied on cheating. If something happened, he could escape, and there was no need for the Sect and the falling star continent to bear any consequences. However, the Starry Sky Fortress was in the universe and was not limited by the upper realm. It could come to his territory at any time and bring about fatal destruction. Therefore, it brought about invisible pressure and a sense of insecurity. How should I break it? Jun Changshao murmured. It's very simple. The system said, open the high-level store and refresh the goods inside. Maybe you can get a higher-level sect-protecting formation or a formation that can protect the entire plane. In the end, it was still marketing. However, this time, Jun Changshao did not roar or look down on it. Instead, he fell into deep thought. The system was right. The sense of insecurity came from the Sect and the falling star continent. After all, one was the most important family, and the other was related to the main mission. Even if he could encounter danger, his home and foundation must be safe. To put it bluntly, Jun Changshao could seek death in various ways outside, but he could not allow his base to be stolen for no reason. He had to set up a plan and strengthen it. The system said seriously, you must choose the best defensive formation and build the defense system with the highest safety factor. What crystal, high tower, second tower, first tower, whatever you can put on it, put it all on it. How many contribution points do you think this set will cost? 100,000? That's just the cost. Don't think it's expensive, there's no discount. A protagonist who is willing to pay 100,000 contribution points won't mind spending an extra 100,000. Get lost. Jun Changshao said in annoyance, don't talk nonsense with me. After careful consideration, he still did not open the high-tier shopping center. The main reason was that there were only a few tens of thousands of contribution points. Moreover, there were almost no array-related products. If he relied on luck, he could easily go bankrupt. I am now a powerhouse who is infinitely close to Martial Emperor. If I rely on the shopping center when I encounter something troublesome, I will really be useless. So, I have to use my own wisdom to resolve everything. This is what a true powerhouse should be like. Jun Changshao held his head high and took out the original book of the Mystic 32 formations. Wasn't it just a formation? This kind of secret manual that was modified by an almighty must have even more advanced ones. He did not need to rely on the shopping center to strengthen his base's defense. F***CK. The system said, this thing was bought from the shopping center. If you have the ability, throw it away and don't use it. F***CK off. Jun Chang scolded with a smile. Then, he directly opened the most noble supergrade book. The various array formations listed on it immediately dazzled him. No. I still have to look for Elder Zhen and Xinyao. As he did not want to let special talents freeload in the sect, Jun Changshao gave the aptitude elixir to Elder Zhen. Therefore, other than being strong in martial arts and swordsmanship, he was not particularly outstanding in other aspects. It was very easy to be an all-round powerhouse. It was just that Go Xing was not willing to. After all, developing the sect was already tiring enough. If he also had to take on various professions such as alchemy, medicine, and formations, then he would really be busy from day to night, from birth to death. Formation Hall. Zhen Dejuan opened his mouth. Shangguan Xinyao's bright eyes were filled with disbelief. Is there a problem? Jun Changshao asked. Zhen Dejuan's mouth twitched. Patriarch, what is the reason that made you suddenly have the idea of creating a formation that covers the entire falling star continent? Can you do it or not? Give me a straight answer. No. Zhen Dejuan and Shangguan Xinyao said in unison. Chapter 1193. Jun Changshao did not plan to rely on them all. He planned to rely on the people he nurtured himself. In the end, Elder Zhen and Shangguan Xinyao instantly slapped their faces and said no. Creating a formation that directly covered the falling star continent was really impossible. It was really unimaginable. Reason. It's too big. Zhen Dejuan also wanted to break through himself and challenge a high level of difficulty. However, with his current strength, even if he could set up a super high defensive formation, it was absolutely impossible to extend it to the entire world. Patriarch Shangguan Xinyao said, such a huge project, not to mention whether it can be set up successfully or whether it can have a defensive effect, just outlining the formation and line will take a lot of time. A formation that was a few feet in size, one person might be able to set it up very quickly or even in 2 or 3 days. But to cover the entire world, it would really be so tiring that one would vomit blood and be so tired that one's head would explode. The falling star continent was far larger than Earth. Even if the warriors here could fly in the sky and burrow into the ground, to set up a defensive formation system on the entire plane would consume manpower and material resources. It was definitely not something that the sect of all times could afford, nor could it be done in 30 to 50 years. All right. Jun Changshao gave up on the unrealistic idea and said, then hurry up and develop a higher-level formation that can protect the sect. It's best if it can withstand the attacks of the martial emperor level. Zhen Dejuan said, Patriarch, Xinyao and I have been researching, and now we have made progress. Swoosh. As he spoke, he took out the copy of the 32 formations of the Mystic Gate, then opened the third to last page, pointed at a formation, and said, this formation should be suitable for the sect of all times. The formation recorded on it was called the 9 Stars Moon Catcher Formation. It was the highest level of defensive formation in the Supreme section. 9 formations were set up in 9 directions, and then together, they supported the core formation in the centermost area. The advantage of the formation was that it had the support of 9 stars, and its defensive performance was extremely strong. Its weakness was also very obvious. It required crystal cores or spirit stones to maintain. How much? Jun Changshao asked. Zhen Dejuan held his chin and estimated, just to cover the entire Iron Bone Mountain, it would require at least 10 million spirit stones. Artificial. Natural spirit stones. The corner of Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. In the past, the array formations could be solved with some good quality array flags. This 9 Stars Moon Catcher Grand Array actually required 10 million natural spirit stones. It was simply burning money. Do you still need spirit stones for the follow-up maintenance? He could afford to fork out 10 million yuan, and it wasn't particularly heart-wrenching. However, if he were to build it, he would have to continuously provide for the follow-up maintenance. He definitely couldn't afford it. Zhen Dejuan said, after the formation is activated, if it is not attacked from the outside, the energy stored in the spirit stones will circulate and grow endlessly. There is no need to provide additional energy. That's fine. Jun Changshao thought for a moment and said, let's go find old Yuan. Zhen Dejuan broke down and said, that guy is so stingy. It's better that the Patriarch go personally. Ever since Yuan Gongzi took charge of the internal affairs and finances of the sect of all times, he had been very careful in many areas. It was really difficult for the few halls to get money. This kind of strict control of money could help the sect increase its income and reduce its expenditure, but at the same time, it could easily offend people. This was also the reason why old Yuan was not popular in the Demon Emperor's Gate. Okay. Jun Changshao said, I'll go. When he found Yuan Gongzi, took out 10 million natural spirit stones, and finally did all kinds of calculations. In the end, he even had to make his own handprint. Go Xing instantly broke down. Damn it. Wasn't this a little too meticulous? Jun Changshao did not criticize old Yuan. Instead, he let him continue to promote the style of being diligent and thrifty. After all, a sect had to have rules and regulations, especially when it came to resources. Yes. Receiving the Patriarch's support, Yuan Gongzi's blood surged. At the Demon Emperor's Gate, because the management of finances was very strict, the higher-ups often joined forces to target him. The sect master had also criticized them not to be too strict, so they were unable to carry out the principles. Now, Jun Changshao was able to provide management support. This was really a good opportunity. The atmosphere in the sect of all times was incomparable to other sections. Even if Yuan Gongzi was strict in managing finances, the other halls expressed their understanding. As for the disciples, they also helped each other. There was no mutual deception, and there was no conspiracy. After receiving tens of millions of natural spirit stones, Zhen Dejuan gathered Shangguan Xinyao and the members of the Array Formation Hall and began to study vigorously, striving to put the arrangement of the 9 stars moon embracing Great Array on the agenda as soon as possible. Jun Changshao went to the medicine hall again and reminded Elder Wei not to slack off in planting medicinal herbs. Patriarch. The next day, Ning Duxing said, "Today is the day of the opening of the sect to recruit disciples. Patriarch, do you have any other instructions? As long as they meet the assessment conditions and the number of disciples meet the requirements, we can recruit them." Jun Changshao said, "Yes." Ning Duxing retreated and prepared for the recruitment. He and Ning Duzue were responsible for recruiting disciples every month, so they were very familiar with it. As for Jiangye, Ding Xingwang, Gongsun Haohai, and other high-level elders, they were either cultivating or giving lectures on weekdays. They had almost no free time. The one with the most workload was Li Luoqiu. She had to sift through all kinds of valuable information at every moment. On the other hand, Jun Changshao. He was very leisurely lying in front of the sect gate, quietly watching the youngsters climbing up the mountain as a bystander. Not bad. Not bad. Jun Changshao sipped his tea while looking at the youngsters climbing up the mountain. In a short time, he found a lot of good seedlings. It was interesting to cultivate trash, and he had already unlocked this achievement. After all, Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, Tianqi, and the others were the best proof. Therefore, when the sect recruited disciples, they also tried to recruit talented people as much as possible. This way, it would be easier to cultivate them and consume less resources. It's Jun Patriarch. Oh my God, I finally see him in person. He is much more handsome than when he was in the projection array. The youngsters climbing up the mountain found Jun Changshao lying on the recliner one after another, and their eyes were suddenly filled with strong worship. Most of them came for the patriarch of the sect of all times. After all, everything he did in just a few years could be called legendary. The sect of all times was now famous in the Falling Star continent, so there were a lot of youngsters coming to sign up for the assessment every month. It was easy to recruit more than 1,000 talented youngsters. Ding. Sect members. 700,007,0000. After giving the precise number of people and recruiting the last one, the number of sect members on the system panel reached the peak and continued to send notifications. Ding. Sect mission activated. Qingyang. Jun Changshao stood up from the recliner and said, "Organize the inner and outer disciples to complete the missions in the mission pavilion as soon as possible." Yes. In the following time, Li Qingyang organized the disciples to do missions, especially missions that rewarded achievement points. After studying for a period of time, the Array Formation Hall began to set up the 9 stars moon capturing array and selected 9 areas to set up the auxiliary array. Buzz. Half a month later, the main array that enveloped Iron Bone Mountain and Iron Bone Town was set up. The light that soared into the sky could be said to be brilliant and radiant, and it emitted an incomparably vigorous aura. Patriarch. Zhen Dejuan said happily, "The array is completed." Chapter 1194. Boom! In front of the mountain gate, there was a sudden explosion, and powerful energy ripples spread out. Jun Changshao retracted his fist and looked at the barrier that was still not affected by his powerful attack. He said with satisfaction, "It's really strong." Zhen Dejuan said, "As long as the 9 arrays continue to support, The 9-moon capturing array will withstand extremely powerful attacks. Not bad, not bad. Jun Changshao gave a high degree of affirmation, and the insecurity that originally rose dissipated a lot. As long as the sect's defense was strong enough, at least when he went out, he would not have to worry about the base being stolen. Shua. Jun Changshao raised his fist and planned to do it again. Zhendijuan hurriedly stopped him. Patriarch's punch just now cost 100,000 spirit stones in the main array. F***ck. Jun Changshao collapsed. Is it that bad? The 9-moon capturing array did not consume energy when it was operating normally, but once it received an attack, it would be offset according to the strength. One punch cost 100,000 spirit stones, and Go Xing felt a stabbing pain in his heart. Forget it. Jun Changshao gave up the idea of continuing the test and returned to the study. Now, let's wait for this disciple to complete all the sect missions, upgrade the sect's construction, and unlock more functions. Right. What are the functions after level 9? Shua. After opening the system panel and clicking on the sect function, he found that there was only a word none at the bottom. What does that mean? Jun Changshao asked. The system said, it's very simple, there are no more sect functions. No way? Jun Changshao's face collapsed. Cards like Hard to Keep Blade and Universal Talisman were only used to strengthen oneself. The various functions given by the construction and upgrade were the key to the sect's strength. There were no more advanced functions in the future. The system complained, Host, don't you have to rely on yourself? Ding. Disciple Yi Xingqian has completed the sect mission and received 100 contribution points and 100 achievement point. Ding. Sect contribution points. 701-007-0000. Ding. Sect achievement points. 201-107-0000. Ding. Overflow of sect contribution points. After hearing the notification, Jun Changshao shook his head and said, I've finally completed one. It had been half a month since the sect missions that gave achievement points appeared. Because the higher the level, the more difficult it was, the more time it took for the disciples to complete them. Moreover, there were many unreasonable missions. For example, what Yi Xingqian was doing required him to continuously enter the Tower of Experience for a fixed number of days. Was it difficult? To the Ninth Arch, it was nothing at all, but it was just too much of a delay. Su Xiaoma's mission was even more bizarre. He had to travel around the falling star continent for 30 days. At this moment, he was holding hands with his fiancée, Xia Shuiyun, and enjoying the beautiful scenery. Li Qingyang had also accepted a mission to go to Lu Province in the northeast. Little cold village. Sister Qiao stood in the village like a winter plum. Her clear eyes looked outside the village entrance at the man in the Sect of All Times uniform. Both of them smiled at the same time. In order to avoid spreading dog food to the readers, the second and third disciples' quests were not described in detail. In short, the higher the level of the sect, the more bizarre the sect missions were. It was not a problem for the Sect of All Times disciples to complete them, but it would take time. Shua. With a thought, Jun Changshao skillfully pulled out the high-level store. If all the sect missions were completed, he would be rewarded with 70,000 achievement points and contribution points. Therefore, he had to spend them in advance and leave enough space to store them. If you have the ability, don't use the store. If you have the ability, rely on yourself. The system jumped out again. All right then. Jun Changshao withdrew the high-level store and said indifferently, From now on, I, Jun Changshao, will not spend any more. After a short silence, the system said, Brother, I was wrong. It had been operating normally until now because Jun Changshao spent contribution points. If he did not spend them, the situation would be very bad. Do you have any shame? I have no shame. Jun Changshao was defeated by this guy. He could only pull out the high-level store again and began to carefully browse the goods inside. He thought to himself, "It's best if there's a half-Saint pill, Wu-Xing pill, or something like that. Why don't you think of a martial emperor pill to help the host ascend to the upper realm? What about reaching the peak of life?" The system said, "I can admit my mistake, but I still have to complain. Four corners heaven and earth formation?" Jun Changxiao's gaze locked onto an item, then he clicked on the detailed introduction. Item: Four corners heaven and earth formation introduction, a formation created by many people. It can be formed by up to 10,000 people. Advantage: martial artists set up the formation together to form an offensive and defensive unit, thus trapping and annihilating the target. Disadvantage: the cultivation of the person who set up the formation must not be lower than Wu Huang's realm. Price: 50,000 contribution points. Level: above divine level, no way. Jun Changxiao was stunned. A formation is so expensive. However, after seeing the level, he was overjoyed. It should be something good. The Four Corners Heaven and Earth formation was very different from the Nine Stars Moon Catcher formation because the latter was fixed while the former was based on people. Just like the Wudong Sect's 7 Stars Sword formation and the Shaolin Sect's 18 Bronze Men formation. The sect of all times did not lack fixed formations, but they lacked this kind of human-centered formation, and it was above divine level. That's why, the system said, the host still has to rely on the store. Do you want to slap your face? Get lost. Jun Changxiao spent 50,000 contribution points to buy the Four Corners Heaven and Earth formation. This formation was actually more like a martial arts secret manual. It described the chance and complicated move. After learning it, one could turn into a stepping demon and set it up. It can be set up by up to 10,000 people. The power must be terrifying. Jun Changxiao was very much looking forward to the spectacular scene of the disciples comprehending the Four Corners Heaven and Earth formation and setting it up in the sky. That afternoon, the disciples and higher-ups whose cultivation had reached Wu Huang's level all gathered at the main peak's training field. Then, each of them received a Four Corners Heaven and Earth formation. This formation, Woody said in surprise, it's definitely not ordinary. He had never cultivated a joint formation before, but just by flipping through it a little, he could see the profound meaning behind it. If it was set up by many people, the power would definitely be strong. Yi Xingqian also noticed it, but he showed disdain. Because of his personality, he preferred martial arts that provided powerful strength. He had no interest in this kind of team-based formation. However, since the patriarch said that he had to cultivate it, then he could only reluctantly do it. The Four Corners Heaven and Earth formation inherited the advantage of being easy to understand from the store's items. Moreover, the disciples who met the requirements were not weak, so there was no difficulty in comprehending it. Second senior brother. A few days later, Su Xiaoma said excitedly, "I learned it. I learned it too," Li Fei said. Jun Changxiao knew that his disciples had comprehended the Four Corners Heaven and Earth formation, so he chose a day and ordered them to come to the main peak's training field. Patriarch Li Qingyang said, "Everyone is here." There were quite a lot of people, a total of 300 to 500. Yes. Jun Changxiao nodded and sent a sound transmission. "Hall Master Z, come here for a moment." The Purple King, who had just entered the back mountain and was preparing to go to the experience tower, stopped in his tracks. He frowned and said, "There's an ominous sign. Go? Or not?" Chapter 1195. On the huge training field of the main peak, 4 streams of light shot into the sky like 4 smooth mirrors, emitting an aura that seemed to come from ancient times. With Lu Qianqian in the lead, the 300-odd disciples lined up in 4 directions. From the position of each point, one could see that there was something mysterious about it. Not bad. A satisfied smile appeared on Jun Changxiao's face. They had just cultivated the four corners heaven and earth formation and were able to set it up for the first time. It could be seen that they had a very high degree of tacit understanding. "Let's go." At this moment, Li Qingyang, who was in charge of commanding, shouted. Whoosh! Whoosh! All the disciples staggered their steps and swapped positions. Following their movements, the light that seemed to be the array formation's boundary flashed with a dazzling light, and an even crazier attack was formed inside. Yes, Tai Yi. Whoosh! 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 Enter Tai Chi. Whoosh! 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 In a short time, the 300-odd disciples changed positions several times. The ancient aura became stronger and stronger, deeply affecting the disciples watching from afar. Because the boundary was not transparent, it was difficult for them to see what was happening inside. However, from the increasing strength of the boundary, they could guess that it must be very terrifying. Ding Xingwang, who was standing in front of the main hall, had a solemn expression. The array formation set up by these few hundred fellows gave him an extremely strong sense of oppression. Not bad. Old Ding thought to himself, I did not go in. Gongsun Haohai, Jiang Ye, and the other upper echelons stood outside and watched. They all felt the aura of the four corners heaven and earth formation. I heard from the Patriarch that this kind of cooperative array formation can support 10,000 people at the same time. A few hundred people are already so amazing. If it's set up by 10,000 people, the scene is simply unimaginable. The upper echelons were shocked. Big black fool! White Rakshasa exclaimed. This array formation should not exist in the mortal world. The mighty figures from the upper world all had shocked expressions. This meant that Jiang Ye and the others were not inexperienced. Black Rakshasa said calmly, since the Patriarch is the personal disciple of the seven profound sage, it is normal for him to use any kind of martial technique or array formation. That's true. White Rakshasa immediately felt relieved. The two of them firmly believed that Jun Changshao was the direct disciple of the seven profound sage. This was not something that Go Xing had boasted about himself, but something that he had imagined after becoming a sect protector and seeing all kinds of martial arts techniques and martial arts facilities. An hour later, after dozens of changes, Lu Qianqian and the others finally stopped. Swish! Swish! The four sides of the martial arts practice field combined together, and the cage-like flowing light enchantment suddenly dissipated. Hoo-hoo! Hoo-hoo-hoo! Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were breathing rapidly, large beads of sweat seeping out of their foreheads. It could be seen that after the four corners heaven and earth formation was formed, although it emitted an aura that even Wu Xing was afraid of, the person who set it up had to use a lot of physical strength and energy. Plop! The sound of someone falling could be heard. The Purple King, who was wearing red underwear, lay paralyzed in the center of the martial arts practice field. His entire body was covered in fist, palm, and footprint. He looked extremely miserable. When he heard Jun Changxiao shout, he had a bad omen. Now, his wish had come true. The Purple King, who had entered the four corners heaven and earth formation to test its power, was only exhausted at this moment. In fact, he did not suffer any serious injuries. Patriarch Li Qingyang said, this formation is very powerful. It would be difficult for any one of them to compete with Hall Master Z. Even if they worked together, they would only be sending themselves to their death. Now, they had used the four corners heaven and earth formation to exhaust him. It was simply unbelievable. In the Falling Star Continent's cultivation system, martial disciples and martial masters might be defeated by many low-level cultivators. However, as one's cultivation level increased, it was not something that could be suppressed by numbers. Take martial emperors for example. Could 100 Wu Xing defeat one of the strongest cultivators on the continent? Impossible. The difference between Wu Xing and martial emperors was not only in strength, but also in the attributes of heaven and earth, the power of space, and other aspects. If you hit me, I would be suppressed by the Emperor's aura. If 10 of them fought against me, I would be suppressed by the Emperor's aura. If 100 of them fought against me, I would be suppressed by the Emperor's aura. Not to mention martial emperors, just Jun Changshao now. With Wu Xing's cultivation at the peak stage, dozens of peak stage Wu Xing could defeat him directly even if they did not use their trump cards. Of course, it was not that there was nothing they could do if their cultivation level was higher. If 100 people were not enough, they would send 1,000 people. If 1,000 people were not enough, they would send 10,000 people. As long as they were not afraid of sacrificing themselves and used the tactic of using numbers to fill in the gaps, they would definitely be able to exhaust the opponent. This was a stupid method. Smart people used various martial arts concepts to create a series of formations. Thus, 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 was infinite. It was very good to deal with the situation where the enemy was strong and they were weak. The four corners heaven and earth formation was one of them. It fully gathered the power of the people who set up the formation and then continuously magnified it. It made it so that the weak group could fight against the strong group. Of course, if the disciple who set up the formation just now was Wu Huang from the Falling Star continent, even if the formation was set up, he would definitely be defeated by Hall Master Z. The formation set up by more than 300 core disciples only exhausted that guy. The efficiency is not very high, Jun Changshao said to himself with a little dissatisfaction. Come on. The system said, among your disciples, there are only dozens of peak stage Wu Huang. The rest are only at the 5th or 6th level. Not to mention 300, even 3,000 of them are not enough to defeat you. Now you are using the formation to exhaust them. What's there to be dissatisfied with? Jun Changshao thought for a while and said, It seems to make sense. Remove the word seems and seems for me. The system's temper was successfully affected by the host. It suddenly became roaring when it was agitated. The Purple King, whose strength was only second to the black and white double ghosts, was exhausted by more than 300 disciples whose average strength was at the 5th or 6th level of Wu Huang. This showed how powerful the square heaven-earth formation was and why it was worth 50,000 contribution points. However, he had only just succeeded in cultivating it. When Li Qingyang and the others understood the formation better and had more people, Hall Master Z would be even more miserable if he went in for the test. Patriarch. The Purple King, who was lying on the bed and recovering some strength, roared, I am a Hall Master, not a punching bag. If there is such a thing in the future, can you not call me? Even a clay figurine had a temper. Not to mention this purple rock from the upper realm. Hall Master Z. Jun Changshao said, It's been hard on you. Here. He handed over a few space rings and said, There are 100,000 beast cores here. Take it as compensation for coming in for the test. Humph. The Purple King snorted with disdain, but his bandaged hand consciously reached out. Rest well. Jun Changshao comforted him and turned to leave. Wait. The Purple King shouted. After pausing for a while, he said with a smile, If there is a test in the future, let me know immediately. I will definitely be on call. We will cooperate perfectly. Sigh. The purple rock who dared to steal dragon eggs in the upper realm had really changed after joining the sect of all times. No. I haven't changed. Hall Master Z said proudly in his heart, All of this is for my own kind, for the beast race to never be slaves. Using Hall Master Z as a test is still considered a friendly test. After returning to the study, Jun Changshao thought for a while and decided, We can bring the disciples to the battlefield and find powerful existences to test. The next day, he gathered Li Qingyang and the other 300 disciples and used the portal to enter the Falling Star continent again. When the big shots of the various existences heard the news of Jun Changshao's appearance, they were in despair and broke down. They cried, Why is that guy here again? Chapter 1196. Why did all the bosses know about Jun Changshao the moment he arrived at the battlefield? That was because they would naturally send a large number of spies outside the stronghold of the Falling Star continent for someone who dared to fight against the upper realm. He's here. He's here. The spies outside the stronghold were familiar with each other. Not only did they greet each other, but they also often chatted together. The Falling Star continent was probably the only place where all the realms had to pay attention to him, even when he was not around. Of course, the spies sent by the bosses were not to monitor Jun Changshao. Instead, they were waiting for him to appear and report to them immediately. Then, they quickly ordered their subordinates to behave themselves and not offend that guy. Let's put it this way. Before Jun Changshao arrived, the battlefield was as usual. Those who should fight would fight, and those who should fight for opportunities would fight for opportunities. It was more lively than the new year. When he appeared, they stopped fighting and fighting for opportunities. They all retreated into the stronghold. If there was a peace prize in the world of martial arts, it would definitely be awarded to Jun Changshao. After all, this was a realm dominated by fighting. Because of his arrival, there were no more arguments, let alone fights. It could be said that it was a peaceful scene. One would rather offend the King of Hell than the stronghold. On the battlefield of the dimensions, one would rather offend the King of Hell than Go Sheng. Why is he here again? After Mo Shangxing received the news, his expression was very interesting. Openly rebelling against the upper realm on the battlefield of dimensions would definitely be sentenced to death. It was a wise move to escape after enduring the lightning punishment, but he came back not long after. Was he not afraid? Smack. Mo Shangxing slapped his forehead and said in realization, I forgot. Madame June is still on the battlefield. He should be here to visit this time. He had openly defied the heavens, yet he still dared to come in. Grandmaster Jun's love for his wife was definitely true love. Speaking of Queen Rose, it had to be said that the Soul Clan continent had been living quite comfortably on the battlefield recently. As long as they appeared, all the warriors would avoid them. Hello, Madame June. Goodbye, Madame June. When the experts who knew how to deal with matters saw Queen Rose, they were all very polite before leaving. In the past, the Spiritas continent was jointly attacked by the various major planes. Ever since the identity of Jun Changshao's wife was exposed, it was immediately listed as one of the most untouchable places. In fact, as long as the Rose Queen hurried over, she would immediately leave with the people from the other planes without a second thought. It was as good as giving up the opportunity. Speaking of which, Jun Changshao cheated by using a treasure detector. Almost all the opportunities in the battlefield had been dug out. Later on, when the upper realms sealed off the Falling Star continent's stronghold and disqualified it, they had to replenish it again. The contribution points and fortuitous opportunities within the battlefield were the driving forces that stimulated the cultivators from other planes to come here. Naturally, they couldn't be interrupted. Otherwise, there would be no meaning to their existence. Because they had just been added, the frequency of fortuitous opportunities appearing was relatively high. Moreover, no one was competing with the Spiritas, so the development of the stronghold was very fast. At the Starfall Continent stronghold, Jun Changshao stood on the main peak with a displeased look on his face. When they first came in, the stronghold's barrier was broken by Cui Hua, but it was repaired. The upper realm. Jun Changshao raised his head and looked up at the sky. He said angrily in his heart, "Sooner or later, I'll go up there and stomp all of you under my feet." He had already done things that cut down the heavens, so he didn't mind doing things that went against the heavens again. Moreover, creating a battlefield where slaughter reigned supreme and treating all mortal beings like dirt was not the will of the heavens at all. So what if he went against it? Because he had been punished and sanctioned, the seed of hatred had been planted in Jun Changshao's heart. Master. Within the grand hall, the hunchbacked old man said, Jun Changshao has illegally entered the planar battlefield again. What a troublemaker, Empress Lingyao, who was shrouded in clouds, said. The hunchbacked old man said, if the realm hall finds out, they'll probably punish him again. They won't. Empress Lingyao denied. The previous punishment will offset all of his crimes. This time, he was only illegally entering. He won't be punished a second time. I hope that kid knows his place and doesn't challenge the rules set down by the upper realm. The hunchbacked old man suddenly stopped talking, because Jun Changshao, who was in the planar battlefield, had already ordered Cuehua to bite down on the outpost once more. I'm actually freaking thinking that this guy will know his place? Am I crazy? Was my head kicked by a donkey? Outside the outpost of the Lingyuan continent, Lu Qianqian, Li Qingyang, and the other core disciples formed groups of 10 and set up the four corners heaven and earth formation. Old Ku. Jun Changshao, who was sitting in the distance, took a sip of tea. Can we begin? Yes, Ku Jinan replied. But in his heart, he wasn't so sure. The formation set up by the disciples of the sect of all times exuded a powerful aura. It was obviously no small matter. The Xian class experts he had sent might not be able to handle it, just as he had expected. After the sparring began and the battle was over, the experts of the Lingyuan continent all lay on the ground, exhausted. Amazing, amazing! Ku Jinan said sincerely. 10 disciples of the sect of all times at Wu Huang's level were able to exhaust the high-level Xian class experts he had sent with just a formation. It was truly unbelievable. Goshing smiled. The four corners heaven and earth formation was indeed powerful. 10 disciples of Wu Huang could definitely fight against a half-step Wu Xing. 50,000 contribution points. Was it worth it? The system said. Worth it. Jun Changshao said. More than worth it. The system continued to show off its marketing skills. So, if you want to become stronger, you have to rely on the system. City Lord. In the main hall of the Nine Heavens Continent outpost, a subordinate cupped his hands and said, Jun Patriarch sent a letter. Mo Shangxing took the letter in surprise. After opening it, he saw the words, Jun Patriarch has set up an arena outside the Starfall Continent outpost. He asks City Lord Mo to bring experts to support him. Arena? What's going on? The vast continent, Saros continent, and other realms were also confused, because they had also received Jun Changshao's letter, and the content was exactly the same as City Lord Mo's. Palace Lord, are we going? Can we not go? Instantly, all the big shots of the realms who had received the letter brought their experts to the Starfall Continent outpost. When they arrived, they saw a large arena outside the barrier. Jun Changshao sat on it and drank tea. A group of disciples lined up below the arena with their hands behind their backs and their heads held high. On the left side of the arena were the words, I hold my blade and laugh at the sky. On the right side of the arena were the words, Go and stay Kunlun. The words were written horizontally, firm and unyielding. Wasn't this the life and death arena that the god-slaying palace and dozens of evil sects in Huayang County ordered their disciples to build at the foot of the mountain? The powerful cultivators from the various planes who had rushed oversaw the stage and the flamboyant words written on it. All of them muttered in their hearts, What is Sect Lord Jun trying to do? Everyone. Jun Changshao stood up and said in a clear voice, Today, I'll set up an arena here. I'll use 10 yellow-grade disciples to challenge a profound-grade powerhouse. If my side loses, I'm willing to offer 100,000 spirit stones. This, the experts of various realms were all surprised. How could 10 yellow-class disciples defeat a black-class expert? Did Jun Patriarch have so many spirit stones that he had nowhere to spend them? Of course. Jun Changshao continued, If you lose, you have to pay 10,000 spirit stones to Jun Patriarch. Chapter 1197. When the disciples of the sect of all times fought with the martial artists of the Lingyuan continent, It was considered sparring. It was very difficult to unleash the full potential of the four corners heaven and earth formation. Therefore, Jun Changshao thought of a way. He decided to set up an arena and invite the powerhouses of the various dimensions to challenge him. Whoever won would be given 500,000 spirit stones, and whoever lost would be given 10,000 spirit stones. 500,000 versus 10,000. This was definitely a losing deal. There was no other way. Jun Changshao also wanted to bring his disciples around the battlefield to fight, but they were all afraid of him and refused to come out. He had no choice but to use this method. Moreover, setting up the 9 heavens moon embracing great array consumed tens of millions of natural spirit stones. It was not easy to come to the battlefield this time. He had to think of a way to recoup his losses, right? Excuse me, the system said, how difficult is it for the host to come to the battlefield? You just want to make some money. Don't use the disciples' actual combat as an excuse. The powerhouses of the various dimensions fell silent. 500,000 spirit stones for the winner and only 10,000 spirit stones for the loser. This was definitely a good deal. It was definitely suitable for a gamble. Jun Patriarch, a powerhouse, said, "What do you think of the quality of 500,000 spirit stones?" This question was on everyone's mind. There were differences in quality of spirit stones. If the quality was poor, 500,000 spirit stones might not be able to compare to 10,000 spirit stones. Smack! Jun Changshao snapped his fingers. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji walked out and poured all the shiny spirit stones on the ground. Instantly, they piled up into a small mountain. This is, the martial artists from the various dimensions widened their eyes and exclaimed, "The 9 heavens continents hexagram stone." The corner of Mo Shangxing's mouth twitched. Jun Patriarch, you're using my dimension's high-level spirit stones as a wager. This is too much. Everyone, Jun Changshao said in a clear voice, whoever defeats my disciple can take away 500,000 hexagram stones. As soon as he said this, the powerhouses of the various dimensions' eyes shone with a scorching light. There were many types of spirit stones in the mortal dimension. It was not that there were no higher-level spirit stones, but in the battlefield, the hexagram stone was undoubtedly one of the most powerful series. In the face of such temptation, who could resist it? Fight. They had to fight. Jun Patriarch, a Xian-labeled martial artist, said loudly, "I'm willing to experience the strength of your esteemed Sect's disciples." If he won, he would be able to obtain 500,000 hexagram stones, and he would not have to worry about resources anymore. If he lost, he would only lose 10,000 spiritual stones. It was definitely worth the gamble. Furthermore, most of the Sect of all time's disciples standing near the ring were only at the middle tier, except for a few who were at the peak of the yellow tier. Not to mention 1 against 10, even 50 wouldn't be a problem. Please come to the stage. Jun Changshao cupped his fists and said. Shua! That dark label martial artist jumped up. Damn it, he beat me to it. The cultivators from the other planes who were eager to give it a try now had a trace of regret in their eyes. After all, this was the same as giving away spirit stones for free. They actually didn't step forward immediately. Everyone, don't panic. Jun Changshao said. If this friend wins, the arena battle will continue. Whoever wins will receive 500,000 hexagram stones. Alright. The regret in everyone's eyes was replaced by passion once again. Mo Shangxing's expression was very interesting. No. Jun Patriarch was definitely not someone who was kicked in the head by a donkey. If he dared to play so crazily, then he must have absolute confidence. City Lord Mo, who had never lost his IQ, began to think seriously. However, the more he thought, the more he broke down. The more he thought, the more he felt that this guy was not kicked in the head by a donkey. Although there were more than 300 Sect of all time's disciples with excellent aptitude, most of them were very ordinary. It was impossible for 10 of them to fight against one dark label. It was really illogical. Let's fight. At this moment, Jun Changshao jumped down from the ring and waved his hand. Shua, shua, shua. 10 Sect of all time's disciples flew up and cupped their fists at the Xian-labeled martial artist. Mo Shangxing broke down even more. The disciples that Jun Patriarch sent out were all at the mid-tier of the yellow label. Without a core disciple with excellent aptitude to lead them, wasn't it the same as giving away spirit stones for free to fight against a genuine Xian-labeled martial artist? Thinking about how he exchanged the 6-pointed star stone with that guy but gave it away for free, City Lord Mo immediately clutched his chest and showed a pained expression. It was already like this. He would send his subordinates up first and take back as much as he could. On the ring, the 10 Sect of all time's disciples were waiting solemnly. After Jun Changshao said start, they quickly separated and surrounded the Xian-labeled martial artist. Huff huff. Huff huff huff. Waves of air that seemed to come from ancient times spread out. A light barrier that seemed to have materialized instantly appeared. Array? Mo Shangxing suddenly realized. No wonder Jun Patriarch wanted to send low-tier disciples to fight against high-level martial artists. It turned out that the disciples had cultivated a combination array. The 9 Heavens continent also had a similar array. Once it was used, the power formed was much stronger than that of an individual. However, could 10 mid-tier yellow label martial artists rely on this combination array to defeat a high-level Xian-labeled martial artist? It shouldn't be possible, right? Mo Shangxing thought that even if the Sect of all time's disciples had the support of the array, it was already impressive enough to defeat a peak yellow label martial artist. It was a bit of a fantasy to think that they could surpass a major realm. However, in a short 10 minutes, the 10 disciples removed the 4 directions heaven and earth array. The Xian-labeled martial artist who gambled for resources collapsed on the ring. We lost. Mo Shangxing stared and said, We actually lost. Thank you for letting us win. Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, Please go to the counter at the side to pay 10,000 spirit stones. The Xian-labeled martial artist stood up with difficulty and obediently took out the spirit stones. In terms of quality, it was obviously higher than the natural spirit stones of the falling star continent. Who else wants to fight? Me. A stronger Xian-labeled martial artist jumped onto the ring. After Jun Changshao briefly analyzed the martial artist's strength, he ordered Li Tiantian to lead 9 disciples to fight and then defeat them, earning another 10,000 spirit stones. No way? What kind of array did they use? It can actually defeat a high-level martial artist with a lower realm? Everyone was a little dumbfounded. I'll do it. I'll do it. A small mountain of 500,000 6-pointed star stones shone brightly in front of them, forcing the Xian-labeled martial artists to go onto the ring. They were defeated time and time again and had to hand over their spirit stones. It only took 4 to 5 hours. There were as many as 100 martial artists from different planes who challenged the array. In the end, all of them were defeated without exception, allowing Jun Changshao to obtain 1,000,000 spirit stones. The quality of the spirit stones from other planes was higher than the natural spirit stones of the falling star continent. Therefore, strictly speaking, it was equivalent to 3 to 5 million spirit stones. Didn't I earn it back? Jun Changshao was delighted. Setting up an arena on the battlefield not only allowed the disciples to better familiarize themselves with the 4 directions heaven and earth array, but also to obtain high-quality spirit stones to make up for the deficit of building the 9 stars moon catcher array. It was definitely killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Of course, the powerhouses of the various planes were not fools. After none of the Xian-labeled martial artists won, they realized that the array used by the disciples of the Sect of all times had the ability to fight above their level. Thus, they all shifted their gazes away from the mountain of 6-pointed star stones. 500,000 high-grade spirit stones was indeed very attractive, but they could only see it and not obtain it. Moreover, they had to pay 10,000 spirit stones for it. They definitely could not go up. The current situation was that no one dared to challenge it. Alright. They could only go with the next plan. Jun Changshao said loudly, "Everyone, this challenge is not limited to the Xian-labeled martial artists. The Earth-labeled martial artists can also go up. The winner will give me 1,000,000 six-pointed star stones, and the loser will give me 100,000 spirit stones." Really? The eyes of the Earth-labeled martial artists lit up. Jun Changshao said, "The rules will definitely have to be changed. We will send 50 to 200 yellow-labeled disciples to fight the Earth-labeled martial artists." 50? Mo Shangxing almost fell to the ground. It was undeniable that the strength displayed by the 10 disciples of the Sect of all times in the 100 battles just now had surprised him. But now they were going to fight the Earth-labeled martial artists who were 2 levels below them with the same level. Not to mention 50 or 200, even if they had several times their number, they would still not be able to win. Still, Jun Patriarch had absolute confidence that he could let a small number of yellow-labeled disciples defeat the Earth-labeled martial artists using arrays? Isn't this too nonsensical? Another few hours passed. City Lord Mo stood unsteadily on the spot, the expression on his face brilliant beyond compare. Because more than 10 Earth-labeled martial artists had gone up one after another, and the result was that they had all been defeated. What he found most difficult to accept was that in the battle that had just ended, an Earth-labeled martial artist had actually been defeated by 50 disciples of the Sect of all times. "Thank you for letting me win." Li Qingyang, who was standing on the stage, clasped his hands and said. Beside him were Lu Qianqian, Su Xiaoma, Xiao Ziji, Yi Xingchen, He Wudi, Li Fei, Tianqi, Long Xiang, Song Xianzhou, Ling Yuanxue, Mu Honglian, and the others. No wonder they had lost. These 50 martial artists were all core disciples of the Sect of all times. Chapter 1198. Lu Qianqian, Li Qingyang, and the others were the core disciples of the Sect of all times. Their aptitude and cultivation were not bad, so Jun Changshao felt that it was a bit of a waste of talent for not sending them out to fight against the Dark Marquis. They had to fight against the higher-level Earth Marquis. The results did not disappoint Go Xing. Li Qingyang and the others fought more than 10 battles in a row. The number of people who fought was determined by the strength of their opponent. In the end, they won beautifully and earned him another 1,000,000 spirit stones. They had even managed to defeat a martial saint-level powerhouse with only 50 of them. This deeply shocked the powerhouses of this plane. There was a difference of 2 levels. A mere 50 yellow-grade powerhouses defeated an earth-grade powerhouse. This was too unreal. However, when the crowd looked at the disciples who were standing in all kinds of postures on the stage and felt the fierce aura they released, they felt that it was natural for them to win. Jun Patriarch's disciples are all dragons among men. Mo Shangxing gave an extremely high evaluation. Admiration rose in his eyes. It was normal for the sect to have amazing disciples. If there was a group of amazing disciples, it was simply too terrifying. In his eyes, Lu Qianqian, Li Qingyang, and the others were all worth the effort of a certain faction to nurture. At that moment, Mo Shangxing could completely imagine that once these Sect of all times disciples increased their cultivation level in the future, they would definitely be a group of monsters that would cause people to tremble in fear at the mere mention of their name. More importantly, those who nurtured a group of monsters were also super monsters themselves. Terrifying. The more Mo Shangxing thought about it, the more shocked he became. Jun Changshao did not know that he was crazily imagining the future. Instead, he smiled and said, "Is there anyone else coming up?" The powerhouses of the various planes fell silent. After more than 10 battles, they already understood that the Sect of all times relied on a special array to fight with higher-level martial artists with the smallest number of people and the lowest level of cultivation. If they went up, they would just be giving away money. It was only now that the various cultivators truly understood that the reason Jun Changshao dared to make such a losing deal was because he had absolute confidence in himself. If we want to win a large amount of spirit stones from him, our heads must have been kicked by a donkey. If it had been in the past, after being blackmailed by Jun Changshao, the cultivators would have been both pained and angry. But now they were thoroughly convinced of their loss. After all, Jun Changshao hadn't used any forceful methods, and a low-level disciple had defeated them fair and square. This was the brilliance of Guoxing. They had clearly set up an arena to make up for the 9 stars moon enclosing Great Array, but in the end, none of the martial artists who lost had any complaints. Since ancient times, true feelings could not keep people. Only tricks could win people's hearts. Since no one is coming up to the stage, the battle is over. Everyone dispersed. After the Xian and Earth battles, he had obtained more than 2 million high-quality spirit stones. This was enough to make up for his previous losses. Therefore, Jun Changshao had the idea of returning to his sect. Moreover, after so many battles, the disciples had not lost even once. Who would be so foolish as to come up and give away money? Jun Patriarch. Mo Shangxing cupped his fists and said, "Farewell! Farewell! Farewell!" Jun Changshao cupped his fists one by one. However, just as he was about to lead the disciples into the falling star continent's stronghold, a gentle voice came from behind. "Wait a moment." Whoosh! Whoosh! The various cultivators who were about to leave all stopped and looked into the distance. They saw the beautiful and noble Rose Queen walking over with a group of Soul Race subordinate. Jun Changxiao's expression became interesting. He didn't turn around, nor did he use his spiritual thoughts. Just from the voice, he knew who it was. He forgot. This woman was also in the planar battlefield. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the other disciples all turned to look. Third senior brother. Li Fei whispered, "This woman's aura is so strong." Su Xiaomo rubbed his chin and said, "She should have an extremely high status." Senior sister. Ling Yuanxue transmitted, "She's so beautiful." It was said that men cared about women. In fact, women cared about women too. Especially someone as beautiful and noble as Rose Queen. Lu Qianqian didn't say anything. Her face and eyes were as cold as ice as usual. Many disciples were paying attention to Rose Queen's appearance and aura. Only He Wudi and Yi Xingchen cared about the invisible powerful aura she emitted. They concluded that this woman's strength was extraordinary. Whoosh! Whoosh! The various cultivators, including Mo Shangxing, all made way. The Sect of All Time's disciples instantly realized that this woman must have an extraordinary status on the battlefield. As expected, when she walked over, the various cultivators all cupped their fists and said, "Madame June, Madame June?" She had the same surname as the patriarch. Thud. Rose Queen stopped in front of the arena and looked at Jun Changshao, whose back was still facing her. She said in a slightly resentful tone, "Why didn't you tell me you were coming?" Li Qingyang, Su Xiaomo, and the others were stunned. She was exuding a superior aura just now. How did she become so friendly when talking to the patriarch? Mo Shangxing and the others were also muttering in their hearts. Rose Queen was Jun Changxiao's wife, which was equivalent to the patriarch's wife. Why didn't the disciples salute her when they saw her? Strange. Too strange. Jun Changxiao's back was still facing her. He said calmly, "Why should I inform you? Where's my sword?" The system said, "I'm going to cut this destined to forever alone." Jun Changxiao's indifferent attitude made Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others realize that the patriarch must have a grudge against her, so they all became vigilant. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the atmosphere became solemn. Rose Queen glanced at the disciples of the Sect of All Times who were on guard. She said, "Are these your disciples? They seem to have some misunderstanding about me." "Let's go," Jun Changshao said calmly. After that, he walked towards the stronghold. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others followed closely behind, but they still maintained a high level of vigilance towards that woman. Mo Shangxing and the others muttered to themselves again. From the conversation between the couple, their relationship seemed to be a little tense. Could it be that they had quarreled? Could it be that they were having a cold war? No wonder the disciples of the sect of all times did not salute the patriarch's wife when they saw her. After all, if there was a conflict between the two, they would definitely lean towards the patriarch. Jun Changshao. Rose Queen said angrily, "When are you going to run away?" Jun Changshao pretended not to hear and continued to walk towards the stronghold. With so many core disciples present, if they knew that he and this woman were husband and wife, his reputation would be ruined. Go. Go quickly. Seeing that guy gradually walk away from her, Rose Queen bit her lips, her eyes filled with resentment. Ahem. At that moment, Mo Shangxing walked out to smooth things over and said, "Jun Patriarch, as the saying goes, a quarrel at the head of the bed will end at the end of the bed. There's no need for a husband and wife to brood over a small conflict." Li Qingyang and the others stood rooted to the ground, their expressions blank. A quarrel at the head of the bed will end at the end of the bed? A husband and wife? That's right. One of the big shots from the other dimension advised. Jun Patriarch and Madame Jun are husband and wife and are destined to spend the rest of their lives together. They can't treat each other as enemies just because of a small conflict in their lives. The disciples of the sect of all times looked at Jun Changshao with interesting expressions. They were not fools. From the words of the various powerhouses, they had already analyzed that this woman and the patriarch were husband and wife. As for Madame Jun, it was not because they shared the same surname, but a polite way of addressing the man's spouse. Patriarch. Su Xiaoma could not help but exclaim, "When did you have a wife?" Chapter 1199. Plop! Below the ring, Su Xiaoma fell down with a big bump on his head. Then his eyelids rolled up and white foam came out of his mouth. He looked very miserable. All the disciples lowered their heads and mourned for their third senior brother. However, this woman with both beauty and temperament turned out to be the patriarch's wife. It was too unexpected. If Elder Wei, who was eating in the cafeteria, knew about this, he would definitely spit out everything on the spot. With the patriarch's hopeless EQ, he married a beautiful wife. It was simply, he really saw a ghost. "Oh my God!" Ling Yuanxue covered her mouth and said in surprise, "When did the patriarch get married?" Mu Honglian was also very surprised. The patriarch only cared about managing the sect. He had never heard of any love affairs outside. How could a wife suddenly jump out? The female disciples had their own thoughts, and the male disciples had their own thoughts. For example, Li Fei and Tianqi, after a short moment of confusion, they all secretly said, "This woman is the patriarch's wife. Isn't she the patriarch's wife? Should I salute?" Waiting online. Urgent. Schwa. At this moment, Jun Changshao turned around and pointed to Mo Shangxing and the big shot who just talked too much. He said in a deep voice, Jun Changshao's reputation is ruined by the two of you today." Yes. He and the Rose Queen were married and had the title of husband and wife. But how could this matter be known to the disciples? After all, it was related to the tall and mighty image of the sect master. Now it was all right. The two guys echoed each other, and all the disciples understood what they meant. Mo Shangxing and the nameless big shot had a black face. "We just came forward to persuade you and your wife based on the principle of, it's better to destroy 10 temples than to destroy a marriage. Why are you holding a grudge?" Careless. Mo Shangxing said regretfully, "I only wanted to persuade the two to get back together. I completely ignored the fact that a patriarch needs face in this kind of situation." Jun Patriarch. He hurriedly said, "You and Madame Jun are family. If you have any conflicts, you can resolve them privately. I shouldn't." Boom! Before he could finish, Mo Shangxing unlocked his new form and flew into the sky, turning into the brightest star in the sky. Jun Changshao clenched his fists and looked at the nameless big shot. Gulp. The man swallowed a mouthful of saliva and hurriedly said, Jun Patriarch, as the saying goes, even an upright official finds it difficult to resolve a family dispute. I also, boom. Another shining star appeared in the sky. After knocking away the two helpers, Jun Changshao turned around and said coldly, Get lost. Swoosh. Whoosh. The experts from other dimensions fully displayed their martial arts techniques, movement techniques, reincarnation speed, and other things. In just a short while, there was no one left in the arena. This was the demeanor of an expert. PFFF. PFFF. Below the ring, Su Xiaoma's eyelids were still rolling, and he was foaming at the mouth. The surrounding atmosphere was very oppressive. Patriarch Li Qingyang mustered up his courage and sent a voice transmission, Is this really your wife? Many disciples also wanted to ask, but because of Su Xiaoma's example, no one dared to speak. Only second senior brother, who had always been calm, dared to open his mouth. Husband. At this moment Rose Queen spoke, Your disciple doesn't seem to know that we have already gotten married in the Soul Race continent, right? Li Fei, Tianqi, and the others were enlightened. It turned out that the Patriarch had sneaked into the Soul Race continent and not only brought back a lot of resources, but he also took a wife. No wonder he was a little absent-minded at that time. No wonder he went there every few days. Needless to say, Jun Changshao had gone to the Soul Race continent more than once or twice. Although the disciples didn't know what he went there for, they all saw it with their own eyes. At first, they didn't think much of it. But now that the woman said that they got married in the Soul Race continent, it really made people's imagination run wild. We can't hide it. The system said, It's better to admit it to the disciples. Besides, with the host's appearance and identity, not to mention having a wife, even if you have 3,000 beauties, it's normal. No one will laugh at you. Although Mo Shangxing and the nameless big boss were sent flying, the real assistant king was still in the body, even making Jun Changshao helpless. Ah! Where's my saber? Where's my saber? Go Xing's mentality collapsed. In the end, he angrily roared, Yes, we got married in the Soul Race continent, but… Shua! Shua! Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others bowed together and said loudly, Disciple greets the Patriarch's wife. Their voices were loud and clear, rippling the sky. After Mo Shangxing, who had just landed, heard it, he rubbed his chest and stood up from the pit, saying, It seems that they have reconciled. Sigh, I really meddled in other people's business. Thinking of the way Jun Changshao looked at him before, he couldn't help but shudder, secretly saying, Will this guy come to extort me? Returning to the Starfall continent's stronghold. Hearing the words, Disciple greets the Patriarch's wife, Jun Changshao was so angry that he almost vomited blood on the spot. How the hell did I raise a bunch of lunatics? You are all my husband's disciples? Rose Queen smiled and said, Yes. Li Qingyang and the others said loudly. The Patriarch's wife was the Patriarch's wife. As disciples, they had to show enough respect. Rose Queen and Jun Changshao's disciples met for the first time, so naturally, they didn't have a greeting gift. So, she waved her hand lightly, and 1,000 high-grade spirit stones floated in front of each of them, saying, Following my husband has made you suffer. Take these resources. Thank you, Madam Patriarch's wife, for the reward. Xiao Ziji, Li Fei, and the others unceremoniously put the spirit stones into their space rings, secretly saying, She is indeed the Patriarch's wife, so fastidious. Jun Changshao, who had the urge to vomit blood, saw that Rose Queen had given his disciples so many high-grade spirit stones, all of which were extorted from the vast continent. He sneered in his heart and said, This woman is really stupid. The system secretly muttered, I think the host is stupid. She took the spirit stones to leave a good impression on the disciples. She can't deny her identity as the Patriarch's wife. However, Even the most stable Li Qingyang accepted the spirit stones, only Lu Qianqian turned a blind eye to the resources in front of her. Why don't you accept it? Rose Queen looked over curiously. She had noticed this woman who seemed to be shrouded in frost when she came. In terms of appearance, Ling Yuanshu and Mu Honglian were not bad, but Lu Qianqian easily became the focus of the disciples because she cultivated the ice element. Not interested. Lu Qianqian said lightly and waved her hand to push away the spirit stones in front of her. There was no fluctuation of emotion between her eyebrows. Rose Queen smiled and said, "You are dressed differently from them. Are you not a disciple?" But she looked at Jun Changshao and said, "My husband once mentioned a lover in the falling star continent?" Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others suddenly widened their eyes. Oh my God! These words were a bit valiant. Bullshit! Jun Changshao roared, "I didn't say that." Lu Qianqian frowned, and there was a trace of coldness in her clear eyes. Rose Queen gently raised her head, and the supreme aura of a king burst out, with a smile on her face. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The two women looked at each other, and the cold and strange aura instantly filled the entire arena. Terrible! Too terrible! Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others shivered, and their scalps were about to explode under the long gaze of the two women. The calmest was Su Xiaoma, because the whole chapter, from the beginning to the end, still made people feel heartache and lie on the ground, foaming at the mouth. Chapter 1200. Back in the Soul Continent, in order to get rid of Queen Rose, Jun Changshao said that he had 3,600 rooms, including her. The system had once ridiculed him for his boasting. Today, when Queen Rose saw Lu Qianqian, who was dressed differently from the other disciples and had a beautiful appearance, she easily thought that she was one of her husband's lovers. Li Qingyang and the others were silent. The atmosphere around them and the two women staring at each other for a long time, although it was not in the category of martial arts, why did it feel so scary? How could Su Xiaoma be a spy? He was smart. When he realized that the situation was wrong, he immediately lay on the ground and forced himself to foam. Jun Changshao's expression was very ugly. He came to the battlefield to cultivate his disciples' understanding of formations and earn some spirit stones to make up for the deficit. Why did the situation suddenly change? Cough cough. The system complained, "This is the rhythm of a fire in the backyard. Get lost." Jun Changshao was annoyed. Just as he was about to explain to his disciples that there was a reason for his marriage with Queen Rose, he saw Lu Qianqian turn around and walk toward the falling star continent's stronghold. Eldest senior sister left just like that? Everyone was stunned. The cold aura in the air just now had already made them start to imagine the scene of the two women about to fight. What are you waiting for? Jun Changshao scolded. All of you, return to the sect. Yes. Li Qingyang and the others got up and went to the falling star continent's stronghold. After watching them leave, Queen Rose smiled and said, "Your disciples have good aptitudes and strength." Rose of flowers. Jun Changshao said angrily, "Stop pestering me. That cold woman is not bad looking. My husband has a good eye for choosing a lover," Queen Rose said with a smile. Jun Changshao roared, "That's my eldest disciple." Eldest disciple? Queen Rose was rather surprised. Aren't teacher-student relationships the most taboo in a plane like the Starfall continent? Having fought in the various major planes for a long time, he had a good understanding of the human race. The relationship between a teacher and a student was often the most unacceptable to the people of the world. In fact, it was even against common sense. If my husband dares to do this, it means that he is not a person who will stick to the rules. Rose Queen smiled and said, "He will definitely achieve great things in the future." Jun Changshao roared, "She's not my lover, she's just my disciple." Husband, you don't have to explain yourself in such a flustered manner. Actually, I don't care how many lovers you have, Rose Queen said. Jun Changshao was about to vomit blood. This is the truth, okay? Why is it that the more I explain, the more I try to cover it up? Li Fei. This seat is extremely uncomfortable. Li Fei, Li Qingyang, and Li Tiantian were not here. If the host could resist the temptation of the mission, then none of this would have happened. So, in the end, you reap what you sow, the system said sharply. Jun Changshao felt a sharp pain in his heart. He chose to marry Rose Queen because he wanted to become the regent. However, he only wanted to run away after the mission was completed. Who would have thought that this woman would stick to him? I just wanted to see you. Now that I have seen you, I don't care anymore. The stronghold still needs to be developed. I will leave first. Rose Queen left with her subordinate. She left as soon as she said she would, never looking back. This was a very career-minded woman. She knew that she came to the battlefield for a mission, so she would not be unable to extricate herself because of emotional problems. First disciple? On the way, Rose Queen thought to herself, is it really that simple? Puff, puff, puff. Below the arena, Su Xiaomao was still foaming at the mouth. His mouth was already numb. Jun Changshao said in annoyance, stand up for this seat. Swish. Su Xiaomao instantly stood up from the state of playing dead and said with a blank face, who am I? Where am I? Where is this place? Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Jun Changshao grabbed Su Xiaomao's ear and walked into the stronghold angrily. He used the portal to return to the Falling Star continent. The joy of setting up the arena and earning millions of spirit stones instantly became extremely irritated because of Rose Queen's appearance. After returning to the sect, he locked himself in his room. Puff. In the medical hall, Elder Wei spat out the tea in his mouth and said, how did you know? Su Xiaomao was surprised. Judging from Elder Wei's words, could it be that he already knew? After returning to the sect, this guy came to the medical hall immediately to see how the patriarch would react when he learned that he had a wife. However, Su Xiaomao did not know that Jun Changshao had returned from the Soul Continent and told Elder Wei about the marriage. Where is the patriarch? He locked himself in his room and never came out. Sigh. Elder Wei shook his head and said, indecisiveness will lead to trouble. He had already reminded Jun Changshao that they were all adults and should talk things out and part on good terms. However, from the current situation, it seemed that he was falling deeper and deeper. When it came to the relationship between a man and a woman, even an experienced strongest king like himself had suffered greatly, let alone the sect master who had an extremely low EQ. The news of Jun Changshao and Rose Queen's marriage was known by several hundred disciples. After he returned, he locked himself up and didn't tell them not to spread the news. Thus, in just a day, the entire sect knew about it. Earthquake. It was definitely a huge earthquake. It's hard to imagine that the patriarch actually got married in secret. Senior brother, is our patriarch's wife beautiful? The disciples' gossipy hearts burned fiercely. They were not in the mood to cultivate for the time being. Especially Lu Wanshi and Yao Menjing. From breakfast to dinner, they were still unhappy because they could not go to the planar battlefield and see the patriarch's wife with their own eyes. Jun Changshao's relationship problems became the hottest topic in the sect. After all, he was the leader of a sect and the leader of a group of followers. Night. Jun Changshao flew and landed in the main hall. The system said, "The host is never sloppy when dealing with many things, but he is always hesitant when it comes to relationships." "What are you trying to say?" Jun Changshao said unhappily. The system said, "What I want to say is that there is no perfect person in this world, and the host is no exception. I never had any feelings for the Rose Queen." Jun Changshao said angrily in his heart. The system said, "You didn't before, but you do now." It was hidden in Jun Changshao's body, and could see his thoughts. Indeed, they did not have any feelings in the beginning. Even when they got married, it was just for the sake of the mission. However, in the subsequent contact, they first joined forces to fight against the handsome man, then fought against the upper realm's sanctions together. Not to mention that they developed feelings during this period, they should have developed some revolutionary friendship. With the host's previous personality, you could have explained it clearly in front of me. Why didn't you do so? Since you have no feelings for the Rose Queen, why did you protect her when she was being punished by the Thunder Calamity? Wouldn't all your troubles be gone if she died? She's right. You've been running away from the deepest thoughts in your heart, and deliberately pretending to be an emotionless killer. Jun Changshao remained silent the entire time. I'm done. The system said, I hope the host can also face his own heart. Chapter 1201. Jun Changshao laid in the main hall for the whole night and thought about many things. In the end, he suppressed all the messy things and focused on cultivating and developing the sect. As for Rose Queen, I won't go to the battlefield in the future. If the big shots knew about this, they would be so happy that they would set off firecrackers to celebrate. The next day, Jun Changshao came to the mission pavilion and instructed the disciples to complete the missions as soon as possible so that they could increase the sect's level and increase the number of members and contribution points. Maybe it was to continue escaping. He tried his best to turn himself into a workaholic. He visited all the halls and made arrangements one after another. This, Tao Yuan was a little confused. The Patriarch came to the Battle Cavalry Hall and ordered the members to pay more attention to hygiene. It was a little too strange. Schweringray said, Since it's an order, hurry up and carry it out. Yes. Therefore, on the same day, a large number of Battle Cavalry Hall members took brooms and started cleaning. Soon, the Battle Cavalry Peak was clean. The Medical Hall and Drizzle Hall didn't stay idle either. They all took action to clean up. The most miserable one was the Spirit Beast Hall. Hall leader Z brought Elder Nyo and the others to pick up the beast feces in the Iron Bone Mountain according to the Patriarch's instructions. Damn! Who pooped this? It stinks. King, you stepped on it. Ah! Pass down the order. Whoever dares to urinate anywhere in the mountain will be deducted all the beast cores that they should give every month. Dusk came. Under the efforts of all the halls, the sect of all times looked brand new. Of course, the disciples didn't dare to talk about the Patriarch's wife in private because the Patriarch had ordered that anyone who disobeyed would be punished in the discipline hall. Strange. Li Qingyang didn't understand. Why haven't I seen Senior Sister? After returning from the battlefield, Senior Sister entered the Ninth Heaven Mystery Realm alone, Li Tiantian said. Ninth Heaven Mystery Realm, Ice Layer Sky. In the snowy world, Lu Qianqian stood on the ice mountain like a proud plum in winter. She had spent most of her time in this world where the ice attribute was extremely strong, and her understanding of the ice attribute had deepened. Grand Elder, I've already comprehended the 6th level of Taishuan's Ice Heart technique, but why is it still difficult for me to achieve a state of mind as still as water? Lu Qianqian's brows showed a trace of confusion and distress. It was one of the 2 divine-level mental cultivation methods from the old man in Taishan. She had been practicing it for a long time. During that time, she had inherited the Ice Emperor's inheritance in Luzhou in the northeast. It should have been easy for her to practice it, but the result was not satisfactory. Every time he was about to touch that realm, he would always fail at the crucial moment. Hey! Suddenly, a shout came from the foot of the mountain. It was unknown when Jun Changshao had appeared in the icy heavens. He was sitting cross-legged on the ice rock. Although he was wearing thin clothes, he was not affected by the cold at all. Lu Qianqian's tone was as cold as ever. Does the Patriarch have any orders? Don't misunderstand, Jun Changshao said. Lu Qianqian turned around and looked at him with cold eyes. What misunderstanding? Jun Changshao said rather awkwardly. I didn't say anything outside. Don't be fooled by that woman. Patriarch, you're overthinking. Lu Qianqian said lightly. This disciple didn't overthink and didn't misunderstand. That's good. Jun Changshao jumped down from the ice rock and said, I won't disturb your practice. Oh, right. Before leaving, he turned around and said, if you have time, help your fellow disciples. Among the two most unsociable disciples in the sect, Yi Xingchen had already entered the Lingyan pavilion. Only Lu Qianqian did not meet the requirement. There were only 24 places in the Lingyan pavilion, so Jun Changshao hoped that the eldest disciple could enter and obtain the corresponding rewards to improve herself. Although Goxing strived to be fair and just among the disciples, Lu Qianqian was the first to enter the sect, so he was more or less biased. Li Luoqiu could see it. So when she had nothing to do, she would tease him. Ding! Disciple Yang Yuhua has completed a sect mission and received 50 contribution points and 50 achievement points. Ding! Sect contribution points. 601-007-0000. Ding! Sect achievement points. 401-107-0000. After being forbidden to talk about the patriarch's wife, the disciples returned to their usual lives and continued to do sect missions. Almost every once in a while, Jun Changshao would hear a notification sound. There will be an extra 20,000 contribution points after completing all of them, so I have to spend them first. Schwa. He opened the high-level store and continued to browse the items given after the last refresh. This guy had developed a habit. Once he bought something he needed, he would not pay attention to it. When he needed to use his contribution points, he would pull it out and continue to look. The main thing was that he did not dare to look. Almost all of the items in the high-level store were useful and had purchase value. If he could not control this, he would soon declare bankruptcy. Schwa. Suddenly, Jun Changshao jumped up from his chair and said excitedly, "Half-step Wu Xing pill?" That's right. In the last row of the high-level store, the words "half-step Wu Xing pill formula" were clearly written. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Almost crazy laughter came out of the study room and immediately resounded throughout the sect of all times. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji, who were busy, heard it and shook their heads. The patriarch has gone crazy again. Sigh. Elder Wei, who was standing in the herb garden, said helplessly, "If emotional matters are tortured for a long time, it will make people lose their minds." Half-step Wu Xing pill. As the name implied, it could allow Wu Huang to break through to the peak instantly after taking it. Jun Changshao had the Martial Master pill, Martial King pill, and the Surge Talisman that could temporarily increase one's cultivation. Now, he also had the pill to enter the Half-Saint realm. It was really a dragon that could raise several realms in one go. However, it was a little expensive. It required 30,000 contribution points. I have to buy it even if it costs 100,000. Jun Changshao bought it without hesitation and automatically clicked on the elixir pavilion. When he saw the hundreds of herbs listed, the corner of his mouth twitched. There are too many ingredients. Not only did the half-step Wu Xing pill require a lot of ingredients, but the quality was also very high. Especially the main ingredients, which were more than 10 types of saint grade. It's too far away. Jun Changshao was speechless. It's already good enough to get one set. His previous excitement and high spirits immediately cooled down when he saw the required ingredient. He almost wanted to bang his head against the wall. The half-step Wu Xing pill was useless to him, but he could give it to his disciples, such as Li Qingyang and Yi Xingchen, who were stuck at the peak of Wu Huang. However, if it couldn't be mass-produced, it would be meaningless. No. Jun Changshao said, "I have to find a way to get the ingredients. You can go to the battlefield and find the 9 heavens continent and other planes to exchange for them." The system suggested. Jun Changshao's expression became interesting. "I already said that I won't go to the plain battlefield. Are these pills here to slap me in the face?" "Right." Jun Changshao's eyes lit up. "I can go to the Starry Sky Fortress. There's an underground black market there. I should be able to buy the ingredients to refine the half-step Wu Xing pill." The system said, "The fortress master is still looking for the host. Wouldn't you be walking into a trap if you go there?" Chapter 1202. That's where you don't understand. Jun Changshao said, "The more dangerous a place is, the safer it is. Moreover, I can disguise myself and sneak in under an alias. At the same time, I can find out more about the Starry Sky Fortress." "Don't go." The system dissuaded him. "If you're discovered, you'll be in trouble. That's for sure." Jun Changshao said, "After hearing what you said, I'm 100 times more confident now. The most powerful face-slapping system. Since he said that he would be discovered if he went, he would definitely have a smooth journey and be safe." The system was speechless. "My face-slapping function can be used by the host like this? Let's talk about it later." Jun Changshao said in disdain, "I've fought against hundreds of super battlefield spirits on the battlefield. Even the upper realm can't do anything to them. Who in the mortal universe can do it?" The system asked, "If the host doesn't have the support of his wife and the stone statue's power, can you defeat the black and white double ghosts?" This, Jun Changshao fell silent. Without relying on various trump cards, he really didn't think that he could defeat the experts from the upper realm who were suppressed. The system said, "The two of them should be at the strongest level in the mortal universe. Maybe there are experts of this level in the Starry Sky Fortress?" "You mean," Jun Changshao said with a serious expression, "there might be experts from the upper realm in the Starry Sky Fortress?" The system went crazy. "What I mean is that there's always someone better than you. You can't underestimate the martial artists from the mortal universe. Why did he bring them up to the upper realm?" "All right." The system said, "What you said makes sense. Since the black and white double ghosts used a special method to descend, there might be stowaways in the mortal universe. I understand now." Jun Changshao said in realization, "It's because there are people from the upper realm in the Starry Sky Fortress that stopped the system from stealing the fifth scroll." The system admired the host's imagination. However, it still roared, "I'll say this again. There's no such thing as something that can't be stolen. If you don't believe me, you can try buying it again." "What if I can't buy it?" "I'll eat 50 caddies of rice on the spot." "All right," Jun Changshao said, "even if I have to waste 20,000 contribution points, I'll still satisfy your bad taste." Although he said that, he knew that the system was not a human and did not have a physical body, so it could not do it. However, seeing how confident it was, he was a little tempted. The fifth scroll was hidden in the Starry Sky Fortress. He did not know if there were any stronger experts or stowaways inside. Even if he went there, he might not be able to find it. He might as well spend another 20,000 contribution points to buy it again. Furthermore, the power of the 7 profound sunglow break would increase significantly with each additional incomplete scroll. Buying it early and letting the disciples cultivate it early was no different from increasing the strength of the core. Schwa. He opened the purchased items column. Starry Sky Fortress. Guan Jiao and the old man were trembling as they knelt in the hall. "Master." A black-robed man standing behind him said coldly, "Their soul origins are incomplete. Every word they say cannot be trusted." The masked man sitting at the head of the table said in a cold voice, "I only asked you to gather information. How did you lose your soul origin?" Master, the kneeling Guan Jiao and the old man's body and voice were trembling. The masked man said indifferently, "Their soul origins are controlled by someone else. They should not be telling the truth. Drag them down and lock them in the 9 levels of hell." Hearing the words 9 levels of hell, Guan Jiao and the old man were so scared that their faces turned pale. Then, they collapsed on the ground powerlessly. As two people who lived in the fortress all year round, they naturally knew about the 9 levels of hell. That place was hell as its name suggested. Once locked in, no one could come out alive. Master, Guan Jiao and the old man shouted in despair, but they were still dragged down by several black-robed men. One was the master who had nurtured them for many years, while the other was someone who controlled their soul origin. They did not know what to do. "Master," the black-robed man standing in the hall said, "in my opinion, this matter must be related to the Starry Sky continent. Why don't you let me bring some people over to investigate?" The masked man said indifferently, "Don't disappoint me." On the same day, inside the fortress that was like a sturdy castle, dozens of starships flew out, heading towards the Starry Sky continent. "General," on the bow of the ship, an old man asked, "Guan Jiu and the old man were locked in the 9 levels of hell." "That's right," the leader said, "they are still in the 2nd level." The old man sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "The main culprit in the 2nd level of hell is said to be cruel and bloodthirsty. Those 2 fellows are probably dead." The leader said, "The main culprit in each level of hell, which one of them is easy to deal with?" The old man was silent. He had never been to the 9 levels of hell, but before he became a member of the Starry Sky Fortress, he had heard of this place. It was said that there were 9 different levels of hell cages, and each level of hell had a main culprit who was locked up forever due to various reasons. There were even rumors that the existence of the Starry Sky Fortress was ordered by the upper realm, and its purpose was to lock up the most rebellious, vicious, and evil criminals. The fortress master was equivalent to the prison warden. Of course, this was only a rumor. Because the Starry Sky Fortress had existed for a long time, and the fortress master had changed many times, it was hard to believe that this rumor came from the upper realm. But there was one thing that everyone agreed on. The 9 levels of hell had many powerful experts locked up, and the reason why they were locked up was because they had offended the fortress master. Creak! The huge stone door was gently pushed open, and a trace of light shone through the gap. Ka. Guan Jiu and the old man were wearing prison uniforms and anklets as they walked in step by step. Their legs and hands were trembling violently, especially when they felt the gloomy aura inside. Their scalps were about to explode. Creak! The stone door closed again, and a trace of light dissipated. The environment became extremely gloomy, and even more gloomy. Guan Jiu and the old man were martial emperors, and in the entire mortal universe, they could be considered as the top experts. But when they were in this place, they were so shocked that their souls left their bodies. Swish! Suddenly, a trace of red light flew in from afar, and hung in the air like a will-o'-the-wisp. They could only see the words, "2nd level of hell," which were formed by the bones of an unknown creature, gradually appearing. Woo-woo-woo! Woo-woo-woo! A cold wind blew over, and it sounded like the cries of ghosts and howls of wolves. Guan Jiu and the old man were so shocked that they felt a chill down their back. They subconsciously leaned forward, but suddenly felt something cold, so they hurriedly took a few steps back and turned around. "The 2 of you," a person with disheveled hair, whose hands and feet were bound by chains, stood in the middle of them. He raised his skinny hands and pushed aside his messy hair, revealing an extremely ferocious face. He smiled and said, "Have you washed your butt clean?" The voice was extremely gloomy, as if it came from the depths of hell. Deng deng deng! Guan Jiu and the old man took a few steps back in shock, and when they tried to see the words, "main culprit," carved on the prison uniform, they were shocked and said, Huoyen demon. Chapter 1203. Huoyenyao. He was a demon that appeared out of nowhere 10,000 years ago. This person was cruel and bloodthirsty. He had destroyed 50 planes in just a few years. His hands were stained with the blood of countless creatures. Later, for some reason, he was captured by the fortress master and locked in the 2nd level of hell. He was given a danger rating of C. The main criminals locked in the 9th level of hell all had danger ratings, which were A, B, C, and D. Among them, D was the last and A was the highest. The danger level was determined by the rating. Of course, Ordinary criminals would not be given a danger rating as long as they were not defined as the main criminals, no matter how high their cultivation level was. Guan Jiao and the old man had never seen Hui Yenyao before, but they had heard of his deeds and knew that he was locked in the second level of hell. Therefore, when they saw the word main criminal, they immediately guessed his identity. Finished. We are finished. Ha ha ha. Hui Yenyao laughed strangely. Then, he grabbed the two of them and put his left and right hands on their shoulders. He lowered his voice and said, "Since you know me, you should know my interests, right?" Their legs and stomachs were trembling violently. Every inch of their skin and every hair was trembling. Suddenly, Guan Jiao and the old man remembered that when they were chatting with their companions, they talked about this guy and learned that he had a bad hobby. That was, he liked to spank others. Because of this, they even cursed, "He is sick." Who would have thought that they would meet the main criminal locked in the second level of hell today? God, save us. The old man suppressed his fear and said, Senior Hui, I know, swoosh, swoosh. Hui Yenyao pulled the two of them closer. His voice was as gloomy as a demon from hell. He said, "If you know, then hurry up. I can't wait any longer." Guan Jiao, the old man. In order to live, in order to survive, the two of them chose to compromise with reality after a painful choice. Slap, slap, slap. One slap, two slaps. The crisp sound echoed in the second level of hell. After the prisoners who were hiding in the corner heard it, they were all horrified. They all subconsciously covered their swollen butt. Swoosh. At this moment, the space rippled slightly. Some kind of power suddenly appeared and flew down along the second level of hell. Hui Yenyao stopped and said in surprise, "That power has appeared again. It seems to be even stronger than before." In this layer of hell, he was the only one who had noticed the energy fluctuations. Swish. Soon, the invisible force penetrated the second layer of hell and merged with the third layer of hell. A burly man who was lying on a rocking chair with scars all over his body opened his eyes and said to himself, "Here we go again." Swish, swish. The invisible force passed through the fourth layer, the fifth layer, and so on. Whenever it passed through an infernal realm, the powerful beings within would sense it. Tsk, tsk, tsk. In the sixth level of hell, a tall and slender young man opened a folding fan with the words "the most handsome in the mortal world" written on it. He said, "There are all kinds of ancient formations in the 9 levels of hell, and there is actually a power that can penetrate them so easily. This is unbelievable." Swish, swish. The invisible force penetrated through the 7th and 8th layers. After passing through the 9th level, in the area that seemed to be filled with endless darkness, a large eyeball suddenly opened. It was covered in blood vessels, and it let out a low voice. "What kind of power is this?" At the bottom of the 9 levels of hell, there was a secret room that was sealed by a special array when Jun Changshao bought the 5th remnant scroll. At this moment, the stronghold master was inside and looking at the secret manual that was placed on the stone table. The remnant scroll that the 7 profound saint left behind contains the supreme quintessence. If one could comprehend it slightly, one's cultivation realm would increase by leaps and bounds. However, I have been studying it for hundreds of years. Why haven't I gained anything? Right at this moment, the stronghold master raised his head. A force that was hard to be seen by the naked eye pressed down from above and turned into an invisible hand that grabbed at the 5th remnant scroll. "Not good," the stronghold master exclaimed and formed a hand seal as fast as he could, releasing his soul force to reinforce it. The stronghold master's reaction was extremely fast, and the invisible hand's speed was also very fast. Before he could reinforce it with all kinds of seals, the remnant scroll disappeared with a swish. Because it was too domineering, it even brought about an intense backlash. PFFF. The stronghold master's meridians were affected, and he staggered back until he hit the barrier. Blood spurted out, and his face under the mask became extremely pale. He was dumbfounded. He was completely dumbfounded. The force that pressed down just now was much stronger than the first time. Fortunately, the process was very short, and it was so domineering that he didn't have time to suppress it. Otherwise, he might have died on the spot from the backlash. Thinking of this, the Stronghold Master was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. After gradually calming down, he looked at the empty stone table and once again spurted out blood because he couldn't suppress his injuries. This was a remnant scroll that contained a great opportunity and was usually regarded as a treasure. But now it had been stolen right under their noses. Who the hell could bear it? Ding! The host has spent 20,000 contribution points and obtained the 7 Profound Sunglow Remnant Scroll X1. It has been transferred to the interspatial ring. Ding! Sect contribution points 101,007,0000. When the notification ended, Jun Changxiao's interspatial ring had an additional 7 Profound Sunglow Remnant Scroll 5. He immediately beamed with joy. "Do you believe me now?" the system proudly said. "As long as you are serious, there is nothing that you can't buy. Please change from buy to steal, thank you." Jun Changxiao spent the contribution points and copied 100,000 copies of the remnant scroll. He thought to himself, 2 more and I can complete the 7 Profound Sunglow Remnant. This kind of high-quality, high-level martial arts technique could only show its value after learning all of them. Creak. The door closed. Yi Xingchen anxiously took out the 5th copy of the 7 Profound Sunglow Remnant Scroll and began to study it seriously. As a former martial emperor, as his realm became higher and higher, he could completely cultivate the martial arts that he had cultivated in his previous life. But now he was particularly fond of the 7 Profound Sunglow Remnant, because every time he learned a book, he would have a completely different understanding, and the power would obviously increase. What moon-slashing explosion! What supreme seal break! It was nothing in front of the 7 Profound Sunglow Remnant. Knight Emperor had changed. He became fond of the new and tired of the old. Similarly, He Wudi was also excited. He had already begun to comprehend it. In his previous world, he had fallen into the tragic situation of being hunted down by all kinds of powerhouses just for a fragment of a book. Now that he had come to the mortal plane, he could cultivate a book every now and then. He could cultivate 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. He was simply too happy. Senior 7 Profound. He Wudi's eyes shone with a determined luster. "I will not let you down. I will definitely do my best to assist the Sect of all times." The absolute core of the brainstorm trio had already completely believed that the Sect of all times was created by the 7 Profound Sage. Him being forced to come down to the mortal plane to become a member of the Sect was definitely arranged by Senior 7 Profound. Chapter 4. Chapter 1204. After distributing the 5th scroll, the disciples of the Sect of all times started to study it seriously. During this period of time, Jun Changxiao used the excess contribution points to buy many martial arts techniques. Some were high and some were low, but the 7 Profound Sunglow Break kept up with the rest of the scrolls and didn't get eliminated. For example, the Red Sky Raging Flame Slash. At the level of Martial King and Wu Huang, it could deal high damage. But as the level increased, the power would reach the upper limit and it would be hard to make substantial progress. This couldn't be helped. After all, martial arts techniques were divided into high and low levels. They were destined to be eliminated one day. Jun Changxiao's Rupturing Fist, Mountain Splitting Palm, and other first-generation martial arts that he had bought from the shop had also been relegated to the core disciples level. Of course, if there was an exit, there would be a replacement. After Jun Changxiao distributed the 5th scroll, he started to consider the future martial arts techniques of the Sect. Thus, He opened the technique pavilion and seriously chose high-level martial arts techniques to provide more endurance for the disciples. When Shangguan Xinyao was studying the array, she didn't forget the patriarch's advice and created all kinds of worthless martial arts. Now, she had accumulated a lot and could use them to exchange. In such a big sect, both the upper echelons and the disciples were doing their jobs. Even the little rooster was in charge of waking up early every day to give the sect a buff. I'll choose this Universe 9 Seals palm. Jun Changshao carefully read through the technique pavilion and used all the palm techniques created by Shangguan Xinyao to purchase the Universe 9 Seals palm. He actually wanted to buy this secret manual at first, but because he couldn't gather 999 palm techniques, he put it aside first. In the end, the author forgot about it. It didn't matter if it was too late or not. Since he had already bought it, the disciples had one more martial art technique in their library. Hoo-hoo! Hoo-hoo! On the martial arts field of the mountain peak where the disciples lived, 5 different attributes gradually appeared and then gathered at Yi Xingqian's fingertip, forming a colorful energy ball. So handsome! Junior brother Yi is too awesome! In just a few days, he comprehended the 5th scroll and successfully merged it with the first 4 scrolls. The disciples stood in the distance, their eyes filled with envy and admiration. He Wudi, who was sitting in front of the door, yawned. He had also learned and integrated the 5th remnant of the scroll, but he did not test its power in public, because it was not in line with his low-key luxurious character. Junior brother He closed the door. All right. Shua. At this moment, Yi Xingqian, who had gathered all his power, raised his hand and pointed his middle finger and index finger at the distant sky. Colorful energy shot out and dragged out a long beam of light. Boom! The sharp corners of the mountain peaks dozens of miles away were instantly blasted into powder. To be able to hit him from such a distance, that's too awesome. The disciples were so shocked that their jaws dropped. Yi Xingqian was also very surprised. After comprehending Fragmented Scroll 5, he was able to extract a type of energy from heaven and earth. Although it would become more powerful after fusing them together, it shouldn't be this powerful. Senior brother Yi. He Wudi transmitted his voice to Yi Xingqian. 4 martial arts like 7 mysterious light break. There will be a qualitative change after the 5 scrolls are fused together. Cultivating all 7 scrolls will also result in a qualitative change, so the increase in power is more obvious than cultivating the 4th scroll. I see. Humph. Yi Xingqian said coldly in his mind, do you think I don't need you to tell me that? After cultivating the 5 scrolls and fusing them together, the power would be greatly increased, which immediately stimulated the disciples of the faction and made them put more effort into comprehending the scrolls. A few days later, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others learned the scrolls one by one. After testing them, they were all overjoyed. They were stuck at the peak of Wu Huang. Even if they cultivated every day, their power would still be limited. Now that they had fused with the 5 scrolls, they would definitely feel great. A warrior's own martial arts was important, but martial arts techniques, weapons, and equipment were also indispensable. In the parallel space battlefield, Jun Changshao had given all the treasures he had stolen to his disciples. They could defeat the Xian warriors when they were fully equipped, but once they took them off, they had no choice but to be terrified. Creak. One day, Yi Xingqian closed the door again. Then, he skillfully pressed his back against the door. His hand that was holding the Universe 9 Seals palms was trembling slightly. The Patriarch had given him martial arts again. He had been especially diligent recently. No, his heart couldn't take it. After calming down, Yi Xingqian opened the first page of the scrolls. He saw that the first 3 palms could shake rivers and mountains, the middle 3 palms could shake the sun and moon, and the last 3 palms could reverse the universe. His eyes widened. Seriously? Or is he just bullshitting me? You will know after cultivating. Yi Xingqian hurriedly focused on comprehending the universe nine seals palms. He gradually understood it and said in surprise, "This palm martial art is more profound than any of the ones I have learned before. The nine heaven hidden realm could help the disciples break through faster. The four corners heaven and earth array could help the disciples have the power to fight against warriors of higher realms. The seven mysterious sunglow scrolls and the universe nine seals palms greatly enriched their martial arts library. There was also the half-step Wu Xing elixir that he had just bought but didn't have the materials to refine. This clearly showed that the author wasn't just playing around. He was frantically preparing for the upcoming storm so that the disciples would have the strength to face it instead of standing on the side and cheering for the patriarch. What kind of place is the Starry Sky Fortress? Jun Changshao sat in the study and thought. Although he had spent an extra 20,000 contribution points to buy the Universe Nine Seals palms, he wouldn't forget about this so-called Starry Sky Fortress. After all, the underground black market was very tempting to him. Let's go take a look after the Sect's level increases. Jun Changshao made up his mind. He took out the Universe Nine Seals palms and started cultivating. Patriarch. At this moment, Bai Luocha transmitted her voice, "Another warship is coming." In the endless universe outside the Starfall continent, the ancient warship gradually came to a stop. Jun Changshao, who was standing at the bow of the ship, could clearly see a dot of light rapidly approaching. Patriarch. Bai Luocha said, "The words Starry Sky Fortress Enforcer are written on the ship." Enforcer? Jun Changshao's eyes turned cold as he said, "Do you really think of yourself as a police officer that protects the universe's peace?" Swish. He raised his finger. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The five elements that existed in the universe were extracted and then gathered at his fingertip at the fastest speed, forming a colorful energy ball. Yi Xingqian and He Wudi were the fastest to comprehend? Wrong. Jun Changshao was the first to fuse the Universe Nine Seals Palms 5 and the first 4. Moreover, whether it was the speed of gathering or the eruption of his aura, he was clearly stronger than the other two. After all, he had reached the consummate stage of Wu Xing. "Little brother, what are you doing?" Bai Luocha was stunned. Black Rakshasa frowned and said, "It's so far away. Could it be Swish?" At this moment, the energy ball gathered at Jun Changshao's fingertip shot out like a rocket launcher. The long and wide five-colored light beam seemed to pierce through the void and blasted toward the Starry Sky battlefield. Since it was written Starry Sky Fortress, the other party must be here to investigate the 5 tyrants of the Starry Sky. Thus, Go Xing did not intend to go through the procedures or reason with them. He would just directly take it and be done with it. The black-clothed man standing at the bow of the ship suddenly noticed the 5-colored light shooting toward them. He was stunned at first, but then he sneered and said, "Who is it that dares to sneak attack my Starry Sky Fortress Enforcer?" 5th. Chapter 1205. The Starry Sky Fortress was feared by all the major planes in the mortal universe, and no one dared to provoke it. Today, the law enforcement battleship had been attacked while traveling normally. The black-robed man had not expected this. Who was so daring? Who was so daring? Whoosh. The black-robed man flew out of the battleship. He opened his hand and materialized a barrier. Not only did he want to stop it, but he also wanted to see who was so daring as to challenge the authority of the Starry Sky Fortress. However, just as he finished setting up the defensive enchantment and was sneering disdainfully, the light that seemed to be infinitely close to him suddenly split into 5 rays of light and bypassed him from different directions at an even faster speed. This sudden change caught the black-robed man off guard. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a powerful explosion resounded in the universe. The colorful lights were like blooming fireworks, brightening up the surrounding darkness. The black-robed man's face was illuminated and his smile froze. The battleship behind him had completely collapsed under the bombardment of the 5 beams of light. Hundreds of his subordinates had suffered heavy casualties, and only a few dozen were able to fly out of the light. Pooh! Pooh! The surviving powerhouses of the Starry Sky Fortress were bleeding profusely. From their sorry state, it was obvious that they were heavily injured. The power of a single 7 profound sunglow was limited, but when 5 different 7 profound sunglow came from different angles, the explosive power produced was definitely above the power of a commander. Jun Changshao smiled. This was the first time he had used it after fusing the 5 scrolls. Without the support of any trump cards, he had the battle prowess of a martial emperor and was able to kill from a distance. This feeling was really great. The black-white double ghosts were calm. In their understanding, the 7 profound Saint Venerable was an almighty that was even more powerful than Senior Tong Gu. Even if they did not learn all of the martial techniques he had created, they would still have terrifying power. Damn it! The black-robed man's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He turned his head and looked at the area where the light beam had come from, his eyes filled with killing intent. Jun Changshao raised his head and looked at him with his nose in the air. It had to be said that this action and aura really resembled that of the Rose Queen. His subordinates had suffered heavy casualties, and his battleship had been destroyed. The assailant had actually made such a provocative action. This made the black-robed man burn with rage. Shwa! He suddenly raised his right hand, and a longbow that was shining with golden light appeared. Then, he pulled the bowstring with his left hand and said coldly, "Boy, you have committed an unforgivable crime." Hoo-hoo! The heaven and earth attribute that existed in the universe instantly rushed over when the bowstring was pulled back, rapidly condensing into an arrow that emitted an aura of invincibility. This is the Stronghold Law Enforcement Bow. It was a weapon that only the law enforcement generals of the Starry Sky Fortress were qualified to wear. Based on the Falling Star Continent's ranking, the Red Lotus Demonic Moonblade was definitely a high-grade divine artifact, comparable to the Rose Queen's Red Lotus Demonic Moonblade. Death penalty? Jun Changshao's eyes flashed with coldness. The 9 heavens and 10 earth sky spear appeared in the void and said, "Who the hell do you think you are to condemn me?" Hoo-hoo! All kinds of flames converged at the tip of the spear. The Chunibu temperament of, "I am in control of my own fate," instantly exploded. If paired with the red heaven armillary sash, wind fire wheels, smoky makeup, and a head of black hair that fluttered like a waterfall, he could totally act out the movie of Nez's demon child. The black-clothed man's left hand continued to pull the bowstring as he said coldly, "The Stronghold Law Enforcement Generals have the authority to condemn any mortal life form." Shio! Just as he finished speaking, the arrow that seemed to represent the law enforcement judgment flew out in a flash, crossing the void and flying toward Jun Changshao. Wherever it passed, it left behind a majestic aura in the universe. "This is..." The black and white double killers looked at each other and exclaimed, "The power of punishment! Why would a mortal weapon condense such an aura? Could it be?" The white Rakshasa hurriedly transmitted her voice. "Big idiot black, is the Starry Sky Fortress related to the World Hall?" The black Rakshasa frowned. The power of punishment was a kind of power controlled by the World Hall. It was mostly used to punish mortal life forms that committed crimes. Now that the arrow contained this kind of power, there must be some kind of connection between the two. "Should we make a move?" the white Rakshasa asked. The black Rakshasa fell silent. If the Starry Sky Fortress was related to the World Hall, then it was the same as having a huge backer. He and the white Rakshasa came from the upper realm and were under the control of this department. If those old antiques found out, they would definitely *CK their grandpa. At this time, this daddy couldn't care less. Go! The black and white double killers flew out from the shadows, their eyes locked onto the arrow containing the power of punishment. In front of the 7 profound Saint Venerable and Venerable Tong Gu, the World Hall was nothing. Today they were sworn brothers, the master of the Sect. So what if they offended them? Two big brothers. Jun Changshao transmitted his voice. I'll leave this guy to this little brother. Ga. The black and white double killers instantly slammed on the brake. The aura that they had painstakingly cultivated to fight against all laws disappeared. Big idiot Black, yesterday I ate 8 bowls of the fried rice that little girl Lu made. I ate 10 bowls. You must have been a reincarnated hungry ghost in your previous life. Same to you. Although the two of them were chatting and pretending not to exist, they were still paying attention to the arrow containing the power of punishment. They were a little worried about whether the patriarch could withstand it. If it was purely strength, the black and white double killers wouldn't be worried. However, the arrow contained the power of punishment from the upper realm. This kind of special aura was extremely difficult for a mortal to casually resist. Whoosh! At this time, Jun Changshao grabbed the blazing sky hegemon spear and rushed toward the arrow. His body was instantly enveloped by dozens of flames, as if he had turned into an ancient flame dragon roaring in the universe. Naive. The black-robed man sneered. The arrow from his enforcement bow contained the power of punishment from the upper realm. A guy who hadn't even reached the lower realm of the Void Shatter realm actually dared to take it head-on. Boom! Suddenly, a violent explosion sounded in the universe. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The scorching power of fire spread out like crazy ripples. The dark environment was instantly dyed red. Shwa! Shwa! The black and white double killers hurriedly flew toward the falling star continent. Then, they stood in front of the falling star continent. A majestic aura emerged from their bodies and quickly materialized into 2 realms to block the incoming scorching waves. Inside the existential plane, the martial artists of various continents looked up. They could clearly see a crimson light flickering at the end of the sky. Thus, they asked in surprise, "What's going on? Big black idiot." The white Rakshasa, who had successfully blocked Uibo and the falling star continent, said, "This little brother of ours is quite powerful." The black Rakshasa didn't say anything. His attention was fully focused on the area enveloped in flames. He also noticed that there was a tower emitting an ancient aura inside. It was frantically absorbing the power of punishment that was spreading all around. What kind of supreme treasure is that? It can actually absorb the power of the upper realm. While the black and white double killers were shocked, they discovered that Jun Changshao was already standing in front of the black-robed man. The sky hegemon spear was pressed against the man's neck. "I hereby declare that you have committed a capital offense." No, splat. The spearhead, which contained a special power, directly pierced the black-robed man's neck. Scorching hot blood sprayed out and scattered in the universe. Chapter 1206. The black-clothed man, who was stronger than Guan Jiao and the old man, was instantly killed by Jun Changshao. Moreover, he did not even use hard to stop. The black and white double killers were stunned. They knew that their little brother's armor had a strong defense. The power of punishment was also suppressed and absorbed by the tower. It was equivalent to losing its effect. In terms of strength alone, it might not be able to hurt him. However, it was unrealistic to kill his opponent so easily. Moreover, was that guy an idiot? He stood still on the spot. That's not right. The black Rakshasa frowned. There was something strange about the cold light that gathered at the spearhead. He tried hard to recall the scene he had just captured. He had already combined it with the remaining aura in the universe. His expression changed as he exclaimed, "The power of thunder punishment." That's right. The light that gathered at the spearhead when he killed the black-clothed man was the power of thunder punishment. In the dimensional battlefield, Jun Changshao had been hit by 50% of the power of thunder punishment. Most of it had been absorbed by the Heaven Origin Soul suppressing pagoda and trained by area. The first time he went to the Demon Emperor's Gate to extort money, Zhen Dejuan used a formation and a trace of the power of thunder punishment to make the half-saint suffer. The power from the upper realm was too rare. Jun Changshao was reluctant to use it. Today, when the arrow was shot, it contained the power that had punished him on the battlefield. He was furious. Could it be that because he had the aura of the upper realm, he thought that he could convict any living thing in the mortal world, and that he could convict himself? Fine. Then he could only give him a taste of his own medicine. Jun Changshao first hit the arrow and forced it to stop. He summoned the heaven-origin soul-suppressing pagoda to absorb the power of punishment. Then, he rushed in front of the black-clothed man and gathered all the power of thunder punishment into the spearhead. Poor guy. He did not even have time to say goodbye to the sixth palace master, whom he had known for a long time. You have the power of punishment? I have the power of thunder punishment. If I have this power, I can punish all the people in the world. I declare that you are sentenced to death. The strong power of thunder punishment gathered at the spearhead. With the support of the weapon and Jun Changshao's cultivation, it emitted an undefiable aura. The black-clothed man was stunned. His enforcer Bao gathered the power of punishment because it came from the upper realm. Why did this guy's weapon also have that kind of supreme power? And it seemed to be of a higher level. How could the power of punishment compare to the power of lightning punishment? The black-robed man could only think about it in the underworld, because his neck had been mercilessly pierced through by the Sky Tyrant's spear. The thunder force from the upper realm turned into dense electric currents, instantly destroying his internal organs, mind and soul. He did not even have the chance to scream. General! The surviving stronghold martial artists suddenly turned pale with fright. One of the law enforcement generals appointed by the fortress master was easily obliterated by that guy. Retreat! Retreat! After a short while, everyone fled in panic. Their boss had been killed, and their companions were either injured or dead. They definitely couldn't fight recklessly. However, they didn't have a space battleship. Even if they were extremely fast, they were nothing more than a group of ants that had fallen into an endless sea. You think you can come and go as you please? What do you take the falling star continent for? Jun Changshao waved his hand coldly and took back the stronghold enforcer Bao from the black-clothed man. He placed 2 fingers on the golden string and pulled it. Unfortunately, it did not condense into an arrow. Little brother, Bai Luocha said, there should be a brand inside this weapon. Only the person who set it up can use it normally. Just as she was speaking, Jun Changshao's soul had already merged into the enforcer Bao. Not only did he see the brand, but he also saw the weapon spirit that was cowering in the corner and trembling. It had seen everything that happened outside, especially when it felt the power of lightning punishment just now. That was why it was so frightened. Punishment was just a method of the upper realm. The so-called power of punishment was nothing more than the most basic. There was still the power of lightning punishment above that. It would only appear when it could not do anything to the target. You, Jun Changshao said coldly, submit to me. Submit. I will definitely submit. The weapon spirit was scared out of its wits. It directly merged with this stranger's soul, then owed him a master-servant contract and formed a brand new brand. If the black-clothed man who died knew that he had gone through so much to gain this proud guy's approval, but in the end, it was settled by Jun Changshao with just 5 words, he would definitely come back to life and die again. The weapon spirit of the upper realm was actually so cowardly. Buddha! Whoosh! Whoosh! After completely controlling the weapon spirit, Jun Changshao pulled the bowstring and instantly gathered a golden arrow. He locked on to a fortress martial artist who was escaping and said coldly, "You shall be sentenced to death." Swish! The arrow that carried the power of punishment pierced through the universe at a speed that was hard to be seen by the naked eye. The fortress martial artist who was escaping suddenly felt the omen of death. His eyes were filled with horror and despair. No, boom! Light flashed and illuminated the starry sky. SSS. When the other fortress martial artists saw their companions being mercilessly killed by the arrow of punishment, they were so shocked that their souls almost flew out of their bodies. Swish! The ancient battlefield flew through the starry sky and slowed down to follow behind them. The current situation was very similar. At the end of the movie, Black Panther, played by Huang Bo, was running wildly with bread in his mouth. The shop owner was chasing behind him with a small motorcycle. They were already injured, and now they were being chased by the battleship. The fortress martial artists were really on the verge of collapse and despair. In the end, they simply stopped and faced Jun Changshao with a stance that said, "I am going to leave the Kunlun Mountains with my life intact. Not running anymore? My prison door is always open. I am waiting for you with open arms." Jun Changshao also realized that he and the Starry Sky Fortress were at odds. There were no more misunderstandings between them, only hatred. Since the other party had sent people here twice, they would come again. Therefore, he killed the law enforcement general and many of his subordinates before locking up the remaining martial artists. It was equivalent to a showdown and a falling out. Zhao Daodu was overjoyed. He had just sent off Guan Zhou and the old man, and now a group of fellow prisoners was here. Jun Patriarch. Zhao Daodu stood in front of the prison door and shouted, "There have been more prisoners recently. You can modify the prison so that it can accommodate more people. I have a suggestion. You can dig down from the prison and build a few layers of prison system. Then, you can lock the prisoners in the corresponding prison according to their strength." Dai Lu was on the verge of collapse. Did this guy really forget that he was also a prisoner? He actually wanted others to modify the prison so that he could torture himself better? There must be something wrong with his brain. After returning to the main hall, Jun Changshao pondered over Zhao Daodu's suggestion. He then called Li Qingyang over and said, "There have been a lot of prisoners in the sect recently. I'm afraid it won't be able to accommodate them all. If you have the time, you can modify it." "Yes." Li Qingyang's eyes lit up. He had modified the sect and built a city before, but he had never come into contact with prison design. He could use his free time to plan and create a very high-end and humanized prison system. Chapter 1207. Jun Changshao also realized that the experts he came into contact with were getting stronger and stronger, and he himself was not a bloodthirsty person. Since he could not kill them all, nor could he let them all go, he might as well build a prison to lock them all up. In any case, the sect of all times did not lack the money for a few bowls of rice. Moreover, after Zhao Daodu gave his suggestion, Go Xing came up with another idea. That was to divide the cells into different levels and let the prisoners of different strengths enter. They could be used as sparring partners for the disciples. Eating for free was definitely not a good idea. Even if you are locked up in prison, you have to show your worth. The bald man and his subordinates were still locked up in the earth room. Their strength ranged from Martial King, Wu Huang, and Semi-Sage. They were placed in different levels of cells, and the disciples could choose their own difficulty. Of course, they could not treat the prisoners as people. They could set up a reward system and let them be happy as sparring partners. If they performed well, they would get an extra drumstick every day. If Zhao Daodu heard this, he would definitely say, "I'm not lacking a drumstick, I'm lacking Miss Lu's bowl of fried rice." Although it's a prison on the surface, it can actually be used for disciples to train in actual combat. Pa! Jun Changshao clapped his hands and praised, "Good idea, good idea." The system was speechless. Using someone else's suggestion to praise himself, how shameless must he be to do this? "I need to remind the host," the system said. "Since you want to use the prisoners as sparring partners, you need to unlock their chi channels. Aren't you afraid that they will all run out?" Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and said, "That makes sense." Other than Zhao Daodu, the rest of the prisoners in the prison had their chi channels sealed. They could only move normally and had no cultivation at all. However, if they were all unsealed, their individual strength might not be a problem, but if they were all gathered together, something would definitely happen. Looks like this prison plan needs to be carefully considered. The defense facilities also need to be considered thoroughly. We must not let the prisoners riot or escape, Jun Changshao said solemnly. Moreover, the system added, since you want to build a prison that can accommodate many prisoners, you need someone to watch over it. Does the host plan to let Hall Masterly work part-time? That won't do, Jun Changshao said. Ever since the intelligence network was spread throughout the continent, Hall Masterly has been very busy every day. He has to choose someone else to manage the prison. Since that Zhao Daoda gave the suggestion and refused to leave heaven, he should have developed a deep and true relationship with the prison. He can be in charge of this area. The system ridiculed, the poor guy who's been here for almost 1,000 chapters is finally going to make it. In the heaven cell, Zhao Daodu was completely unaware that the system was pitying him. He was sitting cross-legged on the ground with a small stick in his mouth. Sometimes he closed his eyes, sometimes he held his chin, as if he was thinking about something. There was a scribbled picture on the ground. This was the sketch of the prison that he had come up with. In the beginning, it was divided into 3 levels: top, middle, and bottom. However, based on the frequency and number of inmates coming in recently, he realized that it was definitely not enough, so he simply added another 6 levels to make 9 as the limit. In terms of drawing, Zhao Daodu could not compare to Li Qingyang. After all, his talent was limited. He just randomly added whatever ideas he had in his mind. In the end, it became a hodgepodge. Dai Lu could not stand this guy who had dug a hole for himself. He directly grabbed a stone from the side and threw it at him. But Zhao Daoda raised his hand and caught the stone with 2 fingers. He said rather proudly, "I'm not trying to discourage you. Even if you release your meridian, you might not be able to hit me." Dai Lu's eyes flashed with surprise. Although he did not have any strength and the stone he threw was not lethal, from the way this guy caught the stone, he seemed to have some ability. Could it be he was hiding his strength? Sigh. Zhao Daodu stood up, patted his butt and sat down in the wooden house. He looked at the window hesitantly and said, "If you think that I'm not leaving the prison to freeload, then you're very wrong." Thinking of the expression on this guy's face when he was eating, Dai Lu said with certainty in his heart, "You're doing this to freeload." I, Zhao Daodu, was born without a good identity and also without a good talent. Living in this world, I belong to those pitiful people who will starve to death on the streets if I don't work hard. Zhao Daodu lowered his head, his eyes brewing with the emotion of fate is unfair, but I can only choose to compromise. To live. To rise above others. I began to learn to lie to others, to lie to myself. Perhaps being locked up here is the heavens punishing me for the mistakes I once made, but at this point, Zhao Daoda's emotions were a bit unbearable. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she said, "Everything I've done was for the sake of living." Dai Lu looked at him from beginning to end. His heart was also filled with mixed feelings. You were born without an identity, I was born without one. You were born with a talent, I was born without one. Joining the Spirit Spring Sect, joining the Holy Spring Sect, was it not all for the sake of living? Ever since these 2 brothers became cellmates, they did not have any common topics to talk about, but in this aspect, they had the feeling that they were both people who had fallen to the same fate. Of course. Zhao Daodu wiped away the tears on his face, smiling. I'm very fortunate to be locked up in the sect of all times, because the heaven and earth attribute here is something I have never seen before. The atmosphere of the sect here is also something I have never imagined. Although Dai Lu really wanted to deny it, but this was the truth. I feel that fate is fair. When I receive my punishment, I still have good food to eat, and the heaven and earth attribute to cultivate. Otherwise, I'm afraid that right now, my deception would have been exposed long ago, and I would have died without a burial ground. Dai Lu suddenly understood. This guy did not leave the prison not because he was freeloading, but because he was freeloading on the heaven and earth attribute of the sect of all times. In other words, his chi channels were sealed and he could not cultivate, but this guy could cultivate all day long in prison. After being locked up for so long, his realm should not be low, right? What a clever little brat, ah! Moreover, Zhao Daoda said, if I wasn't locked up in prison, how could I become cellmates with so many high realm experts? So, I'm very happy. I treat this place as my home. Clap, clap, clap. Applause sounded. Zhao Daoda's expression suddenly stiffened, because Dai Lu, who was sitting in front of him, had his hands on his legs. Where did the applause come from? Schwa. He turned around as fast as he could and saw Jun Changshao sitting on the chair with a cigar in his mouth. He clapped his hands and said, to be able to comprehend the principles of home in prison, this makes this seat feel very gratified and touched. Jun Patriarch, you? When did you come? When you were crying, this seat was already here. Zhao Daoda hurriedly wiped his tears. When he thought about how a 7-foot man like him actually cried, and how an outsider saw it, he was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to hide in. Pa! At this moment, Jun Changshao walked over, put a hand on his shoulder, and asked seriously, are you willing to become a member of the sect of all times and follow this seat to conquer the world? Chapter 1208. Are you willing to become a member of the sect of all times and follow me to conquer the world? When these words entered Zhao Daoda's ears and reached his sea of consciousness, he stood there like a wooden sculpture. His eyes were blank, as if he had completely lost his soul. No one knew how many nights he had been locked up, dreaming of himself wearing the sect of all times uniform. No one knew how disappointed and pained he felt every time he returned to reality from his dreams. No. Dai Lu, who was locked in the same cell as him, knew. Because he often saw that guy curled up on the wooden bed in the middle of the night, as if he did not fit in with the world. Zhao Daoda's cultivation was not high, but his mentality was good. In order to move Jun Changshao, he had turned into a spiritual teacher and instilled chicken soup for the prisoners. Wasn't it all to prove his ability? Father, mother. Zhao Daoda muttered to himself, am I dreaming? Boom. An explosive kick came, sending him flying and crashing into the wall. Intense pain instantly spread throughout his body. What about now? Jun Changshao asked. This kick was not to let Zhao Daoda understand that he was not dreaming, but to see what level he had reached with the help of the sect of all times heaven and earth attribute. Not bad. He had reached the peak of martial master. Jun Changshao had already forgotten how high Zhao Daoda's realm was when he came in, but he estimated that it was between martial disciple and martial master. Without the help of various tools and profound mental cultivation techniques, to break through to such a level in prison, damn it, after being locked up for so long, he had not even reached Wuzong. His aptitude was too bad. Letting him manage the prison was a bit difficult to control. Of course, Jun Changshao did not plan to let his warden have the ability to push Magellan into the city, but at the very least, he could not be too weak. Moreover, the prisoners in the Earth prison were martial emperors, Wu Xing, and other powerhouses. Letting a small martial master manage it seemed very interesting. The system was speechless. What was the host thinking? Painful. It was very painful. It wasn't a dream, it was real. Zhao Daoda, who had fallen against the wall, tried his best to prop himself up with both hands. Then, he saw that the ground was gradually getting wet, and bean-sized tears slid down his cheeks. He had waited for many years for Jun Changshao to recruit him. Today. At this time. At this moment. Finally. He had finally made it. As long as the heart is there, the dream is there. There is still true love between heaven and earth. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Tears fell drop by drop. Zhao Daoda's emotions had already completely gone out of control. Dai Lu really wanted to mock and despise this guy, but every time he thought of the day this guy would fantasize about becoming a disciple of the sect of all times, he instinctively chose to remain silent. He had his own choices, and he also had his own ideals. I can't despise and mock Jun Changshao just because I hate the sect of all times. Inexplicably, Dai Lu felt quite happy because this chicken soup maniac had finally been released from prison. He could finally have some peace and quiet. If not for Jun Changshao and Zhao Daodu, he might have improvised a dance and started singing Mad Waves. Don't ask why. The main peak's practice field was directly opposite the Heaven Cell's window. The disciples had their daily morning exercises. Not only could the two brothers hear beautiful music, they could also see them dancing. Don't cry. Jun Changshao said, make your choice. Shua. Zhao Daodu stood up and then knelt down with a plop. With tears and snot all over his face, he said loudly, I, Zhao Daodu, am willing to become a member of the sect of all times. I am willing to follow Jun Patriarch and conquer the world. Li Qingyang smiled. Xiao Ziji and Su Xiaoma, who were standing outside the cell, also smiled. This guy who had been locked up in prison for so many years was finally going to join the big family and become a part of it. They were happy for him. They were gratified for him. In the past, the sect of all times disciples' mission was to eat, sleep, and beat Daodu. Even now, eating and sleeping was still the same. Daodu had stopped beating Daodu a long time ago because he had become stronger. He was afraid that the other party would not be able to handle it. You will be accepted into the sect in a few days. Jun Changshao said, stay in the cell for a while. Because the number of disciples had reached 70,000, accepting him into the sect would have to wait until all the missions were completed and the sect's construction was improved. Understood. Zhao Daodu said loudly. After staying in the cell for so long, he would definitely not be able to adapt immediately if he suddenly walked out. It was not a bad idea to wait here for a while and slowly accept reality. Did you draw the picture on the ground? Jun Changshao asked. Yes, Patriarch. Zhao Daodu had not become a disciple yet, but the word Patriarch had already been removed. What did you draw? Patriarch, this is a sketch of the prison that your disciple drew. The corner of Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. To be able to draw such a wild sketch, this guy's artistic talent was at most 1 point, right? Patriarch. Li Qingyang rubbed his chin and said, Daodu's sketch is very good. Jun Changshao was shocked. Weren't you outside the cell? When did you come in? Also, this kind of picture that seems to have been randomly poked with a wooden stick, you actually think it's good? Then wouldn't I be able to change my profession and become an artist tomorrow? Li Qingyang observed seriously. After a while, he took out a pen and paper and copied it, saying, Patriarch, Daodu's drawing has given me a lot of inspiration. I will go back and improve it a little. Jun Changshao was speechless. Mortals really did not understand the world of a master architect. What about you? Do you want to join the sect of all times? Jun Changshao looked at Dai Lu, but the latter was still as unyielding as ever and said, I will not compromise. Creak. The door closed and Jun Changshao left. He was just casually asking. Since this guy was still so stubborn, he would spend the rest of his life in the sect of all times prison. Ha ha ha. In the prison, Zhao Daoda's laughter could be heard from time to time. His face was filled with joy and excitement, and even when he was sleeping at night, he could not help but laugh out loud. No. Since the Patriarch had taken him in, he had to perform well. Thus, Zhao Daodu began to earnestly persuade Dai Lu, persuading him until he was about to bleed from all 7 orifices. Patriarch. Li Qingyang placed a design on the table and said, This is Daodu's sketch. I have slightly improved it. Jun Changshao spat out the tea in his mouth. The design was sharp and had a total of 9 floors. Each floor corresponded to the number of floors in the prison. It could be said that it was professional and detailed, allowing one to understand it at a glance. It was a world of difference from Zhao Daodu's drawing. How was this a slight improvement? This was a complete plastic surgery, from the inside out, from head to face. Li Qingyang's design was indeed copied from Zhao Daodu's sketches. It was just that the wild style had turned into a realistic style. Not bad, not bad. After careful observation, Jun Changshao expressed his satisfaction. Especially since the layout of each floor had corresponding facilities. Without rich prison experience, it was impossible to think of such a comprehensive design. Patriarch, Li Qingyang said, when do we start? Wu Huang's realm was stuck at the peak, and it was difficult to improve in a short period of time. Not long ago, he went to the little cold village, and now he was really free. He wanted to find something to do. Let's do it tomorrow. Yes. Don't forget to bring Paige. It'll be faster if it's in charge of digging. Yes. P.S. Zhao Daodu's initial setting was a disciple proficient in deception. His position was not inferior to Su Xiaoma's at all. Even the undercover plot should have been his, but because he impersonated Jun Changshao, he touched the poison of the readers. After careful consideration, he was thrown into prison, depriving him of his story. Thinking about it, he felt quite ashamed. After all, he was just a weakling at the bottom who cheated and used the main character's name instead of disguising himself as the main character. Nearly 1,000 chapters were lost in one level. There were gains and losses. Without a disciple proficient in deception, he gained a disciple who guarded the prison. Chapter 1209. After obtaining the approval of the Patriarch, Li Qingyang rolled up his sleeves and began to work with Paige, and with the heaven and earth dungeon as the center, they began to dig downwards. Because of the underground work, the top was not affected. His fellow disciples either had time to come over and help, or they continued to immerse themselves in cultivation. The entire sect was as peaceful as ever. The second disciple was very strong in construction. Jun Changshao was not worried about this, so he focused on managing the sect, waiting for the sect mission to be completed to upgrade the construction level. Has it started? In the heaven prison, Zhao Daodu's ears were pressed to the ground. He could vaguely hear the movement, and a smile appeared on his face. He knew that the Patriarch had adopted his suggestion, because before the construction began, Li Qingyang had come to find him and had a serious discussion. Although I haven't become a member of the sect of all times, I have already provided help to the sect. That strong sense of belonging and honor makes me even more proud. Because the prison had to be built underground, it would be more troublesome to transport materials, and it would take a relatively long time. Until half a month later, the outline of the 9-story prison had taken shape. Jun Changshao came down to inspect it, and gave high praise to Li Qingyang and Paige's work. However, Go Xing had also been thinking about it. After the prison was built, how should he arrange the defense system? Riots and prison escapes must not happen, so the safety performance must be strong. You can let the array hall set up various arrays around me, the system suggested. Jun Changshao had also thought about it, but he always felt that it was not safe enough. After all, once the prisoners in the prison were unlocked and the number of people increased, how many arrays would be needed to stabilize them? If we can place the Tianyuan soul-suppressing pagoda in the prison, area can freely enter and exit it. It should be easy to control. Zhao Daodu had been in prison for a long time. It was not impossible to be the head of the prison, but at most, he could only be the deputy. The most suitable was naturally Arya, who liked to hold whips and candles. However, after all, it was the spirit of the Tianyuan soul-suppressing pagoda. It could only exist inside and could not come out, so it was unrealistic to manage the prison, unless— Got it! Jun Changshao's eyes lit up. We can place the prison in the Heaven Origin Soul-suppressing pagoda. This was a treasure that came from a mission reward. It was able to withstand 50% of the power of the thunder retribution from the upper realm, which meant that it was very powerful. If it was transformed into a prison, the prisoners who were locked in it would definitely not be able to escape. Furthermore, the Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Pagoda could expand or shrink at will, and the space inside would not be affected at all. If he needed it in the future, he could take it out. The system was speechless. Are you trying to turn the Soul Pagoda into a prison? The tower is divided into 9 floors. Each floor holds prisoners of different levels. In the future, when you encounter danger outside, you can release them to fight. The system had already imagined the scene of a top-notch powerhouse summoning all kinds of colorful treasures and shouting earth-shattering incantations. When it came to the host, he would summon a prison tower and release a large number of prisoners wearing prison uniforms and anklet. He was clearly a hot-blooded disciple raised by a serious sect, so why did he become a farsighted, and hilarious idiot? It was Jun Changxiao's style to do whatever he thought of. When Li Qingyang was building it, he had thought of ways to cover the entire prison with the Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Tower. Here came the problem. This kind of treasure belonged to Jun Changxiao, and others could not enter even if they wanted to. If they wanted to imprison prisoners, they would have to personally send them in. With the ability to refine pills and equipment, he had to leave them to his disciples. He even dreamed of being a super lazy shopkeeper every day. He had to think of another way. Master, Arya said, as long as they have your soul imprint, anyone can enter the interior of the Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Pagoda. Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up and said, if I integrate my soul imprint into the token, others can enter at will? That's right. Arya nodded. As a result, Jun Changxiao ordered the forging hall to forge a large number of tokens that were obviously in the style of the sect as soon as possible. In fact, Jun Changxiao, who had the body of the holy flame, could forge the tokens himself faster. However, if he let the patriarch do everything, then what was the point of having a disciple? Fan Yezi was indeed a master. In just a few days, he had used extremely high-quality ores to forge a lot of tokens. The words Iron Bone were engraved on them, fully reflecting the good character of the sect. Swish! Swish! Streams of light flew around in the study and quickly merged into the tokens. Jun Changxiao picked up one and said, with this thing, disciples can enter and leave at will. However, if a prisoner gets it, it will be troublesome. Therefore, I need to add the owner's imprint for double protection. How thoughtful! The system said in admiration. Swish! Walking down the stairs at the entrance of the prison until he stepped through the prison gate, Li Qingyang's body suddenly rippled with enchantment. It felt as if he had stepped into another world from one world. He had the token, otherwise he would be ejected. Because the interior of the prison had not been built, it was still in its embryonic form. However, Li Qingyang was surprised to find that there was a special aura in the air, vaguely making people feel uneasy. Hee hee. Suddenly there was laughter. Unknowingly, a girl appeared behind him. She held a whip in her right hand and a candle in her left. She smiled and said, little brother, which one do you choose? Gulp. Li Qingyang swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and a chill ran down his spine. The girl looked very cute, but when she smiled, it gave people a creepy feeling. Arya. Jun Changxiao walked in and said, this is my second disciple, not a prisoner. Arya hurriedly hid the whip and candle behind her back. Her smile also became innocent, so cute that people couldn't help but want to pinch her face. Li Qingyang's mouth twitched slightly. This artifact spirit was a little scary. The Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Pagoda was buried under the Heaven and Earth prison and was connected by a passage. Prisoners had to wear a token with a soul imprint. Of course, after being locked in, the token would be taken away. The token that the disciples used to enter also had a corresponding setting. It would only be effective if the disciple held it. If it was accidentally lost or taken by a prisoner, it would be difficult to escape. A treasure with the ability to refine unclean attributes, under Jun Changxiao's use, became a prison for prisoners. That was really a person or item. As long as one dared to boldly think about it, there was no position that could not be taken. Li Qingyang continued to work with Paige. However, there was always a girl standing behind him with a whip and a candle. Sometimes a strange smile would appear on her face, and she would break out in a cold sweat at any time. 10 days later, a large prison that existed in the heaven-origin soul-suppressing pagoda was built. Every floor was absolutely independent and had all kinds of supporting facilities. Patriarch Li Qingyang said, "Every floor of the prison can accommodate thousands of prisoners. Not only are there collective prison cafeterias, there are also individual prison cafeterias." Not bad, not bad. Jun Changxiao was very satisfied. Now that the prison was built, it was necessary to give it a name. After thinking for a while, he came to the gate of the prison, raised 2 fingers, gathered spiritual energy, and carved 5 big words. Tianyuan Prison Pagoda. Chapter 12:10. The appearance of Tianyuan Prison Pagoda meant that the sect of all times had a professional prison system. If the other sects were to find out about this, they would definitely think that he had so much free time to build a dungeon. This was something they didn't understand. Jun Changxiao built a prison system not only to imprison criminals, but also to provide actual combat for the disciples. Think about it, the prison held all kinds of powerful criminals, and the disciples entered it to train according to their own cultivation, which was definitely better than the life and death secret realm. After all, they were all fighting in real life, not transforming into beasts. Tianyuan Prison Pagoda had a total of 9 floors. The top was the 9th level, and the bottom was the 1st level. In Goxing's idea, different levels corresponded to different levels of imprisonment. Moreover, the prison uniform couldn't be missing. Qingyang. Jun Changxiao handed over a pattern of clothes and said, "Go down the mountain and find a tailor to make it." Yes. Li Qingyang took it and saw the prison uniform on it. He was speechless. It is indeed as special as the sect's uniform. The prison uniform that Jun Changxiao designed was black and white, and was not much different from the modern prison uniform. There's no need for shackles. In any case, they would still have to release the Qi Meridian. If the shackles could control them, there would be no need to place the prison in the soul-suppressing pagoda. Li Qingyang was extremely efficient. The next day, someone sent over all kinds of prison uniforms and distributed them to the bald man and the others who were locked up in the earth prison. At first, they were locked up in the cell like an old man. Every day, someone would bring them food. After putting on the clothes, they immediately looked like prisoners. Patriarch Li Qingyang said, "Change them all. When do we move?" "Today." "Yes." Tianyuan Prison Pagoda, prison cell. A bald man wearing a prison uniform was brought in by a disciple. Then, he held a board with his name, height, and age written on it, facing the camera from the front and the side. Pa. 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 Li Tiantian squatted in the distance and took a photo. Then, he put the photo on the file and said, "Next." Since it was a prison, it had to be professional. Every martial artist who was imprisoned had to have a detailed record, which was then stored in the Drizzle Hall so that it could be easily accessed in the future. Pa. Pa. Li Tiantian took photos again and again, and the 3 hegemons of Starry Sky and other experts were registered one after another. Then, they were sent to Tianyuan Prison Pagoda. The bald man and other martial artists, who were comparable to Wu Xing at the Great Perfection stage, were placed in the penultimate level of the prison and were classified as second-class prisoners. The 3 tyrants of the Starry Sky were locked in the lowest level of the prison and were classified as first-class prisoners. As for the other martial artists, they were thrown into different prisons according to their strength. the martial artists who were sent in had their meridians unsealed, and their cultivation immediately recovered. Schwa! 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 The three tyrants of starry sky reached a silent agreement as quickly as possible. They gathered their power into their fists and then smashed it against the wall. As expected, inside the monitoring room, Jun Changshao crossed his legs and held a goblet in one hand. The tea inside the goblet was swirling back and forth. His eyes never left the array formation. A devilish smile appeared on the corner of his mouth as he said, "Once you recover your cultivation, you won't be honest." The system complained, "This is the first time I've seen someone drink tea with a goblet. I also want to drink red wine, but the store doesn't have it." Jun Changshao roared. Boom! 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 Suddenly, three loud noises were heard, and the wall of the first level of the prison suddenly materialized a flowing light barrier. The three tyrants of starry sky were bounced back, and their eyes were filled with astonishment. What kind of array was this? It could withstand the bombardment of the three of them without the slightest crack. Continue! Huff, huff, huff! The three tyrants of starry sky continued to gather energy. From the eruption of momentum, it seemed that they wanted to stimulate all their combat power. However, before they could make a move, strange attributes appeared in the air in front of them, and then gradually condensed into a figure. Arya landed on the ground wearing leather pants, leather boots, mink coat, and a military cap. She lowered her head slightly, and her fingers with leather gloves pressed against the cap. She said with cold eyes, "You want to break out of prison?" This outfit was simply too cool. Coupled with the word prison written in the center of the cap, she looked like the supreme commander of the prison. A trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the starry sky three tyrants. This girl looked young, but the aura around her made them feel a chill down their backs, and even an ominous feeling surged in their hearts. "Pa!" Arya waved her hand, and the soul-suppressing whip appeared out of thin air, like a silver snake hitting the ground, and suddenly there was a sound that shocked the soul. "You don't salute the warden, you must be itching for a beating." Swish! 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 Arya took a step forward, and the whip with soul attack instantly crisscrossed the first level of hell. Pa-pa-pa! Pa-pa-pa-pa-pa-pa! The sound of the whip sounded like a dynamic rhythm. Because of the poor sound insulation, the bald man on the second level of the prison heard it. "Are there people fighting down there?" He crouched down, put his ear to the ground, and immediately heard screams of, "Ah! Big brother!" One of his subordinates said in shock, "It's the starry sky three tyrants." "How do you know?" "There's a projection array above, you can see it." "Projection array?" The bald man hurriedly raised his head, and found that a mirror-like light screen had appeared on the wall, and a girl who seemed to be wearing a tight suit was crazily lashing out with a whip. The three tyrants of starry sky. It was not only on the second level of the prison, but also on other levels. When Arya was training the prisoners who escaped from the prison, all of them were turned on at the same time, and the images were transmitted to the warriors in the prison in real time, which made them tremble with fear, and made their hair stand on end. The cultivation of the three of them has been restored. Why were they beaten by a weak girl without any power to fight back? From the ferocious expressions on their faces, they must have suffered heart-wrenching pain. It's too scary. The three tyrants of starry sky were trained by Arya for a full 2 hours, and the prisoners in the pagoda of prison watched for a full 2 hours, until their legs and stomachs were trembling. "Listen up, all of you." Suddenly, Jun Changshao's voice came from the light screen. "You are locked up here, which means you have lost your freedom. If anyone dares to escape, you will end up like the three of them." Everyone shuddered. The bald man, who originally wanted to recover his cultivation and find a chance to escape, immediately dispelled the idea and said to himself, "No wonder she was so generous to unlock our meridians." On the first level of the prison, the three tyrants of starry sky were lying on the ground with crooked mouths and eyes. The kind of whipping that came from the soul was so cool that it felt like flying. Swish! Arius stood in front of them, straightened the soul-suppressing whip, and said with a cold look, "Remember, when you see me, you have to call me Lord Warden." Shout! Lord! Lord Warden, with the strength of the 3 tyrants of starry sky, they should not be afraid of Aria, but when she waved the whip, there was a huge binding force that controlled their bodies, making it difficult for them to move, and they could only accept the whipping helplessly. The reason was still in the heaven-origin soul-suppressing pagoda. This kind of treasure from the mall, once sent in, would be forcibly suppressed and trained. I didn't expect that the energy in the pagoda could suppress a martial grand emperor in his best state. Jun Changshao laughed. The reason why he was in the monitoring room was that he was worried that Aria could not control the situation. Now that he could easily train the 3 tyrants of starry sky, he was immediately relieved. In the future, as long as you encounter a powerful enemy, you can send them in if you can't kill them. Ding! Disciple XXX has completed the Sect mission and received 100 contribution points and 100 achievement point. Ding! Sect contribution points 489,907,0000. Ding! Sect achievement points 700,007,0000. After hearing the notification, Jun Changshao hurriedly got up and said with excitement, "The sect can finally be upgraded." Chapter 12:11. When the disciple found out that he had completed the sect mission, his achievement points were finally maxed out. Jun Changshao hurriedly opened the data panel and saw the upgradable button on the sect construction section, so he pressed it without hesitation. Ding! Sect construction upgraded to level 10. Sect members, contribution points, and achievement points increased. The system's data panel changed. Sect construction, level 10. Sect members, 700,010,000,0000. Sect contribution points, 4899,010,0000. Sect achievement points, 010,000,000. Seeing that all the values had changed to 100,000, Jun Changshao was stunned for a while, then he covered his face, his body trembling slightly, not knowing if he was happy or crying. What was the main mission? Make the sect the strongest in the falling star continent within 100 years. With the sect of all times' current strength, who in the entire plane would dare to compete with them? Not to mention the ancient sacred sect, even if they announced to the public that they were the strongest sect in history, no one would question it. However, there was another condition for the main mission: the number of disciples must reach 100,000. Therefore, even if the sect of all times had the absolute strength to dominate the continent, they would not complete the mission if the number of disciples did not meet the requirement. When the sect construction was upgraded to level 10, when the maximum number of members finally met the requirement, as long as they continued to recruit, as long as they recruited full members, they would not be far from completing the biggest main mission. Zhao Daodu and the others had been waiting for a long time to be recruited. Jun Changshao had been waiting for this day for a long time, and he had worked hard for a long time. At that moment, transmigrating to another world, crying while eating noodles, recruiting Lu Qianqian, saving Li Qingyang, recruiting 100 disciples. Fragments of memories appeared in his mind like a movie. There were hardships, and also warmth and joy. The system roared in his ear, "It's not the end yet, why are you thinking so much?" That's true. Jun Changshao threw away the emotional memories, stood up from the chair, clenched his fists, and shouted, "Awesome, awesome, awesome, yay, yay, yay." What a pity. The system said, the construction upgrade did not give the sect function. Ding. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the sect to level 10. You have obtained the right to enhance the sect's functions once. Friendly reminder, you can only enhance one function from the existing ones. Please consider carefully. Jun Changshao heard the prompt. The system gathered its emotions for 3 seconds and roared, "Who the hell did I offend? Enhance the functions of the sect?" While Jun Changxiao's eyes were filled with surprise, he found that the Elixir Pavilion, Forging Pavilion, and other functions listed in the sect's function list all had the word upgradable. The system said unhappily, they must be too lazy to come up with a follow-up function, so they can only strengthen it once on the basis of the original function. It's the same old trick used by mobile phone manufacturers. Only one function can be upgraded. Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and said, I have to think about it. There were so many functions to construct a system that would make the sect stronger. Since it was difficult to upgrade all of them, they had to choose the most valuable one. Pill Pavilion. After some consideration, Jun Changshao made a decision in his heart. In terms of equipment and martial arts, the sect of all times was not particularly lacking. Pills were the daily necessities of the disciples and could be said to be extremely important. Therefore, in his opinion, upgrading the Pill Pavilion was undoubtedly the most cost-effective. The system said, I think so too. Jun Changshao directly pressed the button, and a prompt sounded in his ears. Ding! Pill Pavilion has been successfully upgraded to Pill Pavilion Enhanced Version. Whoosh! The 3 words, Pill Pavilion, were written on the sect's function list, and the 3 words, Enhanced Version, appeared behind it. Go Xing complained helplessly, What the hell do you mean by Enhanced Version? Could it be that the Pill Pavilion Enhanced Version only had 3 additional words? There must be a change. Jun Changshao pressed on a pill formula and was instantly delighted to find that the number of herbs needed had significantly decreased. This meant that after the enhancement, the expenditure of resources would be greatly reduced. Swoosh! He then pressed on the half-saint pill that had just been matched not long ago. Originally, it required hundreds of herbs, but now only 50 were left. This is great. Jun Changshao was so excited that he jumped up and down on the spot. See if the refining time of the pills has been reduced. The system reminded. Okay. He selected 10 high-grade energy-gathering pills and pressed the refining button. In just a short minute, there were continuous ding-ding-ding sounds. Jun Changshao was so excited that he directly jumped up and broke through the ceiling. His head was stuck in the ceiling, and his body was suspended in the air. Under normal circumstances, refining a high-grade healing pill would take about 2 to 3 minutes. After the Pill Pavilion Enhanced Version, refining 10 pills would only take 1 minute. The improvement in speed was simply too exaggerated. Although there were no new functions that appeared after the sect was upgraded by 10 levels, it gave the Pill Pavilion an opportunity to save herbs and refine pills faster. It was undoubtedly very good. Too lazy to make up a follow-up function? That was pure bullsh *T. Area. Jun Changshao, who was excited for a long time, said telepathically, I'll leave this place to you. Teach any prisoners who dare to riot or escape from prison a lesson. Yes, master. Arya smiled brightly. Being able to discipline the prisoners in the prison anytime and anywhere was much more comfortable than disciplining the unclean attribute. In the following time, a very queen-like petite figure could be seen in every cell of the Tianyuan prison pagoda. The whip in her hand gradually became the thing that the prisoners were most afraid of. Of course, such a big prison couldn't only have one warden. There had to be a deputy warden. Heaven's cell. Although Dai Lu changed into a prisoner's uniform similar to the zebra crossing, he was still imprisoned here because Jun Changshao hadn't thought of a suitable cell for him. Zhao Daodu was also imprisoned because he hadn't joined the sect. Creak. The door opened and a ray of sunlight entered. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji walked in. The former held a brand new Sect of all times uniform in his hand, while the latter skillfully placed the chair. Shua. Jun Changshao sat on the chair and crossed his legs. He clasped his hands together and said, Fill in the form. Xiao Ziji took out a pen, ink, and an entry form. He looked at Zhao Daodu and said, "Name: Zhao Daodu. Gender: male." After the entry process was completed, the Patriarch's seal was stamped on it. The poor child who had been trapped in the prison for several years finally became a disciple of the sect of all times. Number 70,001. Plop. Holding the brand new uniform with both hands, Zhao Daodu knelt in front of the window and looked at the sky outside. He couldn't help but cry and shout, "Father, Mother, your son is now a member of the sect of all times. Please be happy for me, please be proud of me." Junior brother. Li Qingyang smiled and said, "Change into it." Zhao Daodu wiped away his tears and put on the custom-made uniform. He tidied up his messy hair, then took a deep breath and walked towards the door of the prison that led to the light. Outside, Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, Tianqi, and the other disciples lined up twice. When they saw the new disciple walk out, they all smiled and greeted him, "Junior brother." These two simple words deeply touched Zhao Daodu's heart. After adapting to the sunlight that he hadn't seen for a long time, the most sincere smile appeared on his face. "My name is Zhao Daodu. I finally got out of prison today. I also finally became a disciple of the sect of all times." "No, why did the senior brother send me to a prison called Tianyuan Prison Pagoda?" Daodu. Jun Changxiao's voice sounded in his ear. "This prison was built according to your idea, so from today onwards, I will appoint you as the deputy warden of Tianyuan Prison Pagoda. You will enjoy the treatment of a deputy hall master." Zhao Daodu almost fainted. He thought that after becoming a disciple of the sect of all times, he could live and cultivate with his fellow disciples and walk to the peak of life. In the end, just as he regained the light, he was sent to an even darker prison. Chapter 12:12. Zhao Daodu was only slightly frustrated by the temporary access to the light screen and then the endless darkness, but he soon became energetic. "That's right. I'm out of prison and I'm in again. But not as a prisoner, but as a deputy warden." Thud. Zhao Daodu tidied up his clothes and walked into the prison with his head held high and his chest puffed out. "My former cellmates. From today on, I'll take good care of you." Smack. Suddenly, there was the sound of wind breaking. Zhao Daodu was whipped on the back without warning. The pain that hit his soul suddenly surged into his heart, and he couldn't help but howl. "Don't make noise in the prison." Arya raised the whip and lashed out fiercely. Smack, smack, smack. In the monitoring room, Arya was like a child who had done something wrong. She stood in the corner with her head down and her hands rubbed the corner of her clothes. She whispered, "Master, he didn't say he was a deputy warden." Zhao Daodu, who was tortured beyond words, collapsed on the ground and wanted to vomit blood. "Big sister, you whipped me, and the pain that hurt my soul made me howl in pain. I didn't even have the chance to introduce myself." Jun Changxiao sat on the chair and said, "I'll leave this prison to you two. You must help each other in the future. Don't let me down." "Yes." Zhao Daodu endured the pain. Arya muttered in her heart, "Can such a rookie be a deputy warden?" With Zhao Daodu's strength, it was indeed difficult for him to manage the imprisoned Emperor Wu and Wu Sheng. But don't forget that he knew how to cheat, and he had a mouth that could speak chicken soup for the soul at any time. Ha! In the Heaven prison, Dai Lu covered his face and laughed. That annoying guy who was as annoying as a fly was finally out of prison. This was definitely something worth celebrating. Creak. Suddenly, the door opened again. Xiao Ziji and Su Xiaoma walked in, and then carried Dai Lu out of the prison without any explanation. "Are you going to torture me again?" "Humph. If I frown, I'll take your surname." During this period of time, Dai Lu had been bullied by many disciples. He had long since become accustomed to it and was completely unafraid. After walking out of the cell, the strong sunlight made him close his eyes instinctively. When he gradually adapted to it and was ready to open them again, he suddenly felt that the environment had turned dark again. Creak. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji closed the door and left. Dai Lu steadied himself and opened his eyes in a daze. He realized that he was in an environment that was even darker than heaven. The ground was paved with stone slabs, which looked exceptionally neat. Where is this place? Coming, brother. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his ears. Dai Lu's facial muscles immediately stiffened. Not only was this voice familiar, but it was also very unforgettable. After a while, Dai Lu turned his head with difficulty and saw Zhao Daodu standing in front of him with a bright smile on his face. He was here. Hadn't he been released from prison? Zhao Daodu smiled and said, "This is Tianyuan Prison Pagoda, a luxurious underground prison. I'm the deputy warden. Brother, you're now one of the prisoners under my management. Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" Dai Lu spat out blood on the spot. He thought that he had finally gotten rid of the annoying fly. In the end, not only did they meet again, but their relationship had also changed. TSK. Arya, who was sitting in the distance, said in surprise, "I didn't know that my deputy warden had some ability." A smile was enough to make a prisoner spit out blood. "Don't talk nonsense," she shouted. "Hurry up and take this kid to the first floor of the prison." Yes. After all, Zhao Daodu was the deputy warden, so he obeyed her orders and hurriedly escorted Dai Lu to the lowest level of the prison. "Brother, you're really awesome." On the way, he said with great admiration, "All the prisoners locked up in the first floor of the prison are at the Martial Grand Emperor realm. The fact that the Patriarch locked you up here means that you have great potential." Although Zhao Daodu had just become the deputy warden, he already knew enough about Tianyuan Prison Pagoda, especially that the prisoners were assigned to different floors according to their strength. Dai Lu didn't say anything. "If I had great potential, how could I be a prisoner?" Patriarch. In the study, Li Qingyang was puzzled and said, "Dai Lu has just entered Wu Huang. Why is he locked up in the first floor of the prison?" Jun Changshao said, "Because it's very dangerous." Very dangerous? Li Qingyang was confused. Jun Changshao stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. He looked at the sky with his hands behind his back and said, "This boy has been locked up for a long time, but he still hasn't surrendered to me. This means that he has great perseverance. As long as he has the opportunity, he can achieve great things." "If that's the case, why keep him?" Li Qingyang asked. "Because," Jun Changshao thought for a while and said, "dealing with a tough guy is more challenging than subduing a martial grand emperor." "Host, aren't you afraid of raising a tiger in your bosom?" the system asked. Jun Changshao said, "Do you think the author will play out such a melodramatic plot?" The system was silent for a while and said, "Unless his brain was kicked by a donkey." Jun Changshao said, "So no matter what, I will take that guy in. If he really doesn't surrender, he can spend the rest of his life in the first floor of the prison. Maybe in the future, he can happily pick up soap with the martial grand emperors." In the first floor of the prison, Dai Lu was placed in an independent cell. The environment inside was really good. There was a soft bed, a bathroom, and many books to read. "Who?" Dai Lu sat cross-legged on the bed and let out a long breath. The Qi meridian had been unlocked, and Wu Huang's cultivation had completely recovered. However, he was not happy at all. This was because the soul that helped him become stronger was gone. Even though there were still powerful heaven and earth attributes here, it would be difficult for him to improve with his aptitude. Sigh. Dai Lu shook his head and said, "It's hard to escape from prison. Even if you have the cultivation of a martial grand emperor, you can only live alone for the rest of your life." "So," Zhao Daodu leaned his head over and said, "joining my sect of all times is your wise choice." Dai Lu roared, "How did you get in?" "Of course I walked in." Zhao Daodu sat down on the bed and said, "You have been locked up in the sect of all times for a long time. You should know that becoming a member can make you stronger. Why do you insist? Why don't you compromise?" Because Dai Lu clenched his fists and said, "This is my principle." "Principle my ass," Zhao Daoda said. "You are stubborn. You want to keep up appearances so that you can suffer." These words hit the nail on the head. From the fact that he had been possessed by a soul and forced to break through quickly, and still adhered to his principle of not harming the innocent, it showed that Dai Lu had a conscience. The label of villain would not belong to him even if it was Jun Changxiao's turn. The conflict between him and Go Xing originated from the first chapter, as well as the Spirit Spring sect that was involved later. Because he was too stubborn, he could not get over the hurdle in his heart. He had always treated Jun Changxiao and the sect of all times as enemies. Surrender to the enemy? He, who had principles, could not do such a thing that would lead to eternal infamy. "I heard about your matter from my senior brothers," Zhao Daoda said. "It's nothing more than the patriarch destroying your sect." "Gotcha." Dai Lu clenched his fists, saying angrily, "The hatred of destroying my sect is no different from the hatred of killing my father." Sigh. Zhao Daoda shook her head, and then she withdrew a command token and said, "Do you recognize this?" Dai Lu glanced at it, saying in surprise, "This is the identity token of a disciple of the Spirit Spring sect." "You are also a disciple of the Spirit Spring sect?" "That's right." Zhao Daoda's eyes shone with the light of the past, then slowly said, "If we count according to the time I entered the sect, you should call me senior brother." Dai Lu looked at him. "You may think that I am lying to you. But the truth is, I really was a disciple of the Spirit Spring sect. Later, for some reason, I defected." Zhao Daoda's face was sincere. "What reason?" "You should have heard of the Black Wind Stronghold." "I have." 10 years ago, thousands of people in Shaolin Village and Dongyang Village were slaughtered in one night. Have you heard of it?" "I have." "The Black Wind Stronghold did it." "What do you mean by telling me this?" "The Black Wind Stronghold did such a heartless thing because the Spirit Spring sect instructed them to do it behind the scenes. The two are just jackals of the same tribe." "Ah!" Dai Lu suddenly laughed. "I understand now. You telling me so much is to let me know that the Spirit Spring sect is a completely evil sect. You want me to let go of my grudge against the sect of all times." Although he was mercilessly exposed, Zhao Daoda didn't panic. A true master of deception, when deceiving others, first deceives himself. "You are wrong." Zhao Daoda stood up, roaring. "I just want you to know, even if an evil sect isn't destroyed by the patriarch, sooner or later it will be destroyed by the heavens. You are such an unyielding man, you shouldn't seek justice for the Spirit Spring sect because, it doesn't deserve." The last 3 words splashed Dai Lu's face with saliva. "As a disciple, I can seek revenge." "Then let me ask you." Zhao Daodu pointed to the sky, his emotions reaching the peak. He roared. "The thousands of villagers who died, the women who were humiliated, the children who were buried alive, who should avenge them. My patriarch destroyed the Spirit Spring sect to get rid of evil for the people, to do justice for the heavens. But you, Dai Lu, as a man, not only do you help the evildoers, you also seek justice for a sect that deserves to die. Is this your so-called principle?" "Bullshit. Fuck your bullshit principle." At the end, Zhao Daoda's voice was almost hoarse. His entire face was red and ferocious, veins popping out on his forehead. This kind of textbook-level acting would make Su Xiaoma feel ashamed. Dai Lv remained silent from the beginning to the end. Every word he heard was like a sharp sword, madly attacking his heart, attacking his seemingly invincible belief. Arya, who was standing outside, opened her small mouth, her face filled with disbelief. He clearly didn't have a strong cultivation base, so why was it that when he roared, he emitted a very special aura? Why was it so contagious? At this moment, Arya's attitude towards Zhao Daoda changed. She truly recognized the deputy warden that her master sent to her. Jun Changxiao sat in the monitoring room. He saw the scene just now through the projection array. He couldn't help but sigh. With this person here, who can't be persuaded to surrender and be used by the sect of all times? P.S. 3,000 words, no status, today I owe you half a card. Chapter 12-13. Zhao Daodu's anger and roaring emotions were exaggerated to the extreme. It was simply textbook acting. No wonder he could cheat for so many years in a world where martial arts were respected. Here came the problem. Was what Zhao Daodu said before true? The token was fake. The identity of a Spirit Spring Sect disciple was also fake. However, the destruction of the two villages 10 years ago was true, and the culprits were indeed Haifeng's Hai and Spirit Spring Sect. The two forces were destroyed by Jun Changshao. It should have been a secret that no one knew, but it was later investigated by the Drizzle Hall. This was definitely not an excuse for what Jun Changshao had done in the past, because there was no right or wrong in the world of martial arts. Moreover, a bandit group and a hired assassin had repeatedly launched sneak attacks on them. Was the reason not enough to destroy them? People with principles are worthy of respect. Zhao Daodu calmed down and said, "If you defend evil because of principles, you will only be despised by the world. Is there a need to say that? Think about it yourself." Creak. Zhao Daodu closed the door and left the prison. He, who had not used deception for a long time, was still so relaxed. "I'm really AF * King Genius." "Wow!" Arya exclaimed, "You are so powerful." It was unknown whether Dai Lu was convinced or not, but this prison warden had already approved of the deputy warden. Shua. Zhao Daodu flipped his hair and said, "Don't be infatuated with this brother is just a legend." Seeing his self-satisfied face, Arya held the soul-subduing whip tightly, and the impulse to hit 999 combos rose in her heart. Just kidding, just kidding. Pa 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 pa. Ah. Dai Lu was stunned for a long time in the prison, and then lowered his head to look at the token with the words, Spirit Spring Sect, engraved on it, and the expression on his face gradually became ferocious. Why do I have to take revenge? Is it really because the Spirit Spring Sect was destroyed? Memories of the past emerged in Dai Lu's mind, and he thought for a long time before he understood. Revenge was only the second reason. The real reason was that he could not swallow the anger of being trampled under the feet of Jun Changshao at the beginning of the first chapter. He could not swallow the anger that he could not even defeat his disciple Yixingchen. Brother, stop fooling around. One was the time travel system, the other was the reincarnation school of the great emperor, the most powerful existence in novels. Don't deceive yourself. How can you compete with these monsters? His beliefs and principles were gradually being shaken. In the following period of time, Zhao Daodu never came. She didn't even appear in front of him. Since she had already given him instructions, she needed to give him time to think. If it was too frequent, it would seem too deliberate. Haven't you figured it out yet? Jun Changshao occasionally came to the prison to ask. Seeing that Dai Lu was still not enlightened, he shook his head and said, Since you can't do it, then use Arya's method. Patriarch, Zhao Daodu hurriedly said, give him a little more time and he will definitely figure it out. All right. I'll leave it to you. Jun Changshao had just casually said that to deal with unyielding people, if he relied on Arya's soul whip to make them yield, it would be meaningless. Because the sect's achievement value was more than 20,000 at the beginning, even if he was promoted now, the exclusive sect task had not been completed, so he could still hear the two kinds of rewards every day. Under the strengthened version of the Elixir Pavilion, various elixirs for cultivation were produced one after another and distributed to the disciples for cultivation, and the effect was also greatly increased. Patriarch Li Qingyang said, the newly refined Gathering Qi elixir is very effective, and the progress of the small realm of the same sect will be faster. Jun Changshao nodded and then leaned back on the chair. His mind was full of thoughts on how to refine the half-step Wu Xing elixir. With all kinds of resources, although the sect's disciples' progress was fast, it was just a small realm. They had to rely on this to enter the big realm. For example, Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji were stuck at the peak of Wu Huang for a period of time. If they had the half-step Saint Elixir, it would not be difficult for them to advance. It's time to go to the Starry Sky Fortress. Jun Changshao had been waiting for the sect's construction to be upgraded. Now that it was completed, he focused on the special place in the universe. Of course, it was not to cause trouble. He planned to sneak in and carefully investigate the internal situation, and at the same time, go to the underground black market to look for materials. The second-class residents were all martial emperors, and the subordinates sent to investigate were not weak either. Jun Changshao was still quite cautious about this mysterious place. Starry Sky Fortress. Lord. A black-robed old man walked into the secret room and said, General Wu, who was sent to investigate, has been confirmed dead. Who killed him? The fortress master sat cross-legged on a stone bed. Because he was wearing a mask, it was difficult to see his expression. However, one could hear anger in his voice. We can't find out for now. However, with Guanzhou and the other person, I think it might have something to do with the falling star continent. The black-robed old man said. The falling star continent is just a low-level realm, and the strongest person is not here. How could they have the ability to kill General Wu? The fortress master said. Perhaps. The black-robed old man was silent for a while and said, The murderer is someone else who deliberately created the illusion that it was done by the falling star continent so as to distract us and get away with it. It's not impossible. The fortress master said, We'll talk about this after I've recovered from my injuries. Yes. The black-robed old man received the order and left. On the way, he was puzzled and thought to himself, Someone in the mortal universe can actually hurt the Lord. This is a bit unbelievable. The fortress master continued to use his cultivation method, enveloping himself with majestic energy. However, every time he thought of the terrifying aura that suppressed him, he thought to himself in fear, could it be the power from the upper realm? Falling star continent, outside the universe. The white Rakshasa, who came to send him off, asked again, Little brother, are you really going to the cosmic fortress alone? It's too dangerous. The black Rakshasa said, We'll go with you. Standing on the ancient warship, Jun Changshao said, Brothers, you should stay and protect the sect. If he was going to cause trouble, he would definitely bring 2 super fighters. However, this trip was just to gather information. If they were responsible for the sect's safety, he would be able to play without worry. All right. The white Rakshasa cupped her hands and said, Little brother, have a safe trip. Brothers, Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, I'll leave the falling star continent and the sect of all times to you. Little brother, don't worry. The black Rakshasa vowed, with the 2 of us here, no one will be able to break in. Whoosh! In the dark universe, the ancient warship turned into a streak of light and flew over. On this day, Jun Changshao left the falling star continent and merged with the vast universe. This meant that he had officially embarked on the path to conquering the Sea of Stars. Cosmic Fortress, thousands of planes. A sonorous and powerful shout resounded in the endless universe. Your Emperor is here. Chapter 12:14. No one knew how big the universe was. However, there was one thing that was certain. The vast starry sky that was like a mother had nurtured countless planes that formed their own systems. The falling star continent was just one of them. It was the most inconspicuous grain of sand in the Ganges River. Standing on the ancient warship and looking at the endless dark universe, Jun Changshao also deeply felt that although he had a cultivation base, he was exceptionally small in the boundless starry sky. So, the system said, only martial artists will seek the peak of martial arts, hoping to break through the void one day. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, It is the fate of martial artists to not accept their fate. But who knows if there is a bigger cage waiting for them after breaking free from this cage? If there is, they will also go. Why? The mortal universe has too many limitations. If they want to break through to a higher level and have a longer lifespan, even if they know that there is a bigger cage waiting outside the cage, they have to give it a try. That makes sense. Jun Changshao, who was at the peak of Wuxing, could live for a long as the soul bomb did not explode. But it was not true eternity. Knowing that breaking through the void could prolong one's life, could it be that he could ascend or not and wait for the end of his life? He could live. Who would be willing to die? Sigh. Jun Changshao said, I am also an ordinary person. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, a sound came from the cockpit. The spirit stones embedded in the engine were about to be used up. No way. Jun Changshao broke down and said, We have only flown for a short distance and the energy is already out. Boom! Boom! In the gloomy forest, the earth shook frequently. Dozens of huge ferocious beasts like Tyrannosaurus Rex walked over. Their big emotionless eyes locked onto 10 disheveled humans wearing animal skin clothes. What's wrong? We are going to die today. It's all Heijie's fault. He didn't listen to the chief's orders and took us out without permission. Everyone's eyes were filled with despair. Compared to the group of beasts that were as tall as mountains, these humans with primitive spears in their hands were like pitiful little ants. Roar! Roar! The huge creatures roared, their voices shaking the world. Hoo hoo hoo! One of the ferocious beasts suddenly raised its foot and stomped down on the 10 weak humans. Although the strength it emitted was barely comparable to that of a martial master, it was undoubtedly fatal to the latter. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. The 10 of them knew that there was no hope of escaping, so they could only close their eyes. Bang! 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 Suddenly, a series of explosions rang out, sweeping up gusts of wind, sweeping them all away, falling to the ground in various postures. What was going on? Everyone steadied themselves and tried to open their eyes. A large ship with a heavy aura appeared out of thin air in his field of vision. The group of beasts that were as tall as mountains were lying on the ground, with large holes in their head. Blood and XX flowed all over the ground. All 10 of them were dumbfounded. Shwa! A human figure flew out from the ship and hovered in mid-air. With a wave of his hand, he collected the scattered crystal cores and said, Although the level is not high, the energy contained inside is not bad. Everyone turned pale with fright. That guy could actually fly and hover in the air. Oh my God, could it be that a god had descended to earth? Plop! Plop! Everyone knelt on the ground and kowtowed with the most devout attitude. However, when they raised their heads, they found that the ship and the people were gone. Only the corpses of the beasts were left. Jun Changshao drove the warship out of the world of demonic beasts and continued to travel through the vast starry sky. He didn't look back at all. During this period, he entered many planes. Some were dominated by humans, while others were dominated by other races. It could be said that each plane had its own style and characteristic. Life is like a journey. You don't have to care about the destination. What you care about is the scenery along the way and the feeling of enjoying the scenery. After flying out of a plane, Jun Changshao stood on the bow of the ship with his hands behind his back and closed his eyes. Let the soul travel. Bah! The system said. Why did it have to spit? Because this guy's soul was traveling. The plane that he had just visited was already in chaos. Who stole the heaven and earth treasure that I have collected for hundreds of years? It's that bastard. He dug out the 9 spirits' jade Ganoderma. Brother, our spirit stone mine has been robbed. Hundreds of thousands of spirit stones are gone. Lord Patriarch, the secret manuals in the library have all been stolen. Almost on the same day, all the major sects and forces in the plane were visited by thieves. All kinds of martial arts resources were calculated. The economic losses were immeasurable. Moreover, the thieves had a common point. Their reputation were very bad in the pugilistic world. There were even many vicious and evil people. The most troublesome thing was, after the thief succeeded in the theft, he wrote 5 words on the wall: "Handsome thief Jun Liuxiang." Handsome thief? Jun Liuxiang. Who the hell is this person? F***ck his grandpa. How dare he steal from me? I must make him suffer. The various forces that had been robbed began to mobilize people and use their connections to carry out a carpet search. The name Handsome Thief Jun Liuxiang gradually spread and became a hot topic among the martial artists. At the current speed, it will take about half a month to reach the Starry Sky Fortress. Jun Changshao held the Starry Sky map and looked at the dozens of plane markings on the route. He thought to himself, I'll visit one after another. After all, it's not easy to come out. The system said, Host, it's best to keep a low profile. Some planes' overall strength is not to be trifled with. Once discovered, you might not be able to come out. Don't worry. Jun Changshao said, I know what I'm doing. Swish. The scene changed spiritually. The ancient battlefield was in the sky above a certain plain. Dozens of martial emperors' auras appeared around it, as if they could crush heaven and earth. F***ck your grandpa. Jun Changshao stood at the bow of the ship and roared, Is your mouth blessed? Little thief, you dare to sneak into my limitless divine palace's spirit fields to steal medicinal herbs. No one in the world can save you. An old man in Taoist robes reprimanded angrily. In front of him, there were more than 10 experts with similar cultivation. They were all the top forces of limitless divine palace. And the plane that Goxing entered, whether it was the number of people or the overall strength, was above the 9 heavens continent. Simply put, he kicked an iron plate. Everyone, Jun Changshao said seriously, this is a beautiful misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. The limitless divine palace experts obviously wouldn't listen to his nonsense. They released even more pressure. Sigh. Jun Changshao shook his head. He raised his right hand lightly, and his entire body was instantly covered by the Xianyuan divine armor. The Sky Tyrant's spear appeared from the void, and he transformed into Lu Bu. With a cold gaze, he said, From now on, the battlefield is under my control. The limitless divine palace leader's expression changed slightly. He transmitted, The battle armor and weapon on this child's body are clearly extraordinary. His strength must be extremely strong. We must not lower our guard. And all the experts waited solemnly. Huff, huff, huff. A violent aura spread out from Jun Changshao's body. It was as if he had turned into a devil walking out from the darkness. He said, If God blocks, I'll kill God. If devil blocks, I'll kill devil. Swish. The ancient warship turned into a stream of light and flew into the sky, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. After a long while, the limitless divine palace experts came back to their senses and almost vomited blood on the spot. So that guy had armed himself to the teeth, just to confuse everyone and take the opportunity to escape. Chapter 12:15. All kinds of equipment were summoned, and all kinds of pretentious words were uttered, indicating that an exciting battle was about to begin. In the end, Jun Changshao actually ran away. Goxing, why did I come out from the falling star continent? Isn't it just to go to the cosmic fortress? So there's no point in fighting with those people. It's better to hurry. Jun Changshao stood at the bow of the ship and said, You're a coward. The system said, Don't make so many excuses. Jun Changshao couldn't be bothered with it. He focused all his attention on the cosmic fortress. As for the planes that they were passing by, he had no interest in them. However, traveling in the vast universe wasn't safe. Not to mention the various undercurrents and meteorites, there were also many space bandits like the Handsome Man. Swish, swish, swish. Just as Jun Changshao stopped the ship to change the energy source, a few battleships flew over from afar. There were hundreds of martial artists on them. Some were strong and some were weak. The leader was a middle-aged man whose strength was comparable to a martial emperor. The strongest of the falling star continent is very cheap in the vast universe. Jun Changshao thought to himself, nonsense. The system said, there are countless planes in the mortal universe. Sending one from each plane is already a huge number. That's true. Jun Changshao walked out from the cockpit and smiled. What's the matter? The bandit boss, who had been in this region for many years, sneered. Kid, your battleship's grade isn't low. You should know the rules of this business, right? No. Jun Changshao said. The bandit boss smiled. Then I'll let you know today. Boom, boom, boom. A moment later, a series of explosions appeared in the starry sky. The few battleships turned into nothingness, and the flickering light illuminated the darkness. Swish! The ancient battleship flew out. Jun Changshao stood at the bow of the ship with many interspatial rings in his hands. He shook his head and said, I was still worried about where to rob. Instead, they came to me. Go Xing didn't want to provoke a powerful force like the immeasurable divine palace because he was in a hurry. However, as long as those bandits in the universe dared to provoke him, they would definitely retaliate and rob him. They might even take the initiative to attack in order to obtain resources. As a result, on the way to the interstellar fortress, all the interstellar bandits were met with a nightmare. Give. In a desolate plain, a bandit leader who had been robbing people for hundreds of years endured his heavy injuries and offered up all his asset. Hundreds of his subordinates were lying behind him. Some had been killed, while others were playing dead. Shua. Jun Changshao accepted it unceremoniously and said coldly, If you dare to kill and rob again, I will come and take your life at any time. Understood. Swish! The ancient battlefield tore through the void, merging into the boundless universe. Awesome! Jun Changshao grinned as he reclined on the chair. He had already been on the road for 10 days. During this time, he had plundered more than 10 bandit territories and obtained countless martial arts resources. In particular, he had obtained many high-grade spirit stones which could barely be used as fuel. Boom! Boom! One day, Jun Changshao arrived at a certain region of the universe and vaguely heard movement. Thus, he released his spiritual senses and saw a faint flame flickering in the distance. It was very similar to the scene of an interstellar warship exploding. Swish! Swish! Several streaks of light rushed out from the flame. They were 4 experts whose strength was not inferior to the handsome man. At this moment, they were battered and exhausted, but they still released their spiritual energy to form a group and enveloped a young man who was about 13 or 14 years old. Swish! Swish! Dozens of streaks of light flew out from the flame. They were wearing the same black armor, and the leaders among them were also abnormally strong. The 2 groups of people, one in front and one behind, were engaged in a chase in the universe. TSK. Jun Changshao said, their formation is quite big. On the way here, he had encountered experts who were fighting due to some kind of grudge, but the number of people was limited to 2 or 3. This was the first time he had seen such a level and number. In particular, the young man who was enveloped was wearing extraordinary clothes and had an extraordinary temperament. At a glance, one could tell that he was a noble. Now that he was being chased by a large group of soldiers, could he be a descendant of a plane in distress? Little brother. At this moment, a slightly hurried voice sounded in his ear. This old man is willing to pay a large amount of spirit stones to let young master safely leave this place on your warship. The one who spoke was the white-haired old man who was protecting the young man. From his pale face, it could be seen that his injuries were very serious. If they were caught, they would definitely die. Seeing injustice on the road, he would draw his sword to help. Jun Changshao asked without hesitation, What grade? How many spirit stones? 1,000,000 ninth-grade spirit stones. The old man transmitted his voice. From the speed of his words, it was obvious that he could not wait to throw the young man he was protecting over. There was no other way. He and the other 3 were already injured, and the warship was also destroyed. It was impossible to shake off the pursuers behind them, so they could only pin their hopes on this passing outsider. Was he not afraid that they were accomplices? At this point, he could only take the gamble. The old man made the right bet. Jun Changshao was really passing by. Moreover, this guy was not a chivalrous person, but as long as he showed enough sincerity, he would definitely be very tempted. Gou Xing did not understand the concept of ninth-grade spirit stones, but he still said, "Throw it over." "Young master," the white-haired old man said, "you must survive. You must restore the glory of the Tianyuan continent." Shua. As he spoke, he and the other 3 used all their strength to throw the energy ball that protected the young man from the spatial tear onto the warship's flight path. Huff, huff, huff. Jun Changshao waved his hand, and his powerful spiritual energy turned into a solid giant hand. It caught the energy ball as if it was a baseball, and then forcefully pulled it over. Pung! The energy ball was completely exhausted, and it instantly collapsed into nothingness. The young man fell to the ground, and then he hurriedly stood up and shouted sorrowfully, "You guys come up too!" At this point, he suddenly stopped speaking, because the 4 experts had resolutely turned around and charged towards the group of black-armored experts. Specks of light gradually gathered. Shit! Jun Changshao's face changed drastically. They want to self-destruct their soul. Whoosh! The ancient warship flew over at an extremely fast speed, and the energy in the control room was completely exhausted in an instant. Boom! Boom! In the next second after the warship left, a magnificent explosion occurred in the area where it was previously, and the space around it shook violently. "They're crazy." Seeing the huge mushroom cloud caused by the self-destruction of the soul, Jun Changshao's expression became interesting. Plop! The young man knelt on the deck and tears fell like rain. "Gone. My last family member is gone." Jun Changshao walked over and reached out to take the 2 space rings from his waist. He found that there were indeed 1,000,000 spirit stones that were stronger than the 6-pointed star stone, and so he comforted him. "Little guy, the dead cannot be brought back to life. My condolences." "Revenge!" The young man clenched his fists, and blood flowed out. He said angrily, "I will definitely avenge my father and the people of the Tianyuan continent." Because of the anger in his heart, he fainted on the spot. Tianyuan continent? The name of the continent reminded Jun Changshao of the Tianyuan soul-suppressing tower, and so he muttered, "Is there a connection between the two?" Chapter 12:16. "I swear," the system said, "the Heaven Origin soul-suppressing pagoda was definitely not stolen from someone else. What about the remnant scroll? That is just a special existence." Jun Changshao had a suspicious look on his face. The system said, excluding the remnant scroll, all the items purchased in the store were obtained through legal channels. The host has no doubt about this. "Like hell I'll believe you." Jun Changshao rolled his eyes, then grabbed the young man and placed him in the cabin. Then, he replaced the energy and continued on their journey. Since he was paid, he had to help. In this aspect, Gou Xing was very honest. However, he was still considering whether the Tianyuan continent and the Heaven Origin soul-suppressing pagoda were related, or if the latter was a treasure of the former that was stolen by the system. It was actually very simple to understand this point. He just had to wait for the young man to wake up and ask him directly. Cough, cough. A day later, the young man woke up from his coma. Thinking of the scene of the 4 powerhouses self-destructing, he was extremely depressed and sat down with his head down, tears dripping down. He had been on the run in the universe for a long time and had been protected by 4 bodyguards. He had long established a relationship that surpassed that of a master and servant. Jun Changshao expressed his understanding and put down a pile of tissues. The young man tried to calm down and said politely, "Thank you for saving me." "You're welcome," Jun Changshao said. "You took the money, so it's only right." The young man was slightly stunned and then said bitterly, "You're very honest, unlike some people who say one thing on the surface and another behind their backs." "Yes," Jun Changshao said, "people's hearts are separated by their bellies. Who knows if they're good or bad?" The young man did not speak anymore. "You're from the Tianyuan continent?" Jun Changshao asked. "Yes." "Have you heard of the heaven origin soul suppressing pagoda?" Hearing this, the young man said with a pained expression, "That's the divine weapon of the Tianyuan continent." F***ck. Jun Changshao cursed in his heart, "And you still say it's not stolen?" "It's not stolen." The system insisted, "It's definitely not stolen." "Then it's stolen." The system was speechless. The young man gritted his teeth and said, "If the heaven origin soul suppressing pagoda had not mysteriously disappeared for thousands of years, our Tianyuan continent would not have been destroyed." Disappeared for thousands of years? A stunned expression appeared on Jun Changshao's face. The system finally seized the opportunity and roared angrily, "The host has only bought it a few years ago. The timing doesn't match at all. Do you understand now?" "TSK." Jun Changshao said indifferently, "Maybe the system can skip the past and the future by stealing things." The system was so angry that it was speechless. "Wait." The young man suddenly raised his head and asked in astonishment, "How do you know about the heaven origin soul suppressing tower?" This." Jun Changshao thought for a moment and said, "I often travel to the major planes. Naturally, I heard it from others." "I see." The young man didn't take it to heart. Jun Changshao asked curiously, "What's the artifact like in the Tianyuan continent?" He was not 100% sure that the heaven origin soul suppressing tower in his hands was the divine weapon of the Tianyuan continent. After all, it was common to see people with the same name in novels, let alone in the mortal realm. "I've never seen it before," the young man said. "I've only heard of it." It looks like, when Jun Changshao heard the description, he was absolutely sure that the divine weapon of the Tianyuan continent was his heaven origin soul suppressing tower. Regardless of how the system got it, he was traveling in the vast universe and met a warrior with a divine weapon. Was this the legendary will of the heavens? "What's your name?" the young man asked. Jun Changshao said, "Jun Chao Shui." "He Tue." The young man's expression was a little interesting, but he bowed again and said, "Although I took the money, Brother Jun saved me. I still have to thank you." Jun Changshao said, "What's your name?" "Shang Yuhen." "What's your identity in the Tianyuan continent?" Shang Yuhen was silent. Jun Changshao shrugged and said, "I'm just asking." It didn't matter if the other party was the son of the plane or a relative of the royal family. It had nothing to do with him. He just needed to send him to the next plane safely. Shang Yuhen said, "My identity is the Prince of the Shang Empire of the Tianyuan continent." "No wonder you have such a temperament." Jun Changshao wasn't surprised. "Temperament?" Shang Yuhen said self-deprecatingly. "What kind of temperament can a wanderer with a ruined country have?" Jun Changshao didn't ask in detail because he could roughly guess from the situation just now. It was nothing more than an accident in the empire, and then under the protection of a few strong warriors, he killed his way out and began to wander the universe. It was very pitiful, but something like this would happen often. "I will send you to the next plane," Jun Changshao said. Shang Yuhen said, "Brother Jun, those who are chasing after me, they won't easily." Jun Changshao interrupted, "I'm only responsible for helping you get out of danger. I'm not responsible for your safety in the future. So whether they come after you or not has nothing to do with me." These words were very realistic and cruel. Shang Yuhen could tell from the conversation just now, so he wasn't surprised. He said seriously, I will continue to spend money to hire you. Sorry. Jun Changshao said, I'm the master of a sect, not the king of mercenaries. Besides, do you still have money? When Go Xing took the ring, he had already searched Shang Yuhan's body with his spiritual sense. He didn't find any other spatial rings, so he didn't think that Shang Yuhan had the ability to hire a handsome god like him as a bodyguard. Yes. Shang Yuhan raised his hand and the space suddenly rippled. He then reached in and took out a ring. There are 5 million spirit stones inside. I hope Brother Jun can guarantee my safety. As a former prince, he had already realized that this warship was extraordinary. Since the other party had it, he must be very strong. Maybe he could really help him get away from the pursuit of his enemies. Swoosh. Jun Changshao sat beside Shang Yuhan and put a hand on his shoulder. Meeting in the universe is fate. From now on, I will be responsible for your safety. At the same time, he reached out and took the ring. Thank you, Brother Jun, Shang Yuhan said. After Jun Changshao checked the goods, he said, Of course, I can't protect you all year long. Tell me a place and I will send you there. I want to go. Shang Yuhan went silent for a while and said with a firm gaze, Universal Fortress. What a coincidence. Jun Changshao said, I want to go too. I can give you a ride. Shang Yuhan was surprised. Why is Brother Jun going to the Universal Fortress? To visit an old friend. Jun Changshao said perfunctorily. Shang Yuhan was even more surprised. Brother Jun has a friend who lives in the Universal Fortress. He must be one of the top experts in the mortal universe. Can you tell me his name? Jun Changshao wanted to say that he was friends with the fortress master, but he felt that it was a little too much. So he changed the topic. What about you? Why are you going to the fortress? To ransom someone. Ransom someone? Jun Changshao was stunned. Shang Yuhan's face was filled with pain. The ancestor who founded the great Shang Empire was imprisoned in the 9 levels of hell because he violated the rules. If I want to take revenge for the people of the continent, I can only ransom him. Jun Changshao said, Hell? The Universal Fortress used to be called Astral Hell. This hell actually means prison. It mainly imprisons criminals. Shang Yuhan said, Damn. That place actually has a prison system like my sect of all times. Jun Changshao's interest was piqued. Tell me about the 9 hells in detail. Shang Yuhan muttered in his heart, doesn't he have friends in the Universal Fortress? Why hasn't he heard of something that everyone knows? Go Xing didn't have any friends. He knew very little about the Universal Fortress. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come all the way from the Falling Star continent to investigate. Shang Yuhan told him what he knew about the 9 levels of hell. After Jun Changshao heard it, he thought to himself, he must have stolen the prison system of my sect of all times. Please. The system broke down. He has existed for a long time. Who is the one who stole who? Pa! Jun Changshao clenched his right hand into a fist and hid his left hand. He suddenly realized, this universal fortress must be able to cross time and space and steal from the future to the past. The system roared, who would be so bored as to use a godly ability to steal a bullshit prison system? Shwa. Jun Changshao crossed his arms and looked around cautiously. Maybe some big shot is using a godly ability to spy on me from the future. The system said helplessly, Everyone come quickly, there is a big sand eagle here. Chapter 12:17. Jun Changshao learned from Shang Yuhan that there were 9 levels of hell in the interstellar fortress. They were similar to the prison he created, and each level held prisoners of different strength. It was not important who he used as a reference. What was important was what did the interstellar fortress think of him as? That it could imprison martial artists from the mortal plane at will? I heard that the interstellar fortress is related to the higher realm, Shang Yuhan said. Higher realm. Jun Changshao thought of the enforcer bow that he had obtained earlier. It could shoot arrows of punishment by pulling the bowstring. The twin ghosts of black and white said that it came from the higher realm, and only the Jia Hall had it. Now that the interstellar fortress was related to it, could it be that the higher realm ordered it to be a prison built in the mortal plane to imprison all kinds of creatures that violated the rules? That's possible, the system agreed. Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and said, if that's the case, doesn't that mean the interstellar fortress has the higher realm as its backer? I'm a little scared. Being scared is not the host's personality. If the heavens bully you, then go against them, the system said. Scram. Jun Chang smiled and said, don't stand here and make sarcastic remarks. He only wanted to complete the main quest now. If the conditions allowed, going to the higher realm to take a look was not a bad idea. As for going against the heavens, he had to think twice before doing so. After all, it was not a joke. Of course, Go Xing remembered the Jia Hall, because the punishments and sanctions that he had to endure on the battlefield had to be approved by this department before they could be implemented. Damn it! Thinking of the old and new grudges, Jun Changshao clenched his fists and said angrily, when I ascend, I'll definitely overturn the Jia Hall. The seed of hatred that was buried in her heart had already grown to the point where the tip of a small lotus flower had just emerged. Jun Changshao asked Shang Yuhen about the strength of the Shang dynasty's ancestor and which level of hell he was imprisoned in. In the end, the answer he received was that he did not know. If you don't know anything, how are you going to ransom him? Get resources. Can the prisoners be ransomed? According to the rules of the interstellar fortress, as long as you pay enough resources, you can release him for a certain period of time. However, he will still be imprisoned in the end. Jun Changshao said, interesting. The person still had to be locked up. At most, they would be bailed out for a period of time with money. It could be used repeatedly. His own prison could also implement this model. The system complained, I'm just afraid that after receiving the ransom, the criminals will run to the ends of the earth, and we won't be able to catch them. Jun Changshao said, that's why we still need to wait until we have absolute strength before we can implement it. Don't worry. He patted Shang Yuhen's shoulder and said, since I've taken your money, I will bring you safely to the interstellar fortress. Thank you, Brother Jun. Swish. The ancient warship advanced at full speed, leaving behind a faint trail of light wherever it passed. Jun Changshao had completely given up on the idea of exploring other planes after accepting the money from the fallen prince. He focused all his attention on the journey to the Starry Sky Fortress. Of course, his interest in the Nine Hells was piqued. Tianyuan Prison Pagoda had just been built, so there were not many prisoners in there. The Nine Hells had existed for a long time, so there should be many prisoners from other planes. How strong were they as a whole? If, Jun Changshao thought, all the prisoners in the Nine Hells are released, will the fortress master's mind explode on the spot? I don't know if his mind will explode or not, but I know that it will be a very scary thing. The system said. The Starry Sky Fortress's strength could be seen from the 2 investigations they had sent out. The prisoners locked up in the Nine Hells were definitely not ordinary people. Releasing them would be tantamount to a disaster. If the fortress master doesn't let me go, I'll just break the Nine Hells, Jun Changshao said calmly. The system said, that's a bit too much. Of course. Jun Changshao narrowed his eyes and said, I can also transfer all the prisoners to Tianyuan Prison Pagoda. The system broke down. That's a very bold idea. No matter what, Go Xing already had his eyes on the Nine Hells. If the situation allowed, he would definitely do something. There were many meteorites in the universe. They slowly gathered together, forming a special existence similar to the Milky Way. Of course, it could also be described as a garbage dump, because not only were there rocks, there were also fragments and bones. At this moment, the ancient warship was traveling at a low speed in the garbage dump. Because the Milky Way covered a large area, Jun Changshao could not choose to take a detour. He could only carefully move through it. Brother June, Shang Yuhen said worriedly, it's easy to be ambushed in this garbage dump. As soon as he said that, the ancient warship went around a few giant meteorites. In front of the pile of rocks, there were several warships floating quietly, full of fully armed black-armored martial artists. Jun Changshao said helplessly, "You really have a crow's mouth." Shang Yuhen smiled bitterly, but his eyes were filled with endless anger. Because the black-armored martial artists on the warships were his enemies. His home was gone. His family was gone. Why are they still not letting me go and still want to kill me? Your Highness. The middle-aged leader standing at the bow of the warship smiled and said, "Quickly go to the Yellow Springs and meet your father." Gotcha. Shang Yuhen clenched his fists, unable to suppress his anger. Of course. The middle-aged man said again, "If you know what's good for you, hand over the great Shang's treasure. Perhaps you can avoid death." Shang Yuhen's eyes were about to split open. The great Shang's treasure is the blood and sweat of my ancestors. How can I hand it over to you ugly demons? Kaki. The middle-aged man laughed strangely. Since you don't want to cooperate, then die. After saying that, he looked at Jun Changshao and said disdainfully, "Brat, you dare to help us hunt prey. You must be tired of living. I thought you were treating me as if I didn't exist." Jun Changshao shrugged. The middle-aged man said indifferently, "It doesn't matter if you exist or not, because you will soon cease to exist." "You want to kill me?" Jun Changshao asked. The middle-aged man was amused by his words because this question was simply too stupid. "General," one of his subordinates whispered, "this guy's warship is not bad." The middle-aged man had already noticed this and said indifferently, "Be careful when you attack. Don't damage the warship. This general still needs to drive it back." "Yes." Everyone shouted. The middle-aged man pointed at Jun Changshao and said, "Hurry up and get out." From the moment this guy appeared until now, he had not looked at Jun Changshao at all. He was simply arrogant to the extreme. "All right." Jun Changshao tapped his feet and flew out of the ancient battlefield. Because the area where the meteorites gathered also had a planar system, the feeling of being torn apart by the power of the universe was not very obvious. With his strength, he could easily deal with it. "Brother Jun!" Shang Yuhen shouted. There was still a chance to escape on the warship, but if he flew down like this, he would definitely be surrounded. Quite cooperative. The middle-aged man waved his hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 1,000 black-armored cultivators on the warship flew out and then burst out with their cultivation. They split into two groups and charged at Jun Changshao and Shang Yuhen. They wanted to kill. They also wanted to take away the ancient warship. Chapter 12:18. Plop! At the edge of the garbage dump, the middle-aged leader stood on a meteorite. His legs went soft and he fell to the ground. There was a huge hole in his chest. Wah! He spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were wide open in disbelief. It was clear that it had been bombarded. From the only wound, he should have been attacked only once. The middle-aged man's strength was not inferior to any of the 5 tyrants. He was also wearing an armor that was not inferior to the battlefield specter. In the end, his chest was pierced through. However, the camera zoomed out. The river-like garbage dump showed a huge empty area that extended towards the meteorite where the middle-aged man was. There was not even a grain of sand in it. It also contained energy that had not completely dissipated. It felt like a raging river that was cut in half by a terrifying force. On the other side of the empty area, the ancient warship was quietly suspended in the air. Shang Yuhen, who was standing on the deck, was dumbstruck. In the end, he could not support himself and fell to the ground. His heart was in turmoil. As the only witness, he swore that he had never seen anything like this before. It would be unforgettable, because Brother June had punched the black-armored martial artists when they rushed over. It was very plain. It felt like he had casually thrown it out. However, such a simple and unadorned punch actually contained a terrifying strength. Not only did it kill the thousands of black-armored martial artists, but it also directly destroyed the warship. The captain of the warship was even sent flying away, revealing the scene that was before everyone's eyes. Zhang Yuhen was dumbfounded. He had guessed that Brother Jun was very strong from the ancient warship, but he did not expect him to be so strong. He could actually kill a lower-level space-breaking realm expert with one punch. Middle level. Zhang Yuhen was shocked. Brother Jun must be middle level. The strongest realm in the falling star continent was Martial Emperor. However, there was no detailed division of the realms. In fact, in the mortal world's martial arts system, this realm was classified as Space-Breaking Realm. It was called Space-Breaking Realm or Space-Breaking Realm. Space-Breaking Realm had a very clear division of the realms. They were lower level, middle level, and upper level. Before the Night Emperor fell, he belonged to the lower-level space-breaking realm. Experts of this level had a very good understanding of the heaven and earth attribute and the power of space. They were completely uncontrollable in the universe. To put it bluntly, they had already broken free from the shackles of the continent. As for ascending to the upper realm, he needed to comprehend the power of the universe. This kind of power was higher than the heaven and earth attribute of the continent, and could only be comprehended after reaching the lower void-piercing realm. When an elite cultivator comprehended the power of the universe, it was equivalent to stepping into the middle level of the void-piercing realm, and already had the qualifications to ascend to the upper realm. Of course, the middle level of the void-piercing tier was also considered to be in a hurry to throw away one's life. After reaching this level, many people would choose to ascend, but in the end they would fail and die. According to the statistics of the relevant departments, the success rate of a middle void-piercing realm cultivator ascending to the upper realm was less than 5%. On average, only 5 out of 100 people successfully ascended, but this still couldn't stop the desire of mortals to become stronger. Therefore, almost every day there would be experts who died because of this. There were many reasons for failing to ascend. For example, the tempering of the physical body was not good enough, or the soul was not strong enough. However, the main reason was that one's understanding of the power of the universe was not comprehensive enough. Therefore, the upper void-piercing tier was born. Powerhouses of this realm would be greatly improved in all aspects, especially their understanding of the power of the universe. According to the author's statistics, the success rate of ascension was about 30%. The probability was greatly increased, but the success rate of breaking through to the upper void-piercing realm was much lower than that of the middle void-piercing realm. If anyone could reach this level, they would definitely be at the level of monsters in the mortal universe. It was precisely because the upper void-piercing realm was too difficult to reach, and because of lifespan and other factors, many powerhouses could only take the risk and forcibly ascend at the middle level. Failure meant stepping into death. Success meant a comprehensive sublimation. After the introduction of the realm, the main topic turned to Zhang Yuhen. At this moment, he firmly believed that Jun Changshao killed the middle-aged man with one punch, and his strength must have reached the middle level of the void-piercing realm. But the truth? Go Xing didn't even touch the threshold of the lower level. To be able to kill the lower level of the void-piercing realm, he completely relied on one punch to kill. The middle-aged man was quite miserable. From the appearance to the conversation with Zhang Yuhen, he never looked at Jun Changshao. He even treated him as heir and directly charged for one punch to kill. His subsequent words were also very pretentious, and his energy rose all the way to 100%. In that case, Jun Changshao certainly wouldn't be stingy. He locked onto the middle-aged man and blasted over. This time, he didn't use his feet because he already understood that even if he attacked with his butt, he would suffer the side effect. Who? A gust of wind blew over. Jun Changshao, who was standing proudly in front of the warship, had a head full of black hair that fluttered in the wind, revealing his shiny head. Brother Jun, Shang Yuhen stared and said, You're bald. Jun Changshao didn't say anything. He silently took out the black robe that never wore out, and then put it on his head, saying, With me protecting you, you will be very safe. Xiao. The ancient battlefield flew along the empty space created by the one punch to kill and smoothly flew out of the starry sky garbage dump. Plop. The middle-aged man kneeling on the meteorite fell. Although the pair of eyes had lost their vitality, there was still a painful and disbelieving expression on his face. He, who was infinitely close to the strength of two commanders, actually received a boxed meal so easily. On the ancient warship, Jun Changshao happily held the other's spatial ring and said with a smile, This guy is quite rich. Brother Jun. Shang Yuhen gradually calmed down, his eyes flashing with admiration. So you're at the middle level of the void-piercing realm. Middle level of the void-piercing realm? Jun Changshao said, What do you mean? Shang Yuhen said in shock, Brother Jun doesn't know about the void-piercing realm? Jun Changshao spread out his hands and said, This one is managing the sect in the plane all year round, and rarely goes out, so I don't know many things. I see. Shang Yuhen understood and then explained the void-piercing realm to him. It's so complicated? Knowing that the void-piercing realm was divided into 3 levels, Jun Changshao was a bit speechless. According to his Wu-Xing perfection, he still had to break through 3 levels to become the strongest existence in the mortal universe. The system said, You say it as if the host can break through casually. Brother Jun, Shang Yuhen said weakly, You're managing a sect? Yes. Jun Changshao said. Is it very strong? Shang Yuhen asked. Jun Changshao didn't even think and said, This one is the strongest sect in the plane, and there's no one else. In terms of overall strength, it was indeed so, but when it came from Go Xing's mouth, it really made people have the impulse to spit all over his face. Brother Jun, can I join your sect? Shang Yuhen asked. One punch to kill the lower level of the void-piercing realm. He was definitely an expert among experts. If he joined his sect, his future would definitely be bright. Reader, Dai Lu, come out and take a beating. Of course you can join. Jun Changshao said, however, my sect of all times mainly walks the path of the elite, and also talks about talent and money. If you don't have both, then I'm very sorry. Brother Jun. Shang Yuhen hurriedly said, I have money. Chapter 12:19. Although Shang Yuhen was a prince in distress, he was really rich. This money was referring to spirit stones. The quality of spirit stones in Tianyuan continent was much higher than in Jiutian continent and other planes. Jun Changshao had long understood this, which was why he changed the sect of all times from an assessment method to a new model where one could join with qualifications and money. Of course, qualifications were not required, but money was a must. Are you sure you want to join my sect of all times? Jun Changshao asked seriously. Yes. Shang Yuhen said, however, you need to wait for a while. Why? Jun Changshao asked. Shang Yuhen's eyes flashed with anger. I want to redeem my ancestor and avenge the plane that was destroyed. Are you confident? Jun Changshao looked at him. Shang Yuhen was silent for a while and said, Even if I'm not confident, I have to try. How much does it cost to redeem your ancestor? I heard from others that it seems to cost 10 million spirit stones. So expensive? Jun Changshao was stunned. His spirit stones that had reached the 9th grade, 10 million was completely comparable to 50 million six-pointed star stones. On the way, Go Xing had already understood that spirit stones were divided into different grades. Falling star continent spirit stones could be classified as the lowest grade, Jiutian continent spirit stones as the 5th grade, and Tianyuan continent spirit stones as the highest grade, 9th grade. It did not matter if it was expensive to redeem someone, but the key was that there was a time limit and he had to be locked up again. It was simply too wasteful. How about this? Jun Changshao said seriously, Give me the money, I'll help you take revenge. He had never flaunted himself as a chivalrous person, and would never help take revenge for someone unrelated to him. However, if the commission was enough, then he could consider it. Not to mention, 10 million ninth-grade spirit stones was not a small amount. In short, as long as the money was in place, there was nothing that Jun Changshao did not dare to do. Brother Jun, Shang Yuhen said, although you are strong, my enemy is stronger. What? Did he not believe in this seat? Jun Changshao put a hand on his shoulder and said, don't easily doubt others, especially a handsome guy. Who is your enemy? Seeing his proud expression, Shang Yuhen's heart was immediately moved, and he said, Great Dark Demon King. Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. Why didn't he call himself King Piccolo? How strong are they? How many subordinates do they have? Where are they? Jun Changshao asked. Shang Yuhen said, The Dark Demon King was once suppressed in the Demon Sealing Valley by the Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Pagoda. After the divine artifact disappeared, he broke the seal and rushed out. His expression gradually became pained. That was because after the demon broke the seal, a calamity befell the continent. The various countries, including the Shang dynasty, were attacked by the devil army. In a short period of time, the entire plain was filled with corpses, and the people were in a terrible situation. Although he was able to escape safely in the end, whenever he saw the shattered mountains and rivers before he left, it would appear in his nightmares, tormenting him to the point where he wished he was dead. On the Tianyuan continent? Yes. What about strength? I'm not too sure about the situation, but according to the guard's speculation, he's probably infinitely close to the upper level of the void-piercing tier. It doesn't seem to be too strong, Jun Changshao said. He had just learned about the brand new realm system and had not seen much of a gap between the lower and middle levels. Shang Yuhen said, Those who have reached the middle level of the void-piercing tier have already mastered the power of the universe and can easily kill the lower level of the void-piercing tier. Jun Changshao was quite surprised. It seems a bit strong. You can kill the lower level with one punch. Don't you know the strength of the middle level of the void-piercing tier? Shang Yuhen muttered in his heart. Of course, he said, the Dark Demon King is infinitely close to the upper level of the middle level of the void-piercing tier. His strength will only be more terrifying. Dozens of the lower level of the void-piercing tier on my continent were still easily obliterated. Jun Changshao's mouth twitched slightly. He didn't know how much power the middle level of the void-piercing tier had. But to be able to easily obliterate dozens of the lower level, it was absolutely explosive. With his current strength, it would be very difficult to fight with him. AI. Shang Yuhen sighed. If the Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Pagoda was still there, my Tianyuan continent would not have been destroyed. Why do you say that? Jun Changshao asked. Shang Yuhen said, The Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Pagoda can suppress all evil things in the world. It just so happens to restrain the Dark Demon King formed by the convergence of evil power. Jun Changshao's eyebrows raised in joy. Before leaving this time, he specially brought the Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Pagoda with him. This kind of treasure that could shrink and enlarge at any time could be placed in an underground prison 1 second, and the next second it could be taken out to smash walnuts for people to eat. Give me 10 million spirit stones, I will help you take revenge. Jun Changshao stood up, a rare serious expression on his face. Big brother Jun, Shang Yuhen said, the Dark Demon King still has 10 lower-level void-piercing tier subordinates, close to 100,000 well-trained subordinates. Jun Changshao, who had just cultivated a heroic aura, suddenly felt a bit discouraged. Whether the Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Pagoda could absolutely restrain the Dark Demon King, he was now uncertain. Now that he learned that he still had so many subordinates, he suddenly felt a bit difficult to deal with. Ding! Side quest triggered. At this time, a prompt sounded in his ear. Jun Changshao opened the panel and saw the side quest. Please kill the Dark Demon King and his subordinates within 3 months. Remaining time, 89 days, a super elite mission. I just had the thought of being scared, and the quest immediately forced me to be tough. Kid. Jun Changshao straightened his back and said, How do I get to Tianyuan continent? Big brother Jun wants to take revenge for me? That's right. Shang Yuhen was a bit conflicted. After all, it was a bit unrealistic for him to go alone and face so many subordinates of the Dark Demon King. Don't worry. Jun Changshao put on the Xianyuan divine armor and said proudly, There are only things this lord doesn't want to do, there is nothing this lord can't do. With the support of the equipment, his imposing manner reached the peak, which made Shang Yuhen feel safer, so he stood up and pointed in a direction. Go here. How long will it take to reach the location? According to the current speed, it will take at least a year. Plop. Jun Changshao fell. The time limit given by the mission was only 3 months. If he rushed over in a year, it would be too late. No. For the 10 million 9th grade spirit stones, he had to increase his speed to the extreme. Whoosh! There was a faint ripple in the starry sky, and the ancient warship seemed to travel through space and disappeared on the spot. Can the unstoppable blade deal with a middle void-piercing realm cultivator? On the way, Jun Changshao kept thinking. Although the arrival of the side quest made him decide to punish evil, if his biggest trump card couldn't deal with this level, then he would definitely be sending himself to death. Ask Arya. The system said. Yes. Jun Changshao slapped his forehead, and his soul entered the Tianyuan prison pagoda. He called Arya, who was managing the prisoners, to the surveillance room and said, Girl, have you heard of the Dark Demon King? Master. Arya said with a look of disdain, This little bastard, of course I have heard of him. Chapter 12:20. Little Turtle Grandson? Jun Changshao was dumbfounded. This title was too contemptuous of a great demon king. Master. Arya asked curiously, Why would you mention the guy I bullied for 10,000 years for no reason? Jun Changshao's mouth twitched slightly. Although he did not have the taste of being taught by the soul-suppressing whip, he was still looking forward to it. However, the Soul Clan Palace Masters immediately became cowards and were obedient to him. He knew that the process must be very painful. The so-called Dark Great Demon King was bullied by Arya for 10,000 years. That was simply unimaginable. Swoosh! Jun Changshao sat down and waved his hand, saying, Please tell me the story of you and the Dark Great Demon King. Arya said, There is a special dark attribute in the mortal universe. In the long river of time, it slowly gathered into a great demon king who gathered all evil. On the day it was formed, it was seen by the mighty people of the upper realm. They used the energy to purify the evil in the world to create a tower. Then, they suppressed the great demon king who wanted to bring disaster to the mortal world in the Tianyuan continent. This tower is the Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Tower. Jun Changshao asked. Yes. Arya said, and I am the energy that purifies the evil in the world. In the end, I exist in the form of an artifact spirit in the tower. Jun Changshao was stunned. He knew that the Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Tower was very strong, but he did not expect it to come from the upper realm. No matter how awesome the equipment in the mortal universe was, it would definitely be overshadowed by the upper realm label. It's normal. The system said. After all, it resisted the power of the Thunder Tribulation. That's true. Jun Changshao was overjoyed and said, You and the Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Tower exist to suppress the Dark Great Demon King. Yes. Arya nodded. Jun Changshao said, If you meet that guy again, can you deal with it? Why? Arya opened her eyes wide and said fiercely, Did that little turtle bully master? Yes. Jun Changshao pretended to be pitiful and said, I was bullied badly by it. Swoosh. Whoosh. In an instant, whips, candles, handcuffs, shackles, ropes, and other training tools appeared behind Arya. Her eyes turned red and she said, "Master, I will avenge you." Coincidentally, Zhao Daodu, who had just finished giving mental counseling to a few prisoners, passed by the monitoring room. When he saw the blackened Arya, he was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground. The Dark Demon King probably wouldn't have thought that he would be arranged like this even though he clearly didn't know Gosheng. "Are you sure it can be done? As long as Master smashes the Heaven Origin Soul suppressing pagoda on him, leave the rest to me." "No problem." Jun Changshao felt a little guilty about defeating the Dark Demon King with his own strength. But if it was just smashing the pagoda, it should be easy. "Right," Jun Changshao said. "That guy still has a group of subordinates." Arya said, "It must have been formed by its own dark attribute. As long as we can control the main body, we can easily take care of it." "I see." Jun Changshao was a little surprised in his heart. This Dark Demon King's strength was originally very strong. It could even create 10 lower-level void-piercing realm and 100,000 subordinate. Could completely be called the top big boss of the mortal world. If Arya can control it and a group of subordinates, I can save a talisman to open the seal. Jun Changxiao's initial thought was to hand the Dark Demon King over to the soul-suppressing pagoda and use hard to take back to deal with his subordinate. Although the final result would be a long period of weakness, 10 million 9th grade spirit stones, for a side mission, it was definitely worth it. Moreover, for 2 side missions, he even dared to marry the Rose Queen. What else in the world did he not dare to do? The system ridiculed. "This is what the host thought of, not what I said." "Haven't you said enough?" Xiao. The ancient warship went all out, heading towards Tianyuan continent at the fastest speed. Of course, the energy consumption was also fast. For the side mission and 10 million spirit stones, Jun Changshao didn't care about the cost at all. The closer they got to Tianyuan continent, the more worried Shang Yuhen was, afraid that Brother Jun wouldn't be able to deal with the Dark Demon King. It didn't matter if he died. If he implicated his benefactor, he would really be a bastard. Jun Changshao saw his worry and comforted him. "Don't worry, in this mortal universe, no one can threaten me." "I hope so," Shang Yuhen secretly said. 1 month later, after crossing the endless universe, the ancient warship finally flew into the region of Tianyuan continent. Strange. Jun Changshao was puzzled. Why are there so many abandoned planes? After entering this region of the universe, he passed by a few planes, but all of them had withered spiritual energy and were deserted. The vast universe nurtured countless habitable continents. Some would gradually reach the peak, some would slowly decline. This was a normal law of nature. However, it was a little strange for there to be abandoned planes in a small area. Brother Jun, Shang Yuhen clenched his fist and said, "The Dark Demon King is born by devouring planes. It's not only targeting Tianyuan continent." "These planes were all destroyed by it?" Jun Changshao asked. "Without a doubt," Jun Changshao secretly said, "such a powerful and evil creature should at least be classified as an epic mission. How could it be classified as a side mission?" Xiao. The ancient warship continued to move forward. A few days later, it floated in the starry sky of a desolate plain. This continent was very big, and the falling star continent could only be described as a child. Looking from the outside, there were many small cracks visible to the naked eye, as if it would break apart at any time. Shang Yuhen stood on the deck with his fists clenched, his eyes bloodshot. Jun Changshao knew that this was Tianyuan continent. From the degree of desolation, it was even worse than the ones they passed by previously. Xiao. The ancient warship flew in. After passing through the spatial barrier and seeing everything, Jun Changshao fell silent. The entire world was filled with cracks and craters. Even the space was in a state of collapse, as if it had just experienced the end of the world. Drip, drip. Shang Yuhen's body seemed to be frozen in place. Blood flowed from his fist and splattered on the floor. Jun Changshao did not console him, because he thought that if the falling star continent he lived in became like this, the anger and pain in his heart would not be any weaker than Shang Yuhen's. The ancient warship slowed down and flew in the shattered land. One could vaguely see that under the ruins of a city, there were many withered corpses. In a huge crater, there were even hundreds of thousands of skeletons. From the various movements, it was obvious that they had struggled when they were alive. Not to mention Shang Yuhen. When Jun Changshao saw this scene, the unerasable grief of the descendants of Huaxia flooded his mind. The anger in his bones, blood, and soul was instantly ignited. Kid! I don't want the money. This dark demon king, I must kill him. Chapter 12:21. That's right. Jun Changshao didn't want money anymore. Even if it was just voluntary help, he wanted to destroy the Dark Demon King. The system didn't take this opportunity to complain because this man was really angry now. Mentioning money was an insult to his character. Brother Jun. Shang Yuhen was stunned. Why was the anger in his eyes so strong? He didn't know that some things were not only experienced by him, but also happened in other star fields and were engraved in the hearts of future generations. Ho ho! Jun Changshao stood at the bow of the ship and released his spiritual sense. Soon, he caught many black-armored warriors in the ruins of a city in the distance. They seemed to have undergone strict training. Boom! Boom! There was a roar in the ruins. Dozens of warriors fought like trapped beasts, even if they were injured and could fall at any time. Behind them, in the deepest stone room, thousands of survivors knelt on the ground and prayed, praying that the heavens would bless them to live. Boom! The black energy exploded on the ground and the whole ground cracked again. The originally dilapidated city buildings suddenly turned into powder. A warrior from the Tianyuan continent was lying on the ground with a hole in his chest. His ferocious face was filled with anger and unwillingness. Old he! His companions roared angrily, and all their grief and anger gathered on their weapons. They charged without caring about their lives. Although they could kill a few black-armored warriors, they were surrounded by enemies. This was just the tip of the iceberg. The warriors of the Tianyuan continent who had not been completely wiped out were still resisting, using their blood and lives to win a glimmer of light for their descendants. Kill them all! A black-armored leader shouted in a deep voice. Shwa! Shwa! In an instant, thousands of soldiers rushed over, their bodies releasing strange attributes, rendering the environment incomparably dark. Dozens of wounded warriors of the Tianyuan continent knew that they didn't have long to live. They released all their spiritual power and strength, just to drag a few of them down with them before they died. Whoosh! Suddenly, a colorful stream of light burst from the sky, directly passing through the heads of thousands of black-armored warriors, and finally hit the black-armored leader accurately. The dark environment was torn apart by the light, and then gradually faded until the world returned to normal. The cultivators of the Tianyuan continent who were prepared to die were all dumbfounded. The sudden burst of multicolored light gave them an unprecedented sense of security. Swoosh! Whoosh! Everyone looked in the direction where the light came from. In his field of vision, a man in a black robe floated proudly in the air. His face was as sharp as a knife, and his gaze was like ice. The aura he exuded was like that of a god of war. Your Highness! When the surviving warriors saw the young man standing in front of the black-robed man, their eyes lit up with excitement. I'm sorry. Shang Yuhen clenched his fists and said, I'm late. The great Shang Empire occupied close to 60% of the continent's land, and had an unprecedented number of citizens. As a prince, he was unable to live and die with his family, yet he was the first to escape when the disaster struck. He had always been deeply remorseful. Shwa! Shwa! More black-armored martial artists flew over from afar. There were about 3,000 to 5,000 of them. Jun Changshao raised his hand and the Sky Tyrant's spear appeared out of thin air. He grabbed the spear's hilt with one hand and disappeared in an instant. Then, he appeared in front of the incoming enemy and said, "It's not too late." Boom! Boom! The cold spear light seemed to turn into a line and swept across the sky. The thousands of black-armored martial artists were instantly killed on the spot. Dark Demon King! Jun Changshao held his spear in midair and roared, "Come out for me!" His voice reverberated in the sky, and the anger it carried seemed to tear the space apart. He did not wish to fight his way to the final checkpoint. Instead, he wanted to go straight to the point and call out the final boss. After all, he still had to go to the Cosmic Fortress. Time was tight. Ho ho ho! Before the echoing voice had even died down, the eastern region of the Tianyuan continent surged with rolling black clouds like a huge wave. The sky darkened once again, and the gloomy aura became even denser. Whoa! A cold wind blew, and it sounded like the cries of ghosts. The faces of the injured Tianyuan continent martial artists changed drastically. "Brother Jun." Shang Yuhen clenched his fists and said, "The Dark Demon King is here." Jun Changshao said coldly, "A guy who is at death's door. His entrance is quite stylish." Ho ho ho! The huge wave of black clouds quickly approached. One by one, the black-armored martial artists flew over and hovered a few hundred feet away from Jun Changshao. The number increased from a few thousand to tens of thousands. This formation was very strong, and it made Shang Yuhen panic. Jun Changshao had a look of disdain. As a man who had been punished on the battlefield and faced 100,000 spirits, he would not frown even if there were a few 100,000 more. The black-armored martial artists that gradually appeared did not move. They were like soldiers who had undergone strict training. They hovered in midair or stood on the ground, emitting a strange aura that made people shudder. "Kid." The rolling black clouds pressed over, and a sharp voice sounded, "Who are you?" Jun Changshao held his head high and said proudly, "Beauty and wisdom, the embodiment of heroes and chivalry, Jun Chao Shui." "Bah!" A voice came from the black clouds. Jun Changshao said indifferently, "Only a rascal would hide his head and show his tail." Kaki. The classic villain's unique strange laughter resounded through the sky. Immediately, a black attribute appeared from the clouds and gradually condensed into a bald old man wearing a black robe. His eyes were emitting an evil light. At first glance, one could tell that he was not a good person. Jun Changshao's mentality exploded. Because not only did he wear the same clothes as the other party, but also his head. As the only handsome person in this drama, he would not allow an ugly person to wear the same clothes and head shape as him. Kid. The Dark Demon King who revealed his true body smiled coldly and said, "You are the helper invited by Tianyuan continent." "Yes." Jun Changshao said indifferently. "Kaki." The Dark Demon King laughed strangely. "Lower void-piercing realm and you dare to be a hero. Who gave you such courage?" Shang Yuhen was stunned. Brother Jun was not a middle void-piercing realm? Or he deliberately hid his cultivation, not letting the Dark Demon King see through it, so that he could catch him off guard during the battle? His strength was not high, so it was difficult for him to spy on Jun Changshao's cultivation. However, the injured Tianyuan continent martial artists standing behind him had strength only second to the lower void-piercing realm. At this moment they were all secretly cursing. The helper invited by His Highness, no matter how they looked at it, seemed to be similar to themselves. Could he beat the Dark Demon King? Although they had doubts in their hearts, they did not say it out loud. After all, this person was invited by His Highness, so he should have extraordinary strength. To deal with trash like you, I don't need to have a high realm, Jun Changshao said indifferently. At this moment, his brain was working rapidly, considering how to take out the Sky Origin soul-suppressing pagoda and then smash it on the opponent, handing it over to Arya to deal with. Ho ho! At this moment, The Dark Demon King gathered his evil power and quickly condensed a big hand in the sky. He said coldly, "This king will now send you, the real trash, on your way." Feeling the pressure of the terrifying power, Jun Changshao roared in his heart, "Why does this villain not talk much?" Chapter 12:22. Who said that villains die from talking too much? Not only did this Dark Demon King not talk much, he did not even shoot his mouth off. He directly gathered his powerful force and pressed it down on Jun Changshao. With the absolute strength to kill, who would have nothing to say. Moreover, Jun Changshao's arrogance had made it very unhappy. That was why it had suppressed him without hesitation. It felt as if it was swatting an annoying fly with its hand. Whoosh whoosh. The terrifying evil chi came first and blew away Jun Changshao's black robe, revealing his head that was still bright in the dark environment. "So it's Baldy," the Dark Demon King said disdainfully. "F***ck. Aren't you Baldy too?" Jun Changshao did not have time to complain, because the situation was very dangerous. Whoosh! In an instant, the Xianyuan divine armor covered his body and his cultivation erupted, forming layers of defensive walls around him. He could also use the Heaven Origin Soul Suppressing Pagoda to increase the strength, but this was equivalent to exposing himself, which was not good for surprise. "Your Highness!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The injured Tianyuan continent warriors rushed over and grabbed Shang Yuhen, flying out of the area covered by the palm print. Because the power was locked onto Jun Changshao, although they could not avoid being eroded by the evil chi, they still managed to escape the moment it pressed down. Rumble! The huge palm print pressed down, and the originally broken ground was heavily damaged, immediately cracking open. Looking down from the starry sky, the small cracks that were originally clearly visible on the plain expanded by a lot, as if it was about to collapse and disintegrate. The huge movement affected the stone room deep underground, and the surviving old, weak women and children trembled violently, and all of them sped up their prayers. In the face of a terrifying disaster, they were powerless to stop it, and could only pray to the heavens to save them. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the area where the palm print pressed down, the wind was still roaring. The sky was filled with dust, and the originally dark world seemed to be covered with a layer of demon's gauze. Pooh! Pooh! The cultivators who had brought Shang Yuhen to safety all vomited blood as they struggled to stand with pale white faces. They were already seriously injured, and they had risked their lives to save the prince despite the evil energy entering their bodies. At this moment they had completely lost the ability to fight. Of course, at this time no one cared about themselves. What they cared about was the dust-filled area. With that kind of power, if the prince's helper couldn't dodge it in time, he would be in deep trouble. Big Brother Jun. Shang Yuhen was extremely worried. Gradually, the dust was blown away by the wind, and Jun Changshao's figure appeared, causing him to be overjoyed. However, in the next second, his expression froze. The injured martial artists from the Yuan continent were stunned. Even the Dark Demon King had a look of surprise on his face. Everything in the area was clearly visible. They saw that not only was Jun Changshao standing there unscathed, but there were also strange weapons floating around him. Why was it strange? Because no one had ever seen or heard of it before. If one had to find something to compare it to in terms of form, it would be like a broom. It was not a broom. It was a more advanced vacuum cleaner. That was close, that was close. Jun Changshao looked calm, but he was secretly rejoicing. Even with the protection of the Xianyuan divine armor, he might not be able to withstand the power of the palm print just now. Therefore, when he took it head-on, he directly took out 20 modified vacuum cleaners. This item was useless against the handsome man and the 5 hegemons of Starry Sky because the other party was considered a villain and not an evil cultivator. The Dark Demon King was different. This guy was definitely a fighter jet of the evil cultivators. The moment the evil palm print pressed down, Jun Changshao first used the gathered defense to offset the power that he could withstand. Then, he directly activated the enhanced mode of the modified vacuum cleaner and crazily absorbed the remaining power. To deal with the soul race hiding in the body of a martial artist, one modified vacuum cleaner was enough. Facing such a demon king that was comparable to a mid-level void-piercing realm, even if Jun Changshao offset most of the evil power, there was no guarantee that 20 vacuum cleaners could finish him off. Fortunately, it succeeded. As the price, all 20 modified vacuum cleaners exploded. "Kid," the Dark Demon King said with interest, "what kind of treasure is this? It can actually absorb this king's power?" "Mutton fat jade bottle," Jun Changshao said indifferently. "Bottle?" The Dark Demon King was stunned. It couldn't see what this broom-like thing had to do with a bottle. "Of course," Jun Changshao said, "I also have a purple gold red gourd that has unpredictable power. Do you want to try its power?" Pooh. At this point, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The Dark Demon King laughed strangely and said, "Although you resolve the palm, you still can't avoid being injured. Even if you have a treasure that can steal the fortune of heaven and earth, how can you hurt this king?" "Damn it!" Jun Changshao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with unwillingness. "Come," the Dark Demon King said, "take out that gourd of yours and let this king see how unpredictable it is." It was now very sure that the helper it invited was very weak. Now that it was injured after taking a palm, it could crush it to death at will. Shwa. Jun Changshao waved his hand, and the Patriarch's exclusive weapon, Finger of Empire, appeared out of thin air. "This is the gourd you were talking about?" The Dark Demon King frowned. Just now, he called the broom-like weapon a bottle. Now, he called the itchy weapon a gourd. Was he bullying him for having no intelligence? Jun Changshao pointed at the part with the finger facing the sky and said, "Don't you think it looks like a gourd?" Shang Yohan's mouth twitched. This strange thing didn't look like a gourd at all. It looked more like a special gesture. "Less nonsense." The Dark Demon King sneered and said, "Hurry up and let this king see how unpredictable it is." But at this moment, Jun Changshao pressed the Finger of Empire button with one hand. His eyes were even bigger than a bull's. He first locked onto the big boss, then locked onto the surrounding black-armored martial artists, and shouted at the top of his voice, "Because I saw you in the crowd." Huff huff! Huff huff huff! In an instant the dark clouds in the sky were stirred and then split into two. One gathered into the shape of a huge finger, and the other gathered into the shape of a huge whirlpool. "It's coming, it's coming!" Dog Leftover's most shameless airy skill that covered the entire screen. The Dark Demon King frowned after being glanced at. At the moment when the dark clouds in the sky merged, a slight chill came from his butt. Not good. His expression changed, and he immediately waved his hand. But the invisible force that suddenly appeared behind him was grabbed tightly. He sneered and said, "Good lad, you actually used a dirty move, Xiao." At this moment, Jun Changshao appeared above his head. He assumed a difficult and enchanting pose that could only be found in JoJo. Then, he made a heart gesture and said, "Go, my darling!" Huff huff! The Heaven Origin soul-suppressing pagoda appeared out of thin air and rapidly expanded from its pocket-sized form. Then, it ruthlessly pressed down on the Dark Demon King. "Little bastard! Great Aunt is coming!" Arya's voice sounded out of thin air, and the Dark Demon King's scalp was about to explode. Rumble! The enlarged Heaven Origin soul-suppressing pagoda landed on the ground. Rolling dust swirled around it, adding a bit of majesty and weight to it.